series that's coming up very shortly as well. Anyway, I should give you some details about team news and toss news, of course, because South Africa won the toss for the second time, and surprisingly, they put England into bat. They want a bit of a challenge. That was too easy for them on Friday, so they're going to try and chase today. England make 2 changes. It's not entirely surprising that Jofra Archer, who looked certainly a little bit rusty on Friday, he's out. David Willey was just floating them up there, wasn't he? He looked very lacklustre as well. He is out of the team. Reece Topley and, of course, the wonderful Chris Woakes come back into the team. And South Africa, they are changing a winning team. And quite surprisingly, they left Magala out and Rabada out, would you believe? Shamsi also, who took a bit of punishment, goes from that team on Friday. In come Matt Jansen, Maharaj, of course, left arm spinner, and Lungi Ngidi. So what do you make of that, Lindo? Are those team changes? Is it what you'd have expected to see?
I would have kept Rabada in there. I even bringing in Ngidi, I would have kept Rabada in there. I think that's about the only change.
Were you not impressed by Magala? I was very impressed.
I was.
I didn't see it.
Oh, you didn't see it?
Yeah,
what on earth could you have been watching? Was there some sort of T20 involving a large Asian nation or something going on at the same time?
I think there was a tiny Pacific nation involved.
Oh right, okay, fair enough. There you go. Well, we're waiting for the teams to come out onto the field. It's another very nice day in Bloemfontein. Second match being played also in Bloemfontein. Move on to, did I say Bloemfontein? That's even better. Moving on to Kimberley on Wednesday for what we hope will be the decider, because that will keep the series alive. I don't really believe that series are dead when you've won it 2-0, but people say that all the time. What about Messi? What about South Africa deciding to chase today? Any thoughts on that?
It's interesting, isn't it? Well, I wonder if they think there's going to be a good deal of dew, and that seems to have quite a significant impact on the way in which the ball comes onto the bat.
But will there be dew when because it is a day game, isn't it? It's a fully day game.
Yeah.
It's not a
of course
day
it is,
night.
it is.
It's 4 o'clock my time, so
you don't know where you are.
Totally out of sync there.
So it's 10 a.m. South Africa time, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I've got no idea then.
Right, I mean neither. I think they just want to challenge England. They're just too easy to beat these days. So I will read you the teams. Jason Roy, David Milan, Ben Duckett, Harry Brook. Harry Brook, of course, made a duck on ODI debut on Friday. Joss Butler looked a little bit out of sorts. Moeen Ali, Sam Curran, Chris Woakes, Adil Rashid, Ollie Stone and Reece Topley. South Africa, Quinton de Kock, Timber Bavuma, Rassie van der Dussen, the Centurion, Aidan Markram, David Miller, Heinrich Klassen, Marco Jansen, Wayne Parnell, Keshav Maharaj, Henrik Nokia and Lungi Ngidi. Those are your 2 teams today. And because it seems to be a little bit delayed, I don't know why we should have been delayed. It seems to be 1 minute past 8 according to my clock here. Maybe you just want to get a couple of tweets in early, Messi.
Well, I would if we had any, apart from one which I thought was spot on. It responded to a previous tweet I'd sent warning we were coming on air, which has got hashtag SAV England, and KJ Pritchard said, I keep reading this as Save England. Well, I read it as more than that, because it says SAV England ODI, and it comes out as Savangodi, who I think is the evil god who condemns England to lose ODIs in Africa. I'm not sure, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's good. We'll name him. So every time England lose, we'll blame it on Savangodi.
And that's probably the pseudonym of KP, who I can see on the
Oh God. Well, at least if you're listening to us, you don't have to listen to him.
Well, I'm pleased to say I have just got a tweet from John Shawland who says Gorilla Kick It is back on YouTube now, so I can see what you all look like.
Yes, and I can see more than an Indo shoulder. I can see him in full glorious Technicolor, and he's wearing a very lovely red shirt. He's a gorgeous red shirt.
We probably have to say thank you to Jason for that.
No, I think in the end it was the bear. I think the bear was doing some remote machinations.
So of course he was.
Yeah,
the bear magic.
Yeah. Anyway, we are out there. We're going to start a little bit late for some bizarre reason, and I'll jingle up the batsman.
Duckworth Lewis loves you. The clouds part for you. Nothing stands in your way when you're a Roy.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my Milan. Congratulations.
It is indeed David Milan. He's not the man
I love
facing.
that guy.
It's going to be Wayne Parnell, left arm over the wicket. Aged 33. Only seems like yesterday that he was a teenager bursting onto the scene. But no, he's 33 now. Comes to us all. And I'll jingle him up after the first ball. We're not quite ready. Jason Roy hoping to confirm that 100. I mean, he'll still feel a little bit anxious. It was a good knock, 113 off 91 balls on Friday, but another
saw some
good
highlights of
knock
that
would
one.
not do him
He
any
looked
harm
good.
at all, would it? We're still not ready. Umpire has his arm out, so we are now officially 3 minutes late, according to my computer clock. We've got a man at slip, got a ring of 3 on the offside, ring of 3 on the onside, so the square leg is in front of square a little bit. In comes Parnell, bowls to Roy, that comes off rather slowly. It dies a little bit in the pitch, if anything, and he just jabs it away to backward point, and there is no run. This is the bowler.
In that big body, ride 2 lanes. And I'm grinding hard like I'm fucking Wayne.
Parnell.
Like Wayne.
Wayne Parnell.
It's an extraordinary jingle there. It goes all over the shop, doesn't it? It's kind of partly musical and partly anything but
Telephonic.
musical. Anyway, that'll get Mog going if he's already up. Parnell in, bowls. Defended into the onside. He should be up. It must be about 6 o'clock in the evening in Melbourne. Bavuma does the fielding at mid-wicket. There is no run. How do England approach this today, Anindo? Do they continue, teeing off from the word go?
I think they have to. Look, I mean, the kind of white ball formula that they've come up with clearly works. And if they stop implementing it, we have a problem. Right?
We do.
So
It is a kind of bit worrying when you lose your last 10 wickets for 125 after scoring 150 odd for the first wicket. This one, again, Roy is unable to untangle himself in time to lay a bat upon it, and it drops rather sadly out into the onside. There is
there
no
seems to be
run.
some sharp bounce on the pitch.
It's a sharp bounce. I thought it was a little bit slow, and it was just a little
It is
bit.
slow, though.
He was waiting for it really, and wants it to
But
come on a little bit more quickly.
It's slow, but there's bounce.
Yes.
I mean, that's what it looks like on the first few television.
Anyway, it's beautiful, clear blue sky in Bloemfontein. There's going to be a run. Oh no, there isn't. Came off the thigh pad, I think, and Milan had backed up a long way. Thought he'd be coming through for the single, but they decided against it. For some reason, a stump has been uprooted. But, there was no chance of a run out, I don't think.
Right, it was a direct hit. So.
You're a little bit quiet, Anindo. I don't know whether you get a bit nearer your microphone or something. I'm struggling to
Can
hear
you
you.
hear me?
Yes, you're a little bit quiet. I mean, we don't normally say that about people on Gorilla Cricket. Most people on Gorilla Cricket are noisy
No,
bastards.
I am speaking loudly,
That's
so I
better.
don't know what's
That's
wrong.
better. That's better.
Better?
Yeah,
Okay.
Parnell bowls tucked away to that square leg just in front of square. He's also got a mid wicket, so there's not a huge lot of ground between those two. There's a mid on, so 5 balls go unanswered by Jason Roy. Barely laid a bat on it, to be fair, so he's just struggling to pick up the pace of this pitch, it would suggest. And England are none for none. Be interesting to see what sort of crowd we get. South Africa's, I guess they're all still at church at the moment, aren't they? Anyway, I shouldn't say that disparagingly. They're going to get a run, are they here? No! Good piece of fielding at backward point. Roy had set off thinking there was a run there. Wayne Parnell says well done to Heinrich Klaassen, who was the fielder, and it is a maiden. The first over is completed. England, would you believe it, are none for none. Have we got any more tweets?
Indeed, we have. Farong is with us. It says, greetings from Ban Na, Phatthalung, southern Thailand. Hope everyone is well. The power and magnificence of Bazball, the greatest current team playing cricket, collapsed again with 7 wickets in hand and only requiring less than a run of ball on Friday.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Jay Grover says morning all. Dave Wood says I shall speak up and say good morning. Ravi Nair, stepping in for a very poorly performed Josie Oak on Friday, says I'm pleased to say we're doomed. And Matthew Cullum says good morning Gorillas, listening in bed after a triumphant Saturday of personal football success. Let's hope this half or perhaps 1/3 strength England team improves from Friday.
Yes. Well, it was all very good until England got to 150, and then it rather went the shape of a particular type of fruit.
You mean they sort of started playing like India?
Yes. You've been quite critical of India, haven't you, in their one-day team of late, I've noticed. Ngidi is going to open the bowling. I'll jingle him up in a minute. First ball to bowl to the left-handed Malan. He's going to come round the wicket. He's got 2 slips and he gets a large helping of swing. Hits him on the pad. It's very full. Marius Erasmus is unmoved, and I think that's a pretty good decision. Well, I think it was just swinging a bit too much. Bavuma is asking, and I think it's Klassen at slip who's saying, no, that's probably going to go down the leg side. Let's jingle him up.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi and Ngidi. Let's play Lungi and Ngidi. Are you down for Lungi and Ngidi?
Lovely jingle that. Lungi and Ngidi is in again round the wicket. Fine swing again, but this time it swings onto the middle of Malan's bat and he just turns the face, and that takes the ball down very fine indeed, all the way to the fine leg boundary for the first runs and the first one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, just tried to swing it from a little bit wider of off stump, and actually that meant that it came more comfortably into Milan's hitting area. Yeah, and this is an opportunity for Milan, being given the chance to open. England haven't reverted to Phil Salt, so they're going to have a look at Milan. And Ngidi is in again, swing again down the leg side, taken by de Kock, and it's given us a wide. So England move on to 5 for no wicket.
Every time Ngidi comes,
Sorry, Ninda, go ahead.
No, I didn't realize the jingle was coming. I was just saying that every time Ngidi comes back after a while, he seems to be 1.5 times his size.
He's
really lets himself go when he's not playing. I mean, it's just a fast bowler.
He's a man who eats a lot, but then if he doesn't put in the yards, yeah, I know that feeling. Every time I come on Guerrilla Cricket, people say the same thing, and it is a worry. So 2 slips, backward point ever so slightly, cover point, mid on, square leg, long leg, and now he's going to come over the wicket to the left-hander, try and angle it across him and then bring it back perhaps. He's in, bowls, and that hits high up on the pad as Malan comes forward, runs out into the offside, and there is no run. GPL, Messi, have you looked on the GPL?
I shall look now, but we start at £62.
62.
I'm just making sure that it is open, but I'm pretty sure Bear will have done the right thing.
You've got an hour and a half, of course, to enter the GPL, and if you don't know about the GPL, it's the Guerrilla Prediction League. It's a game of cunning and skill in which you must estimate how many runs you think will be scored in total in the day, as Ngidi runs in again. The slips go down. This time he pushes across Malan. Malan looks at it, leaves it outside off stump. You then go to guerrillacricket.com/competition and you make your guess. Each guess that you make will cost you £1. You can have as many goes as you want, and if you get it on the nose, you get everything that is in the pot. So at the moment that's £62, but the more of you that take part, obviously the pot grows. So you have an hour and a half to get on to the GPL. If you haven't done it before, why not have a go? Could be your lucky day. It's never Messi Jez's lucky day. He's lost thousands. Full whipped through mid-wicket, but not really with great timing. Marco Jansen, unmistakably spindly, moves across to his left and does the fielding. They take 1. Milan moves to 5. England go to 6 for no wicket. So £62 in there at the moment. And if every pound you add, it goes up by 50p. So I don't know, if another 20 of you enter, it'll go up to 72 quid. So you see how it works. I'm good at maths, aren't I?
Yeah, you're brilliant. That was so quick.
That was quite.
What you also need to add, Hendo, is that every time someone puts in a pound, Messi Jez matches it.
That's true. That's true. Messi Jez has agreed to match it. He's so generous. In comes Ngidi, bowls to Roy. Roy's onto the front foot, a little bit on the move there. And he can't pierce the inner field, finds the man at cover point, and there is no run. Now, I don't know if Jason's listening out there in the green room, but I would love a cup of tea. Because I'm on for the next 7 hours, 7 overs, 8 overs in fact, and my throat's not going to last. So, as he's the only other person in here at the moment, I'd love a cup of tea.
Jason!
I don't know whether he's heard that or not.
Well, one of the Jasons out on the pitch is doing nothing, so the other Jason might as well make a cup of tea.
He did.
That's
yes,
true. That's true.
Would you
Josie Oak says, "Morning all, we're doomed. That imposter Ravi Nair should stop using my trademark." Well, you actually handed away your trademark on Friday, so he was just claiming a vacant space, I think. The alternative bot says, "Listen to England play mock balls here." It's all balls. And Mada Mohan Sharma says, "Good afternoon, Gorilla Cricket from India. England play exciting cricket these days. It's very entertaining for all us cricket lovers. I feel England will win today." Well, it's lovely to have you, Mada Mohan Sharma. Crunchy, I think, was your very complimentary term about us previously.
The crunchiest, tastiest guerrilla sort of revolutionary cricket commentary, I think we're described as Parnell starts a new over, wide of the off stump, left alone by the left-handed Milan. Now, I did manage to persuade Jason, the Jason hit that is here, to make me a cup of tea, but he did shrug his shoulders and huff a little bit and accuse me of turning into the bear. So, the bear just sits there and goes, "Beer! Beer!" And that's basically meant to mean bring me a beer. Anyway, in comes Parnell again, bowls to Milan onto the back foot, doesn't time his shot, but they're going to take a single as it dribbles out square. Maharaj is coming in, but he won't be able to stop the run. England move to 7 for no wicket, I believe. Did they run in the end? Maybe they didn't run in the end. Oh, yes, they did. It's now gone up to 7, yes. Sorry, Nindo.
No, I was just saying it doesn't seem to be a very easy pitch to bat on at the moment.
No.
The ball certainly not coming onto the bat like the English batsmen would like.
Yeah, maybe that's why they're being a little bit more circumspect, trying to work out the pace for themselves before they go completely Burko. Roy yet to score. Parnell into him. He's hit on. Oh goodness me! He's got away with one there. I was going to say he's hit on the pad. He was actually turning that through square leg. It's gone flying over backward point. Fielded by Marco Janssen coming round from third man, and Roy gets off the mark with a rather fortuitous 2. England go to 9 for no wicket, and that is really just emphasising the problem, isn't it? That's emphasising how slow it is. He turned the face, and the ball hadn't reached him, and he can't believe where that's gone. Absolutely, 180 degrees from where he intended it, but it's brought him a couple. He's off the mark. Parnell is in again, bowls, and he's forward to this one, keeping a little bit low, if anything. Squeezed out to cover point, and there is no run. South Africa won the toss, chose to bowl today, or chose to field, if you prefer, after beating England by 27 runs, batting first. And at the time, we talked about Rassie van der Dussen and his 100, and it was perhaps a little bit too slow, but actually it turned out to be perfectly paced. And I don't quite understand why Rassie van der Dussen is just not permanently on the team sheet in every form of the game. Defended by Roy, who, despite his 100, is looking a little uncomfortable. He does manage to play that one back to the bowler, and there is no run. 9 for no wicket. Milan has 6. Roy has 2. 1 ball remaining in the third over. Parnell, none for 3 so far. Was there a big bash game this morning, Messi?
There's one about to start.
Oh, right, okay.
Just started, in fact.
Is it an eliminator, a qualifier, a final, a semi-final?
Well, the winner today will go on to play the Sydney Sixers on Thursday for the right to play Perth next Saturday.
Now, what on earth has happened here? That's hit Roy high up on the thigh, and then he's completely lost it, and he's looking for it, and he could have easily just knocked the ball back with his foot onto the stumps, but he does get away with it. It's the end of the over. It's 9 for no wicket.
Oh, we got a fight. Got a fight? Ravi Nair says, "I invented doomed." Oi, Pom just used it more often, the bearded loon.
Well, the bearded loon,
somewhere between Johannesburg and Mumbai, or Bombay, as Ravi
where is exactly equidistant between Mumbai and Joburg? Somewhere in the middle of the Indian Ocean? I'm not sure.
Not the Indian Ocean.
Pacific Ocean. Or is it the Indian Ocean? Yeah, it must be the Indian Ocean.
I think it's the Southern Ocean. No, what is it?
No, Joburg. No, Joburg. Well, Joburg's landlocked, isn't it? If I remember rightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway.
I suppose, yeah.
Ngidi bowls down the leg side again. Oh, he's got an edge. Milan has somehow feathered that through. Well, certainly Ngidi thinks so. De Kock thinks so. Erasmus is a picture of the downturned lips, and he says, no, that's not out. And they're going to refer it, not surprisingly, because they were absolutely convinced that was out. So we're going to have one of these.
Better out than in, better in than out. Better out than in, better in than out. In, out, shake it all about.
Dawid Malan is already talking to the umpires from the other end. He says, no, it's my pad. He doesn't seem too bothered. So we're going to have a little bit of a waiting around time while the decision is made. Bongani Jelly is the... it's nowhere near the edge, is it? Absolutely nowhere near the edge. It's just flicked the pad on the way through. And that is a very, very, very bad review by Temba Bavuma.
Watsonian review.
That fooled the South Africans, who've only got one review left now. They've wasted a review.
Where is Bavuma fielding?
Is he extra sort of cover pointish, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. So that hit him on the right leg on the leg side.
Yes.
So I don't think Bavuma had any idea where.
No, but I think Quinton de Kock, the way that Quinton de Kock took it and sort of threw it up, I mean, must have suggested to his captain that was, you've got to rely on your keeper to a large extent, haven't you, with those ones? But absolutely nowhere near. And Jason has brought me a cup of tea. He's a marvellous man. He went to rugby yesterday, and it took him about 8 different forms of public transport to get there. 4, he says, actually. This is driven up to mid-off. That is where Bavuma's fielding. And there is no run. 9.
So 8 different forms of public transport are actually working in the UK?
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing. Extraordinary.
That would be...
No, I think literally 8 forms of public transport, as in 1 bus, 1 train, 1 rickshaw, 1 bicycle. What other forms of transport are there? I can't... Well, there must have been a...
Taxi,
Taxi, Ubers.
Light rail.
Were you pillioned with someone on the bicycle? Otherwise, you realize it doesn't qualify as public transport.
He was on the tandem, yeah. Now that's gone down the leg side again. I think he has got edge on this, or if not, it's going to be 4 leg buys. It's certainly going to be 4, and it is indeed on this occasion leg buys. So I'm not really sure whether to give that as a boundary, but I can't really say super shot, can I? I can say hit me baby one more time.
Hit me baby one more time.
Do we need some new 4 jingles? Are they getting a bit tired? What do you reckon?
We got millions of
I know we've got millions of them, and we do vary them, but I'm just wondering whether we need a complete clear out of the 4 jingles, maybe for the World Cup we should have a complete new set of 4 jingles. I can hear Mog sort of decapitating himself with his own sword at the very mention of more 4 jingles, but there you go. We need to freshen things up from time to time. And Ngidi at the top of his run ambles in, bowls, and there's a good ball, good length, and there was just arrowing back in towards Milan's off stump, and it brought a little bit of a false shot. Hit it with the inside half of the bat rather than the middle. The ball ran out into the onside. No run. 13 for no wicket. Milan 6, Roy 2. The head-to-head in ODIs. South Africa with that win on Friday. 32 wins to them, 29 wins for England. So even if England were to win these 2 remaining ODIs, they can still not go level with the might of South Africa in head-to-heads. Of course, there is the Australian Open going on, the final today as well, isn't that? That must be getting underway very shortly. Although, let's face it, it's Djokovic yet again. Djokovic.
It's probably underway already, but I just don't care.
Yeah, it's just been enormously boring. I'm sorry, but this
tournament.
Yeah,
it was quite good when Andy Murray was playing for 10 hours a day. That was quite fun.
That's the only game I watched was Andy Murray's 5
He
sets.
was
One
amazing.
of his 5 sets.
And Ngidi in again, bowls to Milan. Oh, Milan has unleashed that. It's gone way over mid-on. Has it gone all the way? It has indeed. It's the kind of thing to make the man who goes way go way. It's the first 6 of the innings. I've got to say, I think Milan surprised himself then.
It was in the slot. Right?
They've still got that England supporter with the bingo wings cheering.
Oh God, is he there again today?
Yeah.
I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you sexy thing.
I have to say, well, I say he looked a bit surprised. He was in the slot, but at the same time, it just seemed to come off the bat slightly better than he expected. Ngidi in again, and he leaves this one, which is good length delivery and rising somewhat. Has to sort of snatch the bat well out of the way of that one. The end of Ngidi's second over, number 12, England 19 for no wicket. Messi.
So, Ravi does some geography for us. He says, Gorillas try to do geography. Of course, the Indian Ocean, which is a southern ocean, Messi, and northern, is between Joburg and Bombay. In fact, it's part of the Indian Ocean called the Arabian Sea. So
That's
there
very
you
confusing, isn't it? It's very confusing. There's one sea seems
Thank
to
you,
merge
Ravi,
into another.
For correcting me.
I'm not.
See,
I'm not
I wondered
100%
whether the
certain.
Arabian Sea was separate from the Indian
Yes,
Ocean.
it is. It is separate. I don't think Ravi's got that right.
Oh,
It is separate.
controversy. Controversy
Well,
on
if I,
Gorillas.
I looked at the Google map and it looked like the Indian Ocean didn't touch India, and then I thought, well, maybe it's the Indian Ocean cut up into bits.
And England have lost their first wicket. Jason Roy has given out LBW. It all seemed to happen in slow motion. Jason Roy has immediately reviewed it. I'm not sure he's going to be quite so lucky. He played all across it, and then it seemed to spring down towards third man, and they set off for a single. But Parnell had asked the question. It's been given, and now we have already the second review of the day, and it's a batsman's review.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Let's have another look at this. You pitching outside leg, maybe coming back in quite high, hits him on the back thigh. So could be
Height's the
clipping.
issue, I reckon.
Could be
That's going
clipping.
to be umpire's call.
If it is umpire's call, I'm afraid that
That's
Jason
fair.
Roy is on his way. Because the finger went out, and there's a brilliant shot. All you can see is the finger. Was that the finger of the umpire or the finger of Wayne Parnell just creeping in and giving the out signal?
Top of leg stump, I reckon.
Well,
Yeah,
we
height-
shall see.
Height is the only thing that can save him in this one.
Yeah.
Height. He's not a big man, is he, Jason Roy? And he missed it by some way, didn't he?
And he was hit on the back. So
Yeah,
It's a lovely ball.
unless it's just hit the front pad first. Yes, I think it has just tickled the front
yeah,
pad.
it's touched the front pad.
So that might give him a stay of execution. We shall see. Is it going to be clipping? Said it's quite a slow pitch. I think that's out. No, it's missing. It's going over the top. It's perfectly straight. It would have hit middle stump had it been, I don't know, 4 inches lower. So that's one of these again. Has the bloke with the bingo wings, has he covered them up today? Is he? Oh right, okay. I thought maybe he'd been embarrassed into covering them up today.
No,
no.
he's looking as stupid as ever.
It's a strange one, unless he's going to the third match in Kimberley to have gone to 2 one-dayers randomly in Bloemfontein. Is it a great holiday? I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure about Bloemfontein. I've only been past it once or through it once. This one Roy plays at and is beaten by. He's really struggling, Roy. 2 off 13. This is a man coming off the back of a much needed 100, but he's really struggling to get the line and the length and the pace of this pitch. And it's a real tough little battle for this at the moment. For England, 19 for no wicket into the 5th over. Parnell has only conceded 3. He's going to tuck this one away. He's found the gap. That's beautifully played, actually, and that will do him the world of good. It's away between the man just in front of square and the man at mid wicket, and it's one of these. That will make him feel a lot better, I think.
I think the problem also is that he's been playing from his crease and getting squared up. So on this pitch, probably it makes sense for him to go on the front foot as he just did.
Go on the front foot and maybe be batting a little bit outside his crease as well.
Outside the crease, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as we see that so often, don't we, these days on pitches that there isn't a lot of carry. He's going to get another run here, but again, that was a little bit uncomfortably played. And it's got it down to Ngidi at long leg. They'll trot back quite comfortably for the second. England move on to 25 for no wicket. Roy on to 8. Milan has 15. So just beginning to find the middle of the bat a little bit more frequently, the England openers. And perhaps England openers need to do another job here and just show those that are coming that there's something to think about on this pitch. Nicely punched up to mid-on, or wideish of mid-on. He does well to field it. I'm not sure who it was actually, but they've taken the single off the... No, not quite the final ball. That was still one ball to go. England 26 for no wicket. Get on the GPL. GorillaCricket.com/competition. Estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the day. There's £62 in the pot at the moment. You pay £1 and you could win over £62 depending on how many people take part today. And of course, don't forget patreon.com/GorillaCricket to support us in our enterprise. Down the leg side, far too wide from Parnell. That is undeniably one of these. So 27 for no wicket, 8 runs from this over if you include that wide, and just the one delivery to go. Parnell into the left-handed Milan, who aims a big drive at that one, but again doesn't quite time it, hits it straight up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 27 for no wicket, 5 overs gone. More tweets, Messi.
Our man on the ground says Bloemfontein is sometimes called Bloem Vegas for ironic reasons. Very little to do there.
Oh, right.
Ravi Farong says last 10 ODI results for England and Bangladesh. England won 10, lost 7, no result 1. Bangladesh won 7, lost 3. Enough said. Blame the Aussie coach who got them to the T10-20 World Cup trophy. Dave Wood says, in terms of wars, more importantly, the mighty Wrexham AFC take on Sheffield United later, so myself and Jay Grover are at war. I can't see Jay taking up arms on behalf of Sheffield United, to be totally honest. Ravi says, I'm afraid Aninda is talking through his hat. All seas are part of oceans, as are bays, gulfs, and so on. The Indian Ocean touches Australia. So, yeah.
I've just replied to him on Twitter.
Okay, well, in the meantime, I can tell you, while you two are talking about oceans and seas and various bodies of water, that Roy has come onto the front foot to a ball that's moved away from him, and he's thrown the bat at it, got nowhere near it, really. The only thing he was going to get was an edge, but he was far enough away from it. He looks like, I mean, that 100 doesn't seem to have done him any good at all. He's looking terrible.
Looks like the Jason Roy we know and despise.
That's harsh. Left alone outside the off stump. I was talking to a friend of mine last night, and he just said, I can't bear watching Jason Roy bat. And I said, well, yeah, but you've got to remember about Jason Roy is that when he first came into the England side, or the England one-day side, he was very restricted in the number of shots he had. He was very much an onside player, and he has developed the offsides part of his game quite a lot. And he's not just all power now. There is timing, whereas before he was purely a muscler of the ball. So, you know, I've grown to not exactly love Jason Roy, but appreciate him. Admire him, grudgingly admire him, yes. 2 slips, a ring of 3 on the offside, 2 on the onside, mid-on and mid-wicket. Man has gone back at deep square. In comes Ngidi. Bowls again. Oh, he bowled him! And that was a horrible shot. That was a truly horrible shot. He's missed that by yards. He's been a massive gate between bat and pad. In fact, I think the bottom hand came away from the bat as he was trying to play that shot. I don't think Ngidi can quite believe how terrible a shot that was. But at least Jason Roy's been put out of his misery quite early on. England have lost their first wicket. It's 27 for 1.
The crowd says, you're out.
We could have driven You could have driven a bulldozer through his
It's
path.
extraordinary. I mean, he was missing the ball by some distance on the outside edge, and also now on the inside edge. It doesn't tell us anything about Jason Roy. It doesn't tell us whether he's back. You know, this is the Jason Roy that we need for the World Cup tournament, really, because despite he batting so well
On average, he's
Friday,
average.
On average, he's very average.
Yes.
That was
Yeah,
that 100 is looking a bit like an outlier, isn't it? In a series of rather miserable innings, and so yeah, the jury will remain out, and I suppose a lot will depend on how he goes in Kimberley on Wednesday. Anyway, England have lost their first wicket. New man coming to the crease should be this man.
He arrived with a smile, and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stoke School, playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
And so on and so on.
And can you let the cat in? Oh, you
I have.
already
I've opened the door. I've opened the flap, and a cat has skittled through. She is in. She is in. Who else needs to be let in? I think everyone's in, aren't they, at the moment? So that's good news. We have still got 5 overs to go before we have a change anyway. Someone else has arrived. Who is it? Hello. It's a new man. I don't think I've met him before, but I will find out just who it is. So many new people.
Jay Grover confirms. He says, I live just next to Bramall Lane, and I nominally support United, but I won't be taking up arms or indeed getting out of bed for them anytime soon.
Well, I mean, he'd have to get out of bed quite early because it's in Wrexham.
Right.
Now that's hit Duckett on the pad. A big, huge and imploring appeal from Lungi Ungidi. Marius Erasmus says, not on your Nelly. That is not out. Ben Duckett survives. He made 3 on Friday. So expect something more from him today. Reviews remaining. 1 to South Africa. They decide not to completely burn their bridges on that by referring. I suspect that's pitched well outside leg stump, and that's one of the problems. It's also quite probably a little bit high, but it's a great appeal from Ngidi. It was almost as if he was praising the Almighty as he turned around there. And I suppose in some ways Erasmus is the Almighty. He's a presence,
he's an
isn't
Easter
he?
Island god, isn't
He's a
he?
presence. He's an Easter Island god. Yes. In comes Ngidi again. 2 slips still waiting. Oh, and he's played at that one. Well, if he did get an edge, it's been put down by Quinton de Kock, and I think he did get an edge because everyone has hands on heads, and that was a simple catch. It really was. And Duckett is very fortunate to survive. Oh, that's a terrible, terrible piece of wicket keeping from. He was just very casual about it, de Kock.
Yeah.
And he couldn't believe it himself. Well, there you go. A let off. Well, I say a let off. It doesn't look to me as if it's gone anywhere near the bat. Everyone else was getting very excited, but looking for that from behind the wicket, certainly doesn't look like an edge. Anyway, and Ngidi to complete the over. In. Bowles finds the edge this time, and it's flown really over second slip. Parnell is down at third man, so it's only going to be a 1, but this is a very uncomfortable start for Ben Duckett, who will keep the strike. 6 overs have been bowled. Success for Ngidi. England 28 for 1. Messi.
Well, there is quite an amusing Oceans battle going on Twitter, but I'm not going to read it all. It is between Ravi and Anindo over Oceans and various sources of information. I think the most pertinent thing is Anindo saying, I would put my life on the line if Wikipedia said it was safe to do so.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
because
don't believe a word of it.
Ravi
Jay says,
is quoting from Wikipedia.
yeah. Jay says, even if I was so inclined at my age and fitness levels, I'm certainly not starting any shit in Wrexham, BBC or no BBC.
Yeah, I've never been to Wrexham, so I can't comment on what it's like. But I mean, Wrexham, they're the big team of non-league now because they've had so much money pumped into them by those Hollywood stars. I mean, they nicked one of our players from 2 divisions above last year for 300 grand. The only bloke who could score any goals. This is clipped away by Duckett. It's not all that far away from mid-wicket, who dives but can't lay hands on it, and he's picked up a very nice one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Yeah, nicely timed. A little bit aerial. Sometimes you see those shots and you think, oh, he's done quite well, but it goes straight to hand. But this one didn't, and it's sped away to the boundary. There's a man with a...
looks a bit like Messages.
It does look a bit like Messages, and he's got a t-shirt on saying double world champions. I don't know who he could be referring to. Parnell bowls, driven, but the bat turns in the hand of Duckett. And he'll only get a single as Nortje runs round underneath his green yellow trimmed sun hat at mid-on, and they take the 1. And looking at Ngidi's over against Roy, he's taking the ball away, then he brought it back. I mean, you've got to give him credit, but Jason Roy kind of just wasn't locating the line of the ball, even though it was swinging a bit, and that makes it more difficult. He was so far away from each delivery that you're kind of worried about his eyesight. Still keeping the 2 slips in there. That perhaps shows you we're into the 7th over, that this pitch is doing a little bit. Parnell in, bowls to Milan, trapped on the back foot. That's got to be close, and this time Milan has to go, and I think he knows he was dead and buried there. He barely moved off the crease. It hit him low down. England thinking about reviewing. He's having a little word with Ben Duckett, but I think Ben Duckett will say, no Dawid.
On your way.
On your way, and he does. He can't sugar the pill for poor old Dawid Malan, and England find themselves suddenly 27-33, in fact, for 2. It's all happening so quickly, can't keep up with the score. Wayne Parnell finally has the LBW. His bowling has probably deserved. Oh, wrong jingle. It wasn't either of those jingles. I'm having a terrible time. Having a terrible time here. I'm almost as bad a time as Dawid Malan. It does get wickets, and you can get a t-shirt to that to sort of emphasise that point from Gorilla Cricket if you go to our merchandise store. But that was a good ball. It wasn't shit at all. And the previous one that I tried to play was a duck. There just seemed to be a lack of wicket jingles here. Probably should have played this one.
On your bike, mate.
Anindo, great start for South Africa, this.
It is a really good start, and Milan was really the only one who was looking at all comfortable this morning.
Does anyone have any details about whether this can't be the same pitch that they used on Friday, can it? But it
very unlikely, because if you saw how Jason Roy was playing, it was clear, if you score a century as he did, and you come back on the same pitch, you're just going to continue where you left off.
You would have thought so, wouldn't you? Unless it's just worn, but I don't know, 100 overs, or I guess it was about 94 overs on it on
one day
Friday.
is not enough. In South Africa, one day is not enough to wear it out.
Anyway, a man who needs some runs. He's played one-day internationals, got a duck. It's this man.
Harry Brook is the future. Unless he bats away, Simon Carrigan bowls.
I must say I'm struggling to see the comparison or the connection between Harry Brook and Simon Kerrigan, but there you go, that's Mog for you. One slip, 3 men saving a single on the offside, equally 3 men on the onside. The mid wicket is a little bit shorter than he might normally be. The square leg is probably 3 or 4 yards in front of square, so there's not much of a gap there between those two. Outside the off stump, looking to try and swing it back, doesn't really do too much, and Harry Brook leaves this alone. 33 for 2. Duckett has 6. Brook yet to score. He's going down the wicket and having a look at it and giving it a prod here and a prod there. And
But he's just got to treat it like Test match cricket.
yeah. Which, I mean, the way he plays Test match cricket, or has played Test match cricket, is perfectly fine for one-day internationals. Brilliant in Pakistan before Christmas. He jabs this one. He gets his first run down to third man. His first run in one-day international cricket. And England moved to 34 for 2. But it does look quite hard work to bat, which is quite odd. Maybe the groundsman took a day off and didn't do the work that he was supposed to on this pitch. It's looking a little
It's
bit.
it's a two-paced pitch. I think a little bit of two-paced.
Yeah, every now and again one
Boomer said
bouncing.
when he put England in that he thought it might be a bit sticky.
Oh, and that one jumps on Duckett, who plays it down into the onside. And Wayne Parnell looks at the pitch as much as Ben Duckett does and says, "I'm a bit surprised by that." Not as surprised as Ben Duckett was. It's the end of the 7th over. England are 34 for 2, and maybe we have some more tweets.
Ravi and Inda going head to head still. And Farong says, in relation to an earlier conversation, can Messi have some Murdoch publications for Aninda if this was to occur? And it's in relation to him eating 4 inches of square of newspaper. If you're going to eat anything, eat Murdoch. There's
Eat the Sunday Times, because it's huge, the Sunday Times. It's got about 18 sections. It's got about 3 different magazines.
I knew this was coming, which is why I specified in my original tweet 4 square inches.
Oh, that's so unambitious. So unambitious. If you're going to eat your words, you've got to
That's
eat.
about as much Murdoch as I can take.
You've got to.
No, you've got. I'm sorry, and then you've got to be more precise. You've got 16 square inches. You said 4 inches square.
First ball of a new over from Ngidi is quite full, but Brooke does not try anything too
You're splitting
expansive.
hairs now.
There is no.
No. I'm technically correct, and you know it. You're just trying to weasel out. By the way, Tony Bishop says, I've been to bloody Wrexham, Hendo. We lost 1-0 to a dodgy Mickey Thomas free kick.
Oh, well, that's
Never
going back a few years, isn't it? If Mickey Thomas was scoring, that's probably in the 80s, isn't it? Or early 90s, I'm not sure. I just can't remember. I've been alive too long now, I can't remember anything. Ngidi in again to Brooke, who goes back, waits for it, and then drives, but in the air, and off the outside edge, flies down to Nortje at third man. And England rather unsecurely move on to 35 for 2. And I can tell you that if you're listening, if you've got the TV on, we are saving you from Mark Nicholas, Pommy Mbangwa, and someone else. I mean, Pommy Mbangwa. If you have Pommy Mbangwa and KP together, if you played that to me for more than 15 minutes, I would offer up any secret that I have. Because I just would not be able to cope with it. It would be a very good form of war torture. Of course, we don't condone any sort of torture on this programme. Ngidi bowls, and Duckett comes on to the front foot, defends up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, I've often thought that. I was discussing this again last night with someone about what would make you squeal if you were put under pressure, and he said Bohemian Rhapsody on loop would do it for him. So we think what would
I wouldn't mind Bohemian Rhapsody on loop.
Really? Do you? No, yeah, but it's so long.
Beats the hell out of Steve Waugh or KP.
Yeah, maybe. Yes, let's put that out to the Twitter sphere. What would make you squeal if you were under duress? Ngidi comes in again to bowl to Duckett, and it's full, and he aims a big drive at that one. He got his front leg out of the way. Wasn't really a classic drive. It was one of Ben Duckett's all his own, but he made no contact. It seems to be a real struggle. He went back, and then he didn't bring the front foot forward, did he? He just threw the bat at it. And I mean, you might get away with that on really good wickets, but this seems to be far from a very good wicket for batting. So I think England are going to just have to be maybe bring themselves in and be a bit more circumspect here. Maybe 220, 240 might be a good score on this pitch. And Ngidi in again, bowls, and Duckett defends the ball on the line of middle and leg up to mid-on. The lanky Marco Janssen does the fielding, and there is no run. 35 for 2. 1 ball remaining in the 8th over. South Africa won the toss, put England into bat, and so far they'll be very happy with that decision, although whether this pitch gets better or progressively worse remains to be seen. Ngidi 1 for 14, and he ambles back to the top of his run, turns round, sees Duckett is ready, and runs in once more up to the stumps. Bowls to Duckett, full on his leg stump. He likes it there. He works it down to long leg, Nortje fields, and they take another single. Just the 2 runs from the over, just the 2 singles. England 36 for 2, Duckett 7, Brook 2. Messi.
Katie's with us again. She says, hello, I only just realised that this game started earlier than the last one.
Yes.
Good to hear you again, although I may have to switch over to the women's under-19 final later. Well, if it's anything like as exciting as the semi-final, that's well worth following. We'll try and keep you up to date with that. Jay Grover says, Katie Walker talking about her holidays forever. Extra pain if she calls them holes. Yeah, well, Katie Walker hasn't been on air for a long time, Jay, but you don't forget, do you? Dave Wood says, what would make me squeal? The Sky commentary line. Lineup you just mentioned. Please make it stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Duckett's going to get a couple more here as he aims a drive, but doesn't really time, but he'll get those 2, as I said, into the offside. It may just be a pitch for accumulation rather than big shots, this one. So, as I said, England might have to rethink their philosophy ever so slightly. It's a very good start for South Africa and their seamers so far this morning.
They've been bowling really well. I mean, the pitch obviously is not easy to bat on, but they've been absolutely spot on. Other than a couple down the leg side, but they've really been good.
Yeah, and Ngidi's I think bowled really well. Duckett onto the back foot, smashes this into the offside, but hits it straight at Klassen, who's at cover point, and Duckett will be thinking, oh, I could have done with a 4 there. That felt good, but also Klassen was in the way of it. There was a lot of width given to Duckett there, and that was a rare bad ball that he probably should have put away. But, Klassen is relatively close there at cover point. So a good piece of fielding, took it cleanly. Parnell in again, driven, scooped almost by Duckett. A lot of bottom hand to force that up to mid-off. Sorry, Anendo?
I said the timing's been off.
Yes.
I mean, on every one of the shots.
Yeah, I mean, this is the strange thing. I mean, although South Africa slowed down considerably after the power play on Friday, in those first 10 overs there was very little swing, very little movement off the pitch, and the ball was coming onto the bat really nicely, and I think South Africa got up to a sort of 80 odd, didn't they? But today there's just no one can find any timing. They're going to get a single here as Duckett squeezes that one past mid-wicket. It's fielded by Nortje running round at mid-on to his left. England move to 39 for 2. Lovely day in Bloemfontein. People have brought their big umbrellas, but that's purely to keep the sun off rather than rain. And I can tell you that none other than David Brooke is in the house. David Brooke is in the house. I haven't seen him for years. I can't remember the last time I saw David. He was probably in the Groucho Club at some point. Defended into the offside by the right-handed Harry Brooke as he gets down to face. It's 3 years, says. Have you been notching the, swiping them off the calendar? Last time I saw Hendo. Tick, tick, tick. I know. It must be great for you to see me again.
Has he brought you a Moroccan carpet?
He hasn't brought me a Moroccan carpet. I'm very disappointed. Where's my Moroccan carpet? You go all the way to Morocco and I get this lousy T-shirt. I don't know. I don't get a T-shirt at all, or a carpet. Onto the back foot goes Harry Brooke. Not Dave Brooke, Harry Brooke, and it's defended There are Brooks everywhere. There are Brooks breaking out all over the world. That's the end of the 9th over. England are 39 for 2. He's here. He's so keen. He's coming onto the mic already.
It's a bit of a sore point.
Yeah, go away, David.
Oh,
go away.
what happened to you? Hang on. I want to find out from David. There's a sore point about his Moroccan carpet. What happened?
We bought one.
Oh, you bought one. That is the sore point. Yeah.
£2 worth.
2 grand of Moroccan
I've maxed
carpet.
out every credit card I've got. I'm now skint.
He's skint.
I had to. If it wasn't for the fact that I've got a card, I've had to have walked here.
For 2 grand, I'd have expected to travel back on that Moroccan carpet from Morocco. I really would have. 2 grand.
Hush, we got some nominees for what would make people squeal.
Oh yes, good stuff.
Well, Anindo nominates Danny Morrison. Ravi says Nadine Dar is gushing about Boris Johnson.
Oh God, yes.
And Jay says I bear more grudges than High Court judges. Leah says morning all. Hello, Leah. Had to run when England were on top on Friday. What the fuck happened?
Yeah, well, that's
and
what
she
we'll be
says
asking.
Elaine Fisher on loop would make her squeal.
Who?
By the way, I think we should pay tribute to Kat coming on after this over. She could have been at Docklands Stadium watching Sean Marsh, who's now on 40 off 27 delivery. He's great when his legs don't fall off.
We're going to change bowling. First change of the morning. Marco Janssens, left arm over the wicket, coming in to bowl to Duckett. And he moves one off the seam immediately, and Duckett gets nowhere near it. He wasn't trying anything too ambitious. He was just playing in behind the line of the ball, but it went away off the seam and beat him. So Marco Janssen into the attack. Got a jingle that goes like this.
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
I think what's making it even more difficult for the English batsmen is that because the ball's not coming on, all the South African pacers have cut back on their speeds.
But this is a nice shot from Duckett. He goes onto the back foot and forces through the offside. Bavuma's roared after it and slides in, picks it up and throws all in one motion. Fantastically athletic fielder. But Duckett is back for 3. But that was a genuinely good shot. Takes England to 42 for 2. Duckett's now moved on to 13. Not much foot movement, but he did wait for it and played it well in front of square. Right? I mean, he does like to play back of square, doesn't he? On the offside, Duckett. This is another example of how slow this pitch is. He's forced to play in front of square, or much further in front of square. Brings Brook down to face. He has 2. I don't think Harry Brook's got a magic carpet, but he might be magic today. That's a painful segue. In comes Janssen, bowls, and nearly got through there, as Brook was a little bit timid in his defence. The ball rolled down off the face of the bat down onto his pad and out into the onside. 42 for 2. There does seem to be a penchant in this South African side amongst the seam bowlers for very bad porn moustaches. Anrich Nortje has got one, and he's just warming up. But Janssen also has one. A slip in a gully now, as he's in, bowls very wide of off stump, and it's left alone by Brook. And De Kock has to dive across in front of his slip to take that one.
And that's not a one.
I beg your pardon?
I said that
at least there
was
are
not
no mullets.
I think there was a sort of combination there of Anindo saying, and that wasn't a wide, and also Messi Jez saying, at least there aren't mullets. I'm sure there will be some mullets. So that was sort of a mashup of Anindo and Messi, commentary mashup. In comes Janssen, bowls, good ball, probing around the top of off stump, and pushed into the offside by Harry Brook. And one ball from now you will have none other than the great David Brook. He's
not on the roster.
Is David Brook not on the roster?
No.
He is on the roster.
I'm
Yes,
sorry, I tell a lie.
You do. Just stop confusing me, Messi.
You're so welcoming, Messi.
He's so welcoming. So
welcoming.
Sorry,
you're not in the list. You're not coming in. You should be a gateman at Lord's.
Get out with your magic carpet. Janssen in, bowls. He makes that fly off the pitch, jumping on Brook and beats him. That's the end of the 10th over. It's the end of the power play, and in that power play, England have rather stuttered to 42 for 2. They've lost Dawid Malan, they've lost Jason Roy, and Duckett and Brook are trying to repair the damage while scoring at a reasonable rate. But it's hard going. There will be a change. David Brook, are you taking on ball by ball, David?
Yes, I am.
David is going to take on ball by ball. He's going to be joined by Kat and who else is on? Messi, you seem to know who's on.
Yep. See you guys.
Jason is on tweets. I'll just do a couple on YouTube. Just say hello to Brian in Brisbane, or Northampton as we know. Spud, Ian H and Kantan Via, all with us on YouTube. Good to have you along. And we're up to date on tweets. If you can let Jason know that'd be great.
Well, I think he's just sorting. I think it's Dom. I think Dom is in. I haven't met Dom before, but anyway. Oh, I'll just jingle up. I'll tell you what. I'll stay in the jingles for now, and I will jingle up the new bowler because it's a double change, and it's going to be this man.
If your number one project is to have yourself a bride, I think I've got your number one guy. He was bought by a franchise when he was buying meat. It's Henrik Nokia.
It is indeed. I found them. Just letting Jason know that the spectacles have been found. And first ball from Nokia has been driven by Duckett to mid-off, and there is no run. Well, after the Lord Mayor's show, coming on after Hendo, it's a thankless task. Duckett plays that one onto the leg side. You all the listeners saying, "Oh no, Hendo's off, going to make their cups of tea or whatever." But it's 42 for 2, and because I haven't seen Hendo for 3 years, I just asked him, Hendo, would you mind just staying on just for a few balls?
I'll sit in the jingle chair. I mean, I might as well.
Right,
I'll jingle away, and that frees up. Well,
that'll be good for the listenership figures. We won't get the customary drop-off that used to occur when you passed over to me. There would be a noticeable dip in the stats. Nokia. But Duckett almost plays that one on. He ends up playing it down to his foot, and we didn't look too concerned about it. Duckett he's on 13, and I've got 3 different pairs of glasses, Hendo. I've got the distance ones for the screen. I've got the screen glasses for mid-range.
Yep.
And then of course the reading glasses
for the closer laptop. Why do you need another laptop?
What?
Why do you need this other laptop? Are there not enough laptops around you for? We've got 5 laptops, but you brought in your own as well.
I tell you, I was about to say, this is like being in a Vodafone store, but it's not, because Vodafone haven't had any Apple products delivered for a while. That's outside the off stump, and Duckett has a little play at that and doesn't get very close to it at all. Little parental nudge there from Hendo to say, keep your eye on the action, lad. They're not here to hear you. They're here to listen to the cricket match.
I'm gonna shut up now because Kat's coming all the way from Melbourne. Jason is almost taken his seat, so I'm merely here for the jingles.
Well, again, typical of the man, the humility, the modesty of the man, the best broadcaster never to take the BBC shilling. England 42 for 2. 10.4 overs they're put in today by South Africa in this second ODI. It's coming again from Bloemfontein as Nokia bowls, and that's very correctly played by Duckett up to mid-off, and there is no run. There's an unhurried air to things so far. The current run rate 3.88. Bazball will be laughing. All those test match players will be absolutely pissing themselves at this run rate in an ODI. Just 3.88. How they must be laughing at the pedestrian speed of an ODI. It's very much the sort of unwanted child now, isn't it? There's a... Oh, sorry, I should be talking to... I'm just reintroducing for the first time today Jason, who's on with me. And Jason, a very good morning to you. End of the over, England 42 for 2.
Good morning. Yes, it seems to be the poor partner now, and they don't seem to put that much investment in it anymore. It's seen as old-fashioned fuddy-duddy, almost white ball cricket now.
To name just 2 terms of endearment or words of abuse. And Hendo's mouthing something. We've got, joining us by the miracle of technology, is Kat, all the way from Melbourne. Kat, how are you?
Hello there. Very nice to see you there,
If I could change my glasses, I would be able to see you.
I'm going to presume you are related to Harry Brook. You must be his father, possibly grandfather.
I'm unable to take any further part in this commentary stint, Jason. I'm going to pass over to you. That was inside edge for no run.
No, it's gone for 4.
Oh, it's gone for 4. 4 runs. 4 runs.
Chaos.
That's one of the... I'm speechless. You better follow that up with something of a
That is
conciliatory
incredible.
nature.
Let me summarise that ball. He's got a kind of a French cut just over the top of his own leg stump, and it's gone down to fine leg for 4. Beautiful shot right in the gap, wouldn't you say, David and Jason? I think that was right in the gap.
Harry Brook plays that one down and there's no run. Harry Brook's grandfather. He's my second cousin, twice removed. We're the same generation. Well, his grandfather. 46 for 2. England 46 for 2 off 11.2. Harry Brook's grandfather, my arse. Right, Jansen. Here he comes, bowling his left arm over. He's got even taller since I saw him last. But outside the off stump, that's a loose one. And Brook puts back to ball, but doesn't pierce the inner circle. Amanda looked for a moment like Hashim Amla is fielding at extra cover, but it can't be him. He's got the same floppy sun hat, and fortunately the camera is not on him at the moment. Bavuma's going to have a little word with Janssen. A contrast in height there, wouldn't you say, Kat?
That's incredible. I mean, I think he's yelling. I can see him yelling up to Jansen because Jansen can't hear him otherwise.
Well, the one's 6'8", and the other one's about 5'6".
That's what I was referring. Thank you very much, Jason, for rescuing that link. Jansen over the wicket, bowls, and that's steered nicely by Brook. All the time in the world. Touch of the Shubman Gills about that. If you say hello to our India listeners on Crick Tracker, that's all the way to the boundary for one of these.
That went like a tracer bullet.
And that was beautifully stroked. It was just no effort. A bit like Shubman Gill, that Brook has the ability to score runs off good length balls. That was just a bit too short, a little bit too much width, and he had all in the time in the world, and he stroked that. Last time I saw a man play a shot like that, Hendo, it was you playing for Sutton.
No, I don't play for Sutton.
No.
Epsom, not Sutton.
It wasn't you. You were the bowler. You were the fielder chasing it to the boundary. Jansen, in he goes to Brook. That one absolutely steeples in bounce, and Brook is going to take a notice of that. Jansen didn't play in the first ODI, really getting it to rear off a length there.
Do we have Jason in the room with you there, David?
We do.
Yes, fantastic.
You can't see me, but and Diana Patterson, Leah says hi, Cat. Also says I'm here primarily for the astrophysics, linguistic, and cinema and whatever banter. Well, the cricket is a welcome sideshow.
Well, we're going to get plenty of banter today. Jansen bowls, and that's played out into the just behind point, and there's no run. England 50 for 2. Hendo and I are celebrating. First time we've been in the Gorilla Studios simultaneously. That's my fault, not Hendo's. And Jason also is here. England 50 for 2. Jason, what's happening in the World Wide Web?
We're getting a couple of YouTuber issues being relayed to us from Diana Patterson, who says it's a YouTube mess. I think we've got too many people on the Zoom being broadcast. And Ravi Nair says, Tony Bishop says, babbling and batting and babbling, Brook and Brook. Ravi Nair says, hooray, it's cricket back cats. Also, who's going to tell that the French cat is politically incorrect? There's a surprise. Ravi talking about politically correctness, and we call it a Vatican slice instead.
Nokia to bowl the new over. That's nicely played away by Duckett, but there's a decent bit of fielding. My God, how did he get the ball in so quickly there? Let's have a look at who that was. That was the skipper setting an example. He really got down and actually returned the ball in all one movement. A bit like Hendo getting out of the chair, all one graceful movement. And that's it was a beautiful piece of fielding, and it was almost a run out at the non-striker's end. It was would have been a spectacular run out because he had to go to his right and it bounced over the stumps. It was dead straight, and Bavuma relishing this role as ODI captain, and he's really setting an example in the field, and he's got this South Africa team really absolutely humming this morning. They've really taken to their work. They've they had a plan, and of course the bowling attack, although missing Rabada, does have Jansen in it this time. That's played nicely, that little sweep, flick of the wrists by Brook. It's gone all the way to the boundary, my word, just a little flick, and it's gone for another of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Boundary from Brook goes on to 10, not out. Duckett 14 out. 2 men out. Inevitably, Jason Roy. As soon as he brought the good bowlers on, like Ngidi and Jansen, who weren't playing in the last game, he had no answer. He survived an LBW review, which was almost out, just over the top of middle stump. It didn't last very long. Flat track bully Jason Roy bowled Ngini for 9. Dawid Malan didn't look too permanent either, always vulnerable to this ball that just keeps a bit low, straightens up. He's on the back foot, pinned LBW by Wayne Parnell, the Kolpak player who's back playing for South Africa for 12. Duckett on 14, Brook on 10, 51 for 2. A couple of changes to tell you about. Chris Wokes is playing today, and he's come into the team, as is Reece Topley, replacing Jofra Archer. Just had that one game back. He's not yet really fully cooked, is he, at all? And Chris Wokes coming in for David Willey, which should strengthen this team. And that's no run there for the first ball this over from that's their third ball there from Nokia. Brook on 14, Duckett on 14. As far as South Africans are concerned, yes, Maharaj is in, and Ngidi and Jansen. So 3 of the Test match players have come in to this ODI side. It looks a much better unit as a result of that. That's played just tickled round the corner by and Brook, and 56 for 2 England, and shades of the T20 World Cup with seeing Duckett and Brook together. Kat, did you catch much of the T20 World Cup?
No, not a great deal. I've been mainly watching. In fact, I'm missing, as the others mentioned before, I'm missing the Big Bash finals tonight, which we could have gone and watched, but instead I was dedicated to commentary. So that's it's not great. My team, the Renegades, are probably going to be eliminated tonight.
The final is between who? He said, trying to raise the... No, that one. I'll ask you that in a moment. That's outside the off stump. This one's not timed by Duckett, and it goes. Tell us about who's made the final.
Perth Scorchers.
Well, the Scorchers are in the Perth Scorchers are in the final, and there's a bit of an elimination at the moment with the Renegades are batting. They're doing okay, but the Renegades are batting, and they're playing against the Sixers, and whoever wins out of that is going to have.
Oh, it's finals day, like we have in England.
Well, no, it's an elimination final. It's effectively a semi-final between second and third.
Oh, it's not the final.
No, that's
5 of them make the finals out of 8. 5 of the teams.
Nokia bowls. That's outside the off stump. Another switch from Duckett. Living a bit dangerously outside the off stump there. Duckett's looking to up the rate because he's on 14 from 25 balls. That would not make a particularly good strike rate. And England 56 for 2 at the end of 13 overs. England are going to take drinks and chance to catch up with all the social media. If there's not enough, please contact us through various means. If YouTube is on the blink, you can also listen to us by going to the Guerilla Cricket website. You can also watch us on Facebook and listen to us at the same time. And there's also an app called Hot Mic, which enables you to sync our commentary with the TV. So lots of ways to get hold of us and get in touch with us and tell us where you're listening to us from, or just to say hello.
Well, Message S says, I'm a bit concerned about Cricket Backpack Cat torso. Adjustments made it idiot, to which Cat has literally just adjusted her mic, her screen herself. There was also an issue with the studio that I think I've fixed. And Dave Wood says, message from Harry Brook. Great, Uncle David. How many times do we need to discuss heritage and pride?
Well, we discussed it a lot because it's important to us as a cricketing family. He calls me uncle. It's, I let it go. Technically, we're third cousins twice removed.
And looking on YouTube, we've got Stupid Things asking messages what she thinks of the music choices. Brian in Bisbane says hello. Spud says, morning gorillas, trying to catch as much as I can before I nod off. Ian H says, morning Team G. And Tanvir Khan just says, sends an emoji, so welcome to you all.
Yes, welcome, and wherever you are in the world, and there isn't anyone further away from Sydenham in South London, the Gorilla Cricket studio, than Kat. Kat, you were originally, I think you still are, member of the White Line Wireless team, which is the Gorilla Cricket alternative commentary service in Australia, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. I commentate for White Line Wireless, although they've been a bit dormant for a while. You never know. Some of the commentators do appear for Gorilla Cricket, and I commentate for Cricket Australia as well. The last couple of games I did were the women's ODI tournament in Australia, the state tournament, effectively. So.
And how does the Australian...
They're my teams.
Right. How does the Australian cricket authorities... how do they regard you and your work for White Line? Do they see you as pirates or promoters of the game?
I don't think they even know it exists.
Right.
I've got a question for Kat whilst we're talking about this. Kat, what were your thoughts on the Australia under-19 defeat to England in a low-scoring semi-final thriller? I'm
actually really happy that England have got through. So, and that's on as well. There's a lot of cricket on today.
There is, because the finals on.
That's really exciting because we don't want the Australians to dominate women's cricket forever, right?
No, they've certainly got a hegemony at the moment in the adult format. As Dave disappears very quickly out the frame. They're building. I mean, they've got an experienced team, and that team doesn't look like it's going to need refreshing anytime soon. And even if they do, the youngsters that are coming through, like Alana King, look fit and ready for the job already.
Yeah. Well, I think that as soon as we get the Indian women's IPL going, it won't be too many years before Australia is maybe second, and India just take over the women's cricket worldwide. So I think we've got a limited amount of time where England and Australia remain on top.
And we're back live now.
Back live as Jansen bowls to Brooke, who just steers it over the heads of first slip. It doesn't matter to Cock, you can make that face if you like, but that was a perfectly legitimate shot. It was out-thought there. Brooke actually using the height and the bounce that Jansen generated to just plop it over the top of the slips, and well, they can say that was I don't know why they've got the teapot. I guess it was actually wasn't that as far away from Jacob as I thought it was. He could have actually caught that.
Well, a taller keeper
would have caught it. A Jansen. If Jansen had been bowling to his twin brother in his backyard, Dujon, he would have leapt up. Dujon would have leapt up like a fish and got that.
6'1".
Wasn't that, was he? He just looked a lot smaller when he was standing next to the likes
Joel Garner.
Joel Garner, yeah, that's played defensively by Brooke, and there's no run. So we've had the drinks break. You weren't missing any of the action there, but I think the conversation would have interested Sunil in India, who's listening to us, the Channel 10, the voice of Channel 10 India. Welcome to you, Sunil, and I know you would have been interested in the conversation there between Kat in Melbourne and Jason in the studio here in London about women's cricket, because you're a big advocate of what's going to happen in the next 3 years as India now really embracing the women's game. Jansen bowls, and that's steered away by Brooke down to third man for a single, and that's a pretty recent development, Kat, isn't it? India's sort of India now belatedly really embracing the women's game.
Well, the franchises were sold Kat, in the last week or so.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it's taken far too long. I don't know why they didn't want to just make more money out of women's cricket.
Well, they didn't think that. Presumably, they didn't think it had a value. And as Jason said, just tell us a bit more about that. What's been happening in
the 5 franchises bids were put in, seal bids, and they got approved last week, and I think it was to the tone of about 600 million in total for the franchises.
Great, so that's
5 franchises.
Yeah, so that's a real turning point, a game changer. This one from Jansen climbs on Duckett, and they can just go through for single. Actually, it doesn't take much for a Jansen delivery to climb onto Duckett. So those valuations, that's going to change perceptions of women's cricket, isn't it, in India?
Yeah, look, what's going to happen is as soon as men start making money from women's cricket, that, it's going to be really popular. As always, can't wait for men to make a lot more money out of women's cricket than they already do.
And that's that is that out? It's an attempted pull shot by Brook. It's not out. Rasmus is. I wasn't sure if it brushed his glove on the way through. It was another one of those steeplers from Janssen. Brook tried to smash it over. Well, he didn't smash it. Tried to pull it round to deep square. He didn't make contact. I thought for a moment it might have brushed his glove, but. Well, Janssen loses nothing in height. He really does get the ball steepling bounce, and it certainly makes for entertaining watching when you've got this almost like tennis ball bounce from Janssen, because it makes every ball is an event, as Bumble would say. And that's nicely driven by by Brook. They've put a man back at deep extra cover now for him, and he moves to 21 of 24 balls. A contrast here really between Brook and some of the effortless shots that he's playing, and a lot of playing and missing from Duckett, but they're both still in. It's 63 for 2.
A couple of tweets from Leia. She said, I have to start cooking a chicken soup. Thanks for entertaining me during that. And she also says, I'm pretty sure CA is aware of One White Line Wireless. Australia Parliament sure is, because I'm sure that they weren't you quoted in Parliament at one point? Kat?
Yeah, I can't remember the details of that, but I think you're right.
Very nonchalant.
You're right about that.
Brook has to take the glove off that one to get this bounce this time from Nokia, who started a new over. That one also climbed not as much bounce as Janssen gets, obviously, but Nokia's got the pace. And England 64 for 2, 14.1 overs. So White Line Radio was mentioned in Parliament, and in what was the context of that? Was that a rights battle, or do we know?
I can't remember. Can anyone remember?
I think it was the fact that there wasn't going to be any coverage in an away series from any broadcaster, including White Line Wireless.
It's not the one where Adam Collins got his credit card out, was it?
It might have been.
Nokia bowls, and that's pulled away by Ben Duckett. There's a long leg there. Janssen has finished his bowling duties for the moment. Has gone down and fielded that. And great news, everyone. Guerrilla Cricket is saving you from having to listen to Kevin Peterson and Sean Pollock. What a terrible combination that would be. My God, that would be enough to put me back to bed on a Sunday morning. Guerrilla Cricket saving... Oh, come on, Jason. You can't disagree with that.
I have no problems with Sean Pollock.
No, but he's having to sit there with
He's having to pander to Kevin Peterson, yes. But I have no problem with Sean Pollock as a commentator.
That's played away. It's got a lot of bat on that. Where's it going to go? All the way into the bleachers, onto the grass verge, into the picnic area from Brook. It's gone big, big, big shot. Nokia dropped short, and it was helped round by Brook. It's gone a long, long way. For one of those big maximums, a smaximum, it was just really beautifully helped on its way by Brook. When he gets going, there's, well, our Indian listeners listening to us on Quick Tracker and other forms of media devices will appreciate this innings. That one is nicely helped out. Successive boundaries. This one's all along the ground. He's playing with Nokia now. He's making Nokia look like a village bowler. Brook has helped himself to another boundary. 10 off 2 balls. He moves to 32.
There's 12 runs so far from this over, 2 balls a pan, and that is 146 kilometres an hour from Nokia. So Brook's really seeing them well.
He really has got a lot of time, and as I say, Indian listeners will understand the comparison I'm making with Shubman Gill, who and Indian listeners, many people around the world will be talking about the double century scored by Shubman Gill in the recent ODI series against New Zealand, and there's a lot to. I mean, the feature that what ties that innings to the one of Brook, who plays it out for no run, is that they both score off good balls. Now, that is the only thing you could say was about the ball from that wasn't a bad ball from Nokia. That one's played down defensively, but the ball before that he helped round the corner was not a bad ball. It was just slightly leggy.
Yeah, he flapped his bat nicely round it, and he kept good control of it. He didn't hit it up. He hit it. He made sure he hit it down.
Brook getting into his stride now. This is exciting to watch. That was Nokia got the better of him there, beat him, hit his body. It's gone down to Quentin de Kock, who's making a huge meal of this. Kock is on the floor. Quentin de Kock.
To be fair, he did get hit on the finger in the first game, so if it's hit him on the same place again, I'm not surprised he's wincing a bit.
I mean, he's playing so little cricket these days. I'm amazed he can get wicket-keeping gloves on. Another man who retires from Test cricket for no apparent reason. So he's on. Yeah, whilst he's struggling on the ground, Jason will be sympathetic, I'm sure.
Yeah, whilst he's taking a little time to recover, I'll get a couple of tweets in. Message says, it's worth noting that the most extravagant purchase of a franchise in the women's IPL was by the Adani Group, who since started falling apart because of stock manipulation allegations. Well, that's not good. He also says, clarifies that White Line Wireless were praised in Parliament for filling the gap that arose from the ABC not covering an Australian series overseas.
Who's that from?
That was from Messages, and Leia says it was a series Colo brought the rights to. Yes, that's the Australia versus Pakistan one in the UAE. Calling the Shots podcast has the full story.
Calling the Shots, that's the podcast from...
That's one of the podcasts of Adam Collins, I think.
Right, Adam Collins. Yeah, no, it's great. The alternative cricket network of people that want to keep bringing these matches to you. Very important for the ecology of international cricket. But Kat, just bringing you back in there, White Line, you say, has gone slightly dormant. Surely with an alternative cricket service, you need to be able to rely on the fact that they're going to cover, all the key matches. Are they no longer doing that? Is there a role for Guerrilla Cricket Australia?
So there's a few callers, but there are no producers. But there's a little bit of a move afoot to maybe revive it.
Well, don't rush into that. I'm thinking there's an opportunity here. Bear in Sydenham will be thinking Guerrilla Cricket Australia.
That's already been proposed for sure. So there's quite a few callers, and we do still have the equipment, but it's more the the ability for
people to
I think that
congregate.
the crew in Australia were a bit younger than the crew in England, so we don't have as many retired people who have the time to...
What do you mean retired people? There's no retired people on this network. I've got to stop you with your ageist abuse. It's a second use of ageist. I mean, we have a charter which we adhere to where we are anti-ageist and racist and sexist language, and that's twice that you've done that, Kat.
Broadcaster.
Yeah. What? Yeah, exactly. We're equal opportunity broadcast.
I'm only stating facts.
Well, we are factually inaccurate as well. There are no retired members of the Guerrilla Cricket commentary team. Hendo works at the Times, in case you hadn't worked out.
Not today. Yeah.
What? Well, he hasn't retired, has he?
No.
Nobody's in a position to retire anymore. And also just in terms of the your age comparisons, you're quite wrong, because as a whole.
We've got a youngster in the green room
indeed,
today.
we have. Yes, we have a youngster in the green room. So
who you'll be meeting in about 7 or 8
Ageism
overs.
is the last big ism that I'm
Fantastic.
certainly determined to challenge.
Actually.
Imagine if you had. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox on that one. England 75 for 2 of 15 overs. Duckett on 16. Brooks on 32. And but what I'm interested in is obvious opportunity for Guerrilla Cricket Australia with White Line Radio sort of slipping below the radar, not covering. Are you covering this match? No, wouldn't be this match. They're covering the. Will they be covering the forthcoming Australia versus India Test series in India?
Actually, I think Guerrilla.
No, I'm talking about. I know we are, but our White Line Radio covering it.
White Line Wireless hasn't covered anything for about 3 years.
Great.
So they're
that's great news.
dormant.
Yeah, that's great news. So we'll be mobilising all your
ripe
mates.
for a takeover,
yes,
guys.
let's do it, because we're. I can exclusively reveal that Guerrilla Cricket will be covering the forthcoming 4-match Test series. A mouth-watering, eye-watering encounter between the two best teams in the world, India and Australia. They're doing battle starting on February the 9th. That series bowls off there in the first Test match, first of 4, and should be a fantastic series.
Just to go back to the cricket for a moment.
I was talking about cricket.
De Kock has had to leave the field. I don't know who's going to take over the gloves, whether it's going to be... is it Clarkson who's the reserve keeper?
Yeah, a very poor keeper, but he is a reserve keeper. Yeah,
or whether or not they will be allowed a substitute at some point during the game.
I mean, I've lost all
sympathy. Well, there's a big mistake there from De Kock. He should have pretended he got hit in the head, and then they would have allowed a substitute.
There's a Gooners on Tour banner that's being shown at the moment on our pictures. Gooners on Tour. They've come a long way to watch, and they missed that Arsenal match the other day. But they certainly, all football fans will be more interested in the game that kicks off today at 1:30. Jace, Brighton and Hove Albion against Liverpool in the FA Cup.
I'm sure the Bear will be very into that.
Going back to the cricket, if I may, Jason.
Yep.
India versus Australia, 4-test series, starts on February the 9th. What Kat is saying is interesting. There's going to be no coverage. Will ABC be covering that, Kat? Will you be able
yes,
to...
there's lots of coverage from other... There's,
right,
ABC
will...
3 radio stations in Australia
in
covering
Australia,
it.
Oh, I see.
There's a couple... There's Fox Sports.
Right, and
so
are they...
There's a lot of coverage
right.
already from Australia.
Are they geo-blocked, or can you hear those outside of Australia?
Yeah, it'll be free to watch in Australia, and it starts at 3 p.m. Australia time. It's almost the very perfect series.
Yes,
there's
absolutely.
almost nothing better.
Very much like West Indies tours in England.
So there'll be a whole load of. Well, this is interesting, Kat, because I've been doing a lot of the rotas for India versus Australia. We're very short of callers. So there'll be a lot of people who are bang on terms of timing. Who will be up for doing some stints for us if there are if there's already radio coverage, because obviously that series would be pretty much invisible to the UK audience and to anyone outside the UK and Australia. So we're doing a service for the rest of the world, because obviously even if Test Match Special cover, even if they take the ABC feed, you won't be able to hear that outside of the UK. So if you're listening to us today from Europe, from South America, from the USA, from West Indies, from India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, then we'll be providing that service. So first test, February the 9th. And Kat, we'll have to pick up on this off air. And if you can start to pick out a couple of mates, maybe some younger.
It's already well in hand. Months ago we started to get ready for this one, so there are plenty of White Line Wireless callers who've been encouraged or bullied into coming.
Well, that's great. Maybe you could find a couple.
Hopefully they'll put their hands up. I think the email's just come out.
And Kat, could you find a couple of more like younger cats? Not younger than you, I mean younger than the average age of the senile coffin dodgers on Guerrilla Cricket.
I wish I could find, like, my granddaughter may well be able to call soon. You never know.
You're not seriously telling us that you're a grandmother?
No, I'm just playing with the age, concepts.
No.
But finally, we have a keeper coming out.
Well, he is kind of a keeper. It looks to me like a fielder with gloves on. It's Klaasen who showed his lack of class in the recent T20 series, where his keeping was a standing joke of a keeper. But he's taken over from de Kock, who plays so little cricket over 20 overs. He's probably thought he's had enough. It's 15 overs have gone. He thought, well, that's it for me. I like my cricket to finish in 20 overs. You know, I like a game of cricket that lasts no longer than 3 hours. I mean, de Kock retiring from Test cricket. What an absolute joke that was. After all that fuss about, taking a knee.
I think that was nothing to do with play on the pitch or anything like that. That was him having a beef with Cricket South Africa, and that basically he decided, I've had enough of this. I'm just going to bail out because it's doing my head in.
I mean, maybe it isn't so great for this keeper to come out, but de Kock's been pretty woeful so far this game. He hasn't known when the batter's nicked the ball. He's missed a lot of balls. So even maybe getting hit on the finger is a good thing for South Africa. This could be a better round of keeping.
Right, we're resuming now after a long break there, with the keepers being replaced, and the first ball from Jansen is played out by Duckett for a single. So we weren't missing any action during that little bit of banter. I know some of you guys listen for the banter rather than the action. We'll try and do a bit of both. England 76 for 2. And I'm realising that my glasses are actually impeding my vision rather than assisting them. And sooner I book that lens replacement treatment, the better, Jace.
Yeah, I should get some tweets in because there's a few coming.
We'll just do this one ball from Jansen, who's bowling now to Brook, because every ball is an event, and that's played out to cover point, no run, non-event.
The ghost of Zoob, who some people from a certain vintage will remember. He says, I've been retired from cricket commentary. Gowered by Nigel. That's a bit hard. I mean, you mean what happened to Gower?
Yes, Brian Henderson, the head of Sky Sports, was the person who stuck the knife into David Gower and Bumble. I guess, Kat, you would have approved of that. 2 old age pensioners should have been pensioned off a lot earlier.
I don't care as long as they're entertaining.
And that's an entertaining shot from Brook, but there's a man down at long leg. I don't know why Jansen's standing looking disappointed, as though fielder should have run in and attempted to take a catch.
I think he thinks he should have put more effort into that. Although I think that was just going to land short anyway.
I mean, Parnell's a kind of languid type of guy, and he could have made perhaps more of an effort there to try and get the catch, because it is Harry Brook, and instead of which he's sort of taking it on the bounce, just in a very casual manner, and he didn't even take it cleanly. So I understand why Jansen was. Jansen actually looking pretty annoyed there with that bit of effort from his fielder. Jansen needs better support than that. This ball doesn't get up so high, and Duckett plays his trademark sweep down to deep square leg for a single. Duckett on 18, Brook on 33. These two becoming the new fixtures of the middle order in white ball cricket, or the top order, I should say. Duckett and Brook coming in at what are they? 4 and 5, 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
3 and 4.
Well, I think Duckett and Brook have both been hitting the ball in the air, so all of the fielders in the outfield should be getting ready for a catch, and I don't think that outfielder was ready. He was not coming in as quick as he could.
Well, again, Parnell's been on the franchise circuit, but no, I haven't said that. Parnell's been playing County Championship cricket as well, so he's played all formats, but he doesn't know who he's playing for today. That's 1 run to Brook, 1 ball to go in this over. Jason is desperate to get back on the tweets.
I am. Lear just says, any German speakers are very welcome to join me and to start Guerrilla Radio Deutschland.
I am being Ashkenazi. I am actually a German speaker. Whether I would be able to sustain any banter or not in German is another matter. That's played out by
Even cricket commentary would be tricky, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Tucked around the corner there by Duckett. And they take 2. Duckett goes on to 20, 81 for 2. That's the end of 16 overs. The run rate's crept up to 5 thanks to Harry Brook. And it's over to Jason.
Messages comes in with a comment on our ageism debate, saying, so, senile coffin dodgers are a nice, non-ageist term to describe those of us who have actually retired then? Yes, we do have one retiree in our roster.
Messers?
Yes.
He's the busiest retired person I've ever met.
Well, I have found from experience here as well with people I know that as soon as you retire, you get asked to do lots of things voluntarily that you would have been paid for otherwise. You become busier and busier.
81 for 2, England, and we're going to see a change of bowling. This is one of the guys who's come into one of the 3 Test match players who's boosting this South African ODI team today. It's Keshav Maharaj. Let's listen to his musical tribute.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started out bowling pace, but he made the switch.
And that first ball from Maharaj is played just quietly down by Brook to long on. Carry on, Jace.
That's, I think, up
okay.
to date.
I've had a message from the Wrangler, aka the Bish, one half of the Bishop and the Bear, our producer and our go-to host, and Tony Bishop has said, I'm just going to read this out anyway because the call's gone out on India, Australia. We've got I think, Kat, you'll be pleased to know you're top of that list. So we're going to be contacting you to pin you down, and amongst your other commentary duties. And it'd be great, Kat, if you can introduce a couple of new gorillas, gorillarettes even. Are you? What's the distribution that's played out by Duckett for no run? What's the sort of male-female split? Let's move away from age as a subject of debate. What's the male-female split amongst the Australian circuit? Down the wicket comes Duckett. He's actually holed out. It's gone straight to long on. Frustration from Duckett. Never really got in, and that was straight down the throat of the man at long on. That was Milan.
Milan, I think.
And that's the end of Duckett. England at 82 for 3. It's goodbye, Ben. Duckett down the wicket, and well, it was no way he was going to clear that man. It's a pretty long boundary down there, and it's just it's given his wicket away, really, Kat, wouldn't you say?
All credit to Duckett. He hit the ball in the air. He danced down the pitch, hit the ball in the air, and before the ball had even reached the top of its arc, he was starting to walk into the pavilion. He knew what was going to happen there. It was a glorious little replay there. Poor old Ben Duckett. I mean, he did well to get 20, right?
Yeah.
I've just been sent a very interesting still image of Jason. What would you describe in that? It's a still image here. It features Kat as the top half and you as the bottom half. The split screen doesn't quite seem to be working in the manner that we wanted to.
That
you
was
know, when you watch
a while ago, that's been fixed.
Oh, it's been fixed.
But yes, I think most.
It was your head on
most
Jason's
watchers
body, Kat.
Most watchers were very pleased to see Kat's head instead of mine.
I mean, I think Fox News and CNN will be very interested in that bit of video graphics. They'll probably change their whole system now. Instead of people being like 3 people on screen talking to each other on Zoom, they'll do a horizontal split right down the middle, 3 heads on 3 different bodies. Joss
Good
Butler
idea.
is the new batsman.
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone subtler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's, Joss Butler.
Well, we know that Butler's got the posh spelling of Butler. You know, he probably had a butler growing up, and that's why he's got 2 T's to separate him from ordinary butlers who didn't have the benefit of a private education, unlike almost the entire England batting lineup, which is all privately educated. Of course, Harry Brook, we come from more common stock, the Brooks. That's played out by to deep cover for 1 run. Kat, I was just going to bring you in on that point about gender. Are there a lot of? There's obviously a lot of very good female commentators in Australia. We've all seen what's her name, Jones, and so what's the white line split between men and women? That's defensively from Butler. There's no run.
It was very strict. We were trying as much as we could to attract not just more women, but just fewer white men.
So, do you think, just sticking to the positive aspects of that, the first part, do you think it's going to be possible to get some women, new female commentators onto the Guerrilla Cricket coverage of the forthcoming India-Australia series? 83 for 3, 17 overs. Over to you, Kat.
Yeah, it should be possible. We had quite a few. I have to try and drag them all back in because there's people who haven't been commentating for 3 years now, so I would have to see what I can find.
I think you should pension those off. Oh no, sorry, I've gone back to age.
Yeah.
No, sticking with
We've
that
had
would be
a few
good.
already. We've had I think 3 or 4 already commentating with the Guerrilla UK crew on the England games, so
Wow.
they'll slot quite in quite well.
I'm
I
sure.
think, for the Indian
Look,
games.
the Wrangler's going to be all over this. He's sitting there exasperated now. He's had a bad day yesterday because no doubt his team got beaten again. Did they?
Yes, they weren't as bad as Messages predicted. They only lost 2-0.
Who is his team?
Watford.
Jansen bowls down the leg side goes. It's down the leg side, and that's helped down the corner by Brook. They're going to run. No, Butler. Sorry, he's going to run 2. So Butler is up and running. He already had a single. He's now got 3 off his 2 balls that he's faced. So he's getting quickly into his work. That would explain a lot, Tony. When I offered to join you for a drink yesterday after the match, I thought you were a Wimbledon supporter. I was coming through Wimbledon at the time.
No, he was at Middlesbrough.
Not Watford. He was at Middlesbrough. Oh my God, he was miles away. Right in the north. Jansen bowls, and that's defensively by Butler. Skipper. Joss Butler was not looking too happy at the end of that first ODI, was he? He looked like sick in the stomach type. You not think he looked really miserable?
Oh, he looked really frustrated at the fact they'd lost a game that they really should have won with the experience that they have. I've also got on
last 10 ODIs, played 10 England, won only 2, lost 7. So his record is under the microscope now. Played last 10 matches, only 2 victories under Joss Butler's captaincy, 7 defeats, 1 no result. So it's not a good record for Butler, and he's got no means pinned this job down yet. That's a single to him, and England are on 86 for 3. We're in the 18th over. The run rate's dropped below 5, mainly because Brook hasn't been on strike. He's on 35 at a runner ball.
Leah has made an offer. She says, I'd be up to commentate on the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Got a new professional mic and all. Give me a call.
Oh, Leah, we would love to get you on. That would be brilliant. I so enjoy our banter and all the interactions with you. You keep Guerrilla Cricket going. When when we're stuck for words, Leah always provides something interesting. So that'd be wonderful. And I know the Wrangler will be getting the terms, the contract over to you as we speak, Leah. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Yeah, let's get you on for that first Test match. England 86 for 3.
That would be fantastic. Another thing I
great.
might want to say too is if there are any women listening who would like to commentate either England or Australia, because we haven't had that many women on Guerrilla Cricket, unfortunately, and I would say if you want to have it, you can have a Zoom call with me and we'll do a little bit of practice if you want.
Fantastic. That's very generous of Kat. That's what's the signal there? Wide down the leg side from Jansen. That would be great to get to plug that hole. Yeah, we're very aware of that, and there's some brilliant. Obviously, we've got Annie Chave, who's absolutely fantastic. Everyone loves Annie, and everyone loves Kat. But yeah, to have to get Leah on would be great. And I think going out to all Patreons and regular Patreons, you're always welcome. Even Messi Jez made the transition from tweeter, I think, to. Am I right in saying that? It was originally a tweeter and then joined the team.
Well, as per all of us.
What?
That's how I came into Guerrilla Cricket.
That's the pathway, right?
That's the pathway. We've got our pathway.
It's the talent development pathway.
It's the talent development pathway. Oh, Hendo's come in to make an editorial judgment. Oh, he's coming to get his phone. Oh, the cat's eating it. Hendo will be back on. Hendo will be back on for the last 10 overs of this contest, which, it's not the fastest over rate I've seen. End of the 18th over, England on 88 for 3. Pretty docile couple of overs that. And let's Jason pick up on any other tweeters and Patreons wanting to put themselves forward. Please join us for our 4 test coverage between India and Australia starting on February the 9th.
Message S sends us a tweet from Mel Farrell, who says Quitty de Kock has gone for an X-ray. Hopefully it's not too serious. Sridhar Sarathi joins us. He says, I would use a different verb with the same outcome, referring to
Neo from Maharaj.
the squealing non-stop commentary of Danny Morrison.
Oh yes, Danny Morrison.
Message says, being stuck for words is a concept only. It has never happened in this universe. Talking about you, I think, Dave.
And that's
never short of one word or two.
That's driven out nicely by Brook, inevitably down to long off for a single. So Brook on 37, 89 for 3. Butler is on 4. I'll go through the scorecard shortly for those of you who are just waking up in the UK. Maharaj bowls. That's a reverse by Butler, straight to the man at backward point, who becomes backward square leg. Jansen hurls the ball in, no run, 89 for 3. So Jason Roy was the first to go back to his previous run of form. Another reverse sweep. This time he finds the gap beautifully. Didn't get it wrong twice. It was Josh Butler who showed Brook how to play that shot, and Josh Butler with the second reverse sweep. Have I got that right? Was it Butler?
Yes, I think so.
The camera is on Brook rather. Who is that?
Oh, it is Brook, I think.
I think Butler did both of them, didn't he?
Well, they took. Yes, that's right. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Kat, for highlighting the factual inaccuracy in my. If I was Nasser Hussain now, I'd say correction. That was Butler.
Do you know what though? We do a pretty good job commentating off the TV. Some of the commentators in Australia at the moment are commentating off the TV, and they're calling catches when they're 6 and 6 when they're catches.
God. Did anyone hear the BBC's lamentable effort to do a guerrilla cricket? Agnew, poacher-turned gatekeeper, biggest critic of guerrilla cricket, but when he had to do the commentary off TV, all we heard was how late he had to stay up and all about his cats, and it's just tedium personified. So we're saving you from Aggers, who is just becoming a parody of himself now. He should just stay full time on his theatre tour. That's where he makes his side hustle. Him and Tufnell milking it. End of the over from Maharaj. He's 1 for 8 off 2 overs. At the end of 19 overs, England 94 for 3 there. Run rate 4.95. And Jason's got some more responses.
Messi says, "Oh God, I just saw his face in the BBL 12 coverage that would make me squeal within minutes. Brad bloody Hodge." Well, there's a blast from the past. At least we haven't seen the wife beater guy with his bingo wings and his no sleeve shirt, his jersey, as you'd call it in Australia.
Who are you talking about?
There's a England supporter out in Bloemfontein who they keep cutting to every 5-10 overs. Who looks, I don't know why they keep cutting to him. There's the archetypal sort of Barmy Army person on tour.
Well, I promised you an update on the scorecard, and I'm just going to fumble around for that. But it's a new over now from Nokia, and that's played nicely by Buttler. That's gone all the way. He's found the gap. Butler's in good form. He's on 13. That's another boundary for Jos Buttler. His second in successive overs. He moves on to 13.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
It's Niche and She, one of our most popular 4 jingles. And interesting to hear Hendo, he who must be obeyed, calling for a refreshment in our 4 jingles. Nokia bowls outside the off stump. This one's not timed, bottom of the bat, but it still evades the man at backward point. It's gone to cover point in this one run. Buttler on 14, Brook on 37. Do you think we need to refresh the... I always think a few new jingles are good, but jinglers do a brilliant job.
They do, but I mean, classics are classics for a reason.
Exactly. In Niche and She, is that
Japanese 1, 2, 3, 4?
It's Japanese 1, 2. Of course it is. It's Japanese 1, 2, 3, 4. And number 4 is Brook. Niche and She. Number She is Brook. 37, not out. Nokia bowls to him down the leg side. Just helps it round the corner. It's gone quite fine, but it's been pulled in by Janssen. They must take a comfortable 2, and I have to say it's a pretty desultory looking England team on the balcony there. So only 4 or 5 of them bothering to watch the match. England 101 for 3, and that's applauding the century. The Barmy Army well, not all Barmy Army, but a lot of organised tours, including Gladstone Small. We have to say a big up to Gladstone with his new company Black Orchid Travel. Are doing very well. He's one of the people out there, friend of Gorilla, of course. This one's driven nicely by Brook, and another chase on the boundary, and they're going to come back for 2 this time, a little bit more energy in the running between the wickets, but the run's beginning to flow now. 103 for 3. Nokia's been expensive today. In his 4th over, he's 0 for 27.
He was quite expensive in the last game. He got 4 for 62, but 3 of those wickets were against tail-enders with playing injudicious shots.
Well, you were very critical, Jason, of England's... you said they bottled it or choked?
They threw a game away from 196 for 3, needing 100 with over 20 overs to go. And they lost 7 wickets for about 50 runs with 3 or 4 fairly poor shots in that selection.
Well... yeah, they're playing against the champion chokers, South Africa, so it takes 1 to no one, I guess, in that sense. But that's down to help down to third man for a single. And Kat, give us a couple of names of the some of the people we can look forward to listening to on that Test match series. Who are the Catettes? Is it Catet? Would it be a Catet, a follower of Cat?
Kittens.
Kittens. Who are the kittens that are going to be coming on?
The kittens, we usually refer to my children being the kittens, actually.
Nokia running in to bowl now. That's nicely helped along the way. That's no one down at fine third man. But what an amazing bit of fielding by the... is that Maharaj down there?
Looks like it.
Yeah, that was an amazing piece of fielding. He had some distance to travel. No, it's Parnell. It's the languid Rain Parnell, obviously, who... he showed that he could really pull the stops out. So I'm sure Parnell is pulling the stops out after a long time in the wilderness back in the South Africa team. Kat, who are the kittens?
I don't know who's put their name down because I'm not on the roster, but we used to have Beth Lockhart was a really good commentator who would often call with White Line Wireless as well, and she would call. She's also from Melbourne. We had a couple of others that I don't think are calling anymore because they have jobs in the media that may clash with the call. But I will say that if anyone wants to start calling, please get in contact with me.
Maharaj dropped short, and that's a beautiful shot from Harry Brook. He doesn't need any invitation there. That's dispatched into the picnickers with their braais and on the Bloemfontein green bank there. And, fine shot there from Brook. It was dropped short. It was help yourself ball. Brook went into position, could have put it anywhere, and helps it. That was help yourself. Bit of buffet there. Generous a bit of buffet served up by Maharaj. And did it go all the way for
Yes,
6?
it did.
It did. All the way for 6. He's on 48. Is this going to be his half century? No, he's just pushed it away to... he's just pushed it away and he's gone to 49. Brook on 49. Butler on 16. And I think we're due a change at the end of this over.
Well,
and taking over is going to be on ball by ball.
Cat.
It's going to be me.
Cat.
And Mess is on social, I
And
think.
Message is going to come in and settle a few scores on social. You've been listening intently and making notes, not in a Tony Bishop type way, not those sort of notes, but just I'm sure. Do you use a notepad and pencil, Messes, or are you fully digital these days?
Oh God, I haven't written anything for a very long time.
Well, my father always said never write unless it's for cash, so that would rule out Gorilla. And that's down onto the rule out White Line, I think, and all the network of central commentary. That is the 50 for Harry Brook. My job is done. 50 to Brook. England 115 for 3. Although it's the middle of the over, I'm going to pass over to Cat for the rest of the ball by ball. Harry Brook, a maiden 50 in only his second ODI. What a future he has to look forward to. And have we seen the end of Joe Root? White ball.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done.
So Maharaj is halfway through his over. Actually, only a couple of balls to go, and there's a drive down to long off for a single. Harry Brook, 50. And England, of course, brought up their 100 not that long ago, and they're already 116 for 3. So maybe the acceleration is on. And I think what we have David continuing with us, summarising what is going on. In a moment, though, Maharaj will bowl his last ball of the over. He drops it in short, and it's driven down the ground to long on. That was actually a bit of a reprieve for Maharaj. It wasn't a great delivery, but anyway, just the single and the score at the end of the 21st over, 117 for 3, with the current run rate around 5.6. It looks like they're about to accelerate, but over to Messrs. Do you know what we're up to with tweets?
I do indeed. Leah says, when you said white, Peter, I automatically thought of Fox. Ravi, who keeps us on our toes, says, for correction, Japanese for 4 is chi, not she. The jingle gets it right. Matt Searle with some technical advice, switch it off again. I would say I think this week's become a lot easier to play as the sun's been beating down on it. So I reckon the acceleration period is very much in the offing year, isn't it?
Anyway, Nokia is bowling back of a length, and it's prodded down past gully. It's going down to third, and they jog through for a single. You know what? I've got a theory on this pitch, and I actually think the pitch was incredibly easy to play. Everyone said before the match it was more of a road than it was for the first ODI. It's just very tempting when you lose a few quick wickets to say that it's a harder pitch to play on, but it's actually proving to be maybe it's okay now that we've got Butler and Brook on.
Softer ball as well. It's a lot easier now, I think, because the ball's not so hard.
And Butler can take advantage, as can Brook. Butler's on strike, though. He steps across his stumps towards the offside and plays a ball out through square for another single.
By the way, I can tell you, Kat, that you missed out on Sean Marsh making more than half the Renegade score of 162. He was 82 not out in his 23rd year in domestic cricket.
That's incredible. He's playing really well for the Renegades, and I had this on a second screen just to the side. 162 may not be enough, but anyway, the Renegades will give it a crack. Brook's on strike. He's on 52. This is short, and he's pulling. It's gone into the sky, but it drops between two fielders, backward a square. Lucky for Brook. And now he's on 53. The score goes to 120.
Yeah, I think he's quite happy that he'd mistimed that. Otherwise, that would have carried very nicely to the players. I mean, that was a genuine top edge, quite high on the bat, so it didn't get much power into it. That's what saved him.
Hasn't gone far enough. He wanted to hit a 6 though, so it's encouraging signs. We could be seeing some explosive hitting from here. Beautiful slow-mo replay of that edge.
Yeah, just to see how high up on the bat he got it. It was almost on his hands.
A lot of bounce that Nokia's getting. This one's fuller, and it's pushed in to cover point. Goes out into the deep for a single.
The thing I'm looking forward to in this one-day international is not necessarily Jansen's bowling, it's Jansen's batting, who's been on fire as an all-rounder at number 6 or 7 in the SA T20 tournament. It's a very underrated part of his game, I think, that people aren't picking up on now. He hits a very clean ball.
So please be tweeting in at us if you've got any theories about the commentary for the England game. This next ball is a play and a miss by Brook, although it's just whistled past the outside edge of his bat. It wasn't really in danger of going through to the keeper, but the keeper's taken it cleanly. What do you think so far, David, of the keeper's performance, the stand-in keeper?
Dave is not in the studio at the moment. I'm just filling in until he comes back.
Oh, okay. He's gone off.
He's probably in the woods, as we described for the Bear. The keeper, Claessen's been doing all right, but he hasn't had to stand up yet.
So Brook on strike again. It's short, angling in across Brook, and he lets it go through to the keeper. Sways back, just 4 runs from that over, and it's 121 for 3, 22 overs gone. And tweets from Messages coming right up.
Well, our tweeters seem to have been taking a break, having their Sunday 11s, no doubt.
They're in a lull.
That's very polite, Messi. I would have just said everyone's gone for a piss.
Well, yeah, but you know.
Yeah, well,
I'm in a polite mood today. I haven't had a drink I haven't had a drink since the New Year, to be honest. So
Are you having a dry January?
Not deliberately. It's just that booze doesn't agree with me as much as it used to. The older you get, the harder it hits, as it were. But I have got supplies from Brian in the fridge still, so every now and then I'm going to go and just refresh my memory of it.
So tell me, Messrs, are you Scorchers? Are you going for the Scorchers in the BBL
Absolutely.
final?
I was there yesterday, and it was a great atmosphere. This morning I was watching my grandson play cricket, and my daughter was there with her friends. There were 4 laptops out at 10 o'clock precisely when bookings opened, and between them they managed to get 40 tickets in a block together. Quite a formidable operation it was.
That's good because it's all sold out. Maharaj is resuming, and this ball's pushed into the covers for a single. Yeah, the Scorchers match all sold out. So this is of marginal interest to people in the rest of the world. But the BBL finals, it means that there's some more short form franchise cricket coming. This next ball is pulled by beautifully by Brook, and that's gone sailing over the cow corner boundary for 6. We have no jingle though.
Well, I'll fill that in. Dave Wood says, Kat is obviously either very wise or has a direct video link to my playlist. How did you know I'd just gone for a piss?
I do not have a camera in your toilet, I promise.
Thank Christ for that.
That was a glorious shot anyway from Brook. He's rocketing ahead now. He's accelerating now that he's got his 50. Maharaj is bowling around the wicket to the right-hander, and this ball is lofted just past the outstretched hand of the bowler, and it's gone down to long on. They've jogged through. It was probably a chance for a catch if he was a bit taller, I think.
No, he hit that into the ground and then it bounced up. So I think that's just an agreed single.
Yes, not very well fielded. Maharaj again bowling around the wicket to Butler. He's pushing the ball into the covers. It's gone down to long off, and they have another run, 60 for Brook, 22 for Butler, and 130 for 3. Maharaj back to his mark really quickly. On the drive, again, sending it down to long off. So turning over the strike beautifully, these two, and that's the end of the over. I think
There's one more to come.
Oh, no, one more to come. So far, 10 from this over. So this run rate really creeping up there. Using his feet, Butler getting to the pitch of the ball, goes to short mid-wicket, no run. And 131 for 3 at the end of 23. We'd love to hear a few more tweets. We need to get messages. He looks like he's falling asleep here, guys. You've got to tweet at him.
Well, Warren has sent a tweet that is much more impressive than it sounds. It just says, morning all. But by my estimate, it's currently 2 minutes past 5 in the morning in Warren's world. So I reckon that's huge dedication on your part, Warren, to be tweeting to us at that time. Welcome aboard. Warren, of course, is one of our patrons. And if you would like to support us in some way and get in return access to our Discord channel, our weekly newsletter, This is Maximum, and the Bishop and the Bear podcast, you can join us, and I'll tell you how shortly.
Nokia is bowling to Brook. It's on his pads. He turns it around the corner, goes down to backward square where Jansen chucks it back for 1.
So for as little as £2 a month you can support us, and we do need your help because there are quite a lot of costs involved in doing this, although nobody gets paid, of course. So you just go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, and you'll see the options there, and we would love you to join us and be part of our support crew.
Absolutely. It looks like there's not too many people there in the studio. This next ball dropped at the feet and it goes to mid-on, a scrambled single because there's no one fielding there, and the mid-on's quite wide, comes around and fields it there. No one in the studio with you there, Jason? You're on your own?
No, they're all in the green room chatting away, I think.
Well, they're off for a smoke. Come on, tell the truth.
I'm not sure that many people will be having a smoko.
No?
Which incidentally is a great song by the Chats.
We'll have that song later. This one's short and Brook Jucks underneath it. And so far the keeping has been spectacularly good ever since De Kock nicked off for an X-ray.
Yeah, Klassen's doing well behind the stumps. He should be able to keep fairly comfortably to the man standing back, even if it is Nortje coming at extreme pace. But it's when Maharaj is bowling that he's tested. And also, fair play to the 12th man, I think at the moment is Janaman Malan, who's going to have an extended stint out there, or maybe they rotate it amongst a bunch of people.
Yeah, well, he took a catch a little bit earlier. This one again angling across the right-hander, and he turns the ball to short square. No run there. So a better over here from Nokia, not so many runs coming from it. There's been runs aplenty in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, the line is a lot better. I think this time is now more over off stump rather than more over middle stump. Therefore, it's not easy now to get it down to fine leg where he's hitting all the runs.
So it's Brook on strike again. Beautiful line and length here from Nokia, defended, and allegedly Nokia can get to speeds of 155. I think they were claiming. Do you believe that? I'm not sure I believe the speed camera if that's what they're saying.
He was just getting into the 145s, 146s in the first game 2 days ago.
Yep.
Nobody was really getting. I mean, he was the fastest bowler of them, but they were all around 145 to 140.
Another short ball pulled competently just backward a square where there is some coverage out there. Miller is in the deep. Just the 1 run end of the over, and England, after being sent in to bat, 134 for 3, trying to stop South Africa from qualifying for the World Cup finals, right?
Well, yeah, they'll get there eventually, one way or the other, though, won't they? Mog is responding to your exhortation for tweets with a bit of ageist abuse. He just says, "Wake up, you bemurdered old bugger." And Josie Oak gets on the train saying, Hendo will be in the green room sleeping. Diana Patterson, hello Diana, says, I've often thought that one reason women are not usually interested in ball-by-ball commentary is a lot like mansplaining. I am, of course, grateful that people do it, as I cannot see the ball in motion. I got to tell you that the coverage of women's cricket in Australia is infinitely better than the coverage of men's cricket, because mostly it's commentated by women. It's so much better.
Parnell's coming back on, and there's a attempted run, and Brooks caught a bit out of his crease. He scrambles back and just manages to get back. There's no direct hit anyway, but he might have been in trouble there.
Yeah, he's gone for a wander down the wicket, and Josh has actually sold him a dummy there, and I think he's lucky.
He's called him through.
Wow.
He's gone 4 steps down and then said no, and he's had to turn and put the brakes on and dive back.
Nothing like a dive. Get your adrenaline up. Now he's using that adrenaline to come down the pitch, but just plays it back to the bowler.
And
I think you're right. I think Butler called him through, right? And it would have been out if it was a
would have
direct
gone
hit,
by about a foot if that had hit.
Yeah.
Anyway, you certainly don't want the in-form batter going out, but Butler's batting well too. He's 23 from 19. He made about 36, didn't he, Jason? And
He
Messi
did. He got a really good ball from Nokia to get him out.
So my feed's just slightly behind everyone else, so you're doing well to keep quiet there as this ball's driven down to mid-off. No run. 3 dot balls so far from this Parnell over, and he's been pretty tight, 1 for 20 from 5 so far.
Yeah, Parnell's a vastly experienced player now. You keep forgetting that he's came into the side when he was like 17, and he's now in the 32.
Yeah. Brook facing up, offering a straight bat, just dropping the ball into the onside. And the South Africans are really chirpy in the field. I mean, we can't really hear what they're saying to each other, but it feels like they're really up and about and very energetic in the field here. They really want to win this match.
This innings is going a bit the way of the innings of South Africa on Friday, in that they went off like a rocket and then slowed up as the ball got softer and the bowlers got into their game plans.
Another ball a little bit too short, and Brook winds up and lofts that into the onside over the fence for 6. Did well on the jingles there. Jingle Factory going okay?
Speaking of hugely experienced, Jason is years of training on the jingle machine.
It does help if you plan ahead.
Yeah, we might see another one coming, another boundary. Not with this ball, possibly with this ball. It's driven through the covers. It's gone out to the boundary for another boundary. It's 4 this time. Glorious play there from Brook and Butler. That's the end of the over. Parnell just got carted a little at the end. 10 runs from the over after 4 dot balls. And the score, 144 for 3. Butler 23, Brook 73.
Warren says, did I hear correctly that South Africa are being castrated? I think not, actually, Warren. I think the word frustrated may have been used, but castrated would make it interesting. Leah says, just wait till Alyssa Healy makes her way to the commentary box, missus. She strikes me as a bit of a bone. Actually, she's very good in the commentary box, I can tell you. She's been there a few times.
Alyssa Healy's been doing lots of commentary. She'd probably have about 100, maybe 150 hours under her belt by now in commentary. She's amazing. She's one of the best commentators that I've heard, male, female, or otherwise.
There's
She's
a lot
really
of good female commentators at the moment. You've got Isha Gua, you've got Mel Jones, you've got who's the other one I'm thinking of? There's 3. Alison Mitchell.
Yes.
Alison Mitchell, yeah.
Isha Gua is much better in the company of women than she is of
She
men.
is.
Markram is going to bowl his first ball for this match. And he's right arm over. This ball's turned around the corner, just forward a square for a single. Yes, I think that ball by ball commentary is purely a skill of practice of the number of hours. Nobody, no man, no woman is good at it when they first start. So it's a matter of starting and getting hours and hours and hours and hours of practice. This next one's a little flatter, just defended down the pitch. It's actually easier. I think that there's a lot of obstacles for women in commentary that I'm not happy to talk about on the air, but I'd happily talk to women about it and try and overcome some of those if anyone wants to commentate. This one flighted a little bit more and driven beautifully. It's heading out again towards the cover boundary. Boy, he loves that spot just between cover and mid-off. It's a boundary. It's 4 runs.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Awesome.
Lovely
Did you
step
have
out
the benefit
there.
of some coaching from Glenn Mitchell when you were on White Line, Kat?
I had no coaching from anyone. I was so dreadful when I first started. Oh, my God. People might think I'm still dreadful, but
No,
it was,
I think it's spot on.
It was exciting. This next one driven down to long on. And the return comes in, but it's 1 run. These guys just bat so beautifully together. They're turning over the strike. No one has to stand at the non-striker's end for too long. And again, 6 runs already from this Markram over with 2 to come. And it's a reverse sweep that is played onto the foot. I think he got bat on that. It was bat, then foot. And it almost dribbled into the stumps, went down to fine leg. Do you reckon there was bat on that? What do you think, Jason?
Well, that was a hopeful appeal, I think. A, because he got bat on it. Bavuma's reviewed it. But I think that's outside. He's playing a shot outside off stump, so it's not going to be out anyway.
And I think he got a
I don't
bottom edge
know
on
what
probably.
that could possibly be. I'm happy for anyone to explain what they think, how they think that might be out.
Well, all 3 stumps are in view behind his legs, so he must have been well outside off stump when the ball hit the pad, whether it's off the bat or not. And he's playing a shot, so no, I can't believe that this is a futile, in my view, review. But
We're seeing some replays now. It was an attempted reverse sweep.
See,
it is getting reviewed at the moment. It probably has missed the bat. It's hit the glove, though. We thought it had hit the bat. It actually hit the glove, and it's dribbled out to the leg side. So I think they...
But even if it hadn't, it's outside off stump, and he's playing a shot.
Yes. You're right, he's way outside off stump.
Yeah.
All 3 stumps in view. Terrible review.
He will hit.
Deserves to be lost.
It will hit the stumps, but that's not the point. The point is you should know the laws.
And also he defended it with his glove. Good on him. That's a good way of defending. More people should be defending the stumps with their gloves. Anyway, it's all gone. We don't know if the review was lost. This ball is driven down to long on. 1 run.
No, that's, I think, if I'm right, 2 reviews that Temba Bavuma has burned out of his 3 now, so he has to really leave the last
No,
one.
there's only two reviews they get in ADIs. Mog says, I can confirm S's assessment of the women's commentary here. So few nicknames, so few dumb fuck anecdotes, and no Mark fucking War.
Oh.
I actually rewatched the commentary from the game I went to yesterday, and Mark War was on, and his watch came on at one stage, and I figured if the watch had been allowed to be broadcast, it would have made more sense than Mark War has all season.
He's truly dreadful, isn't he, Mark War on commentary?
And he
my
does
God.
no preparation. He knows
No.
nothing about. He's never watched anything that he hasn't been paid for or isn't a horse.
No, nothing at all. Anyway, it's Parnell bowling a full-length ball in line with off stump. They take a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps. Well, there's a shy somewhere. It doesn't go anywhere near the stumps. And they're safely through. 153 for 3. I'm not sure that Jason expected to be doing this extra commentary
stint.
stint, but what...
I think David's probably having an intense argument with Hendo in the green room.
It's not intense. It's not intense enough for me to hear it. Let's put it that way.
He's just refusing to commentate with me after I gave him so many ageist, snarky remarks.
Yeah.
Anyway, Butler's on strike, and this ball is just turned around the corner, helped on its way down to fine leg, where the wide fielder, or the backward square, runs around to pick it up in front of the boundary.
Well, the projected score based on the current run rate is 292, which is really what we roughly got in the first innings on Friday. I would suggest if these two stay there for another 10 overs, it'll be somewhere north of that.
Could easily be. Anyway, Parnell bowling left arm pretty fast over the wicket. Nick Spall's defended. Anyone, I'm just going to double down on anyone who wants to commentate. If you're not confident when you first start, you can just read out tweets. Is anything hard about that, Bessie Jazz?
Not really. Shutting my mouth is the hardest bit because you know very well I tend to interrupt you.
Well, it's knowing
I'm
when to
very
stay.
happy. If I think anyone's interrupting too much, I will just tell them. So, you're absolutely fine. And this Nick Spall's almost edged through to the keeper, but it isn't. And it's quite safe. And Parnell is having a better over than he did last time.
Yeah, the only things about reading tweets for the first time is making sure that you don't get caught by the nasty people who try and make you say swear words on air. And also being nice.
Never do that, would he?
And being nicely cued in by your ball-by-baller as well. That also is very helpful for you.
Indeed. Parnell bustles in and bowls again to Brook, who doesn't seem inclined to score from Parnell, which is interesting. It's an interesting match-up happening here. Just one run, one leg by so far, one ball to come.
I think Brook thinks that he can take the spinners to the cleaners, so he's quite prepared to play conservatively to the pace bowlers and preserve his wicket and not take too many risks.
Next ball's full, almost York length, and driven down the ground to mid-off. No run.
Mog says to you, Jason, it's the 21st century, Jason. No one plans ahead anymore.
So, quite a good over there from Parnell. 4 dot balls, just one run, one leg by. And his figures 1 for 31 after 7. And the score 154 for 3 after South Africa won the toss, sent England into bat. England lost a couple of very quick wickets, but we will go and see if there are any tweets before I give you any more score bits.
Mox says desperation review time from Timber there. Warren asks an imponderable question. He says, is Mark worse than KP? That's a really...
Yes, answer is yes. Markram is bowling. This ball is turned backward a square for a single. Yes, KP has a terrible voice. It's way too high-pitched for commentary, sadly, and he could lower it, but he doesn't. And Mark Ward just doesn't say anything interesting at all. At least KP occasionally says something interesting, in my opinion. Everyone's different.
Yeah, I don't know because I turn him off.
Markram bowls full. It's a beautiful lofted drive out into the covers where it's taken. The catch has been taken out in the deep. And that is the end of Brook for 80 from 74 balls.
Didn't really need to do that. That's a gift to a wicket to Markram.
Yeah.
I thought there was a jingle coming in. He's taken a juicy half volley and just failed to find the gap there. He knew it was going to be caught, I think, from the instant he hit it. And it was juggled a little awkwardly out there, but has been taken. Markram's happy.
I mean, Brook, okay, he's got 80, but he should have been getting 140 on this wicket, I think. That looks like there was no turn on that at all, so it might have been an arm ball, but even so, he should have made sure that he kept the shot under control and that's just skewed off the outside edge to 3/4 of the way to the boundary when the boundary rider's made a comfortable catch.
You're right, it was edgy, and Van der Dussen's taken a catch out there in the deep, and a strike rate of only 105. I guess if Brooks started to wind up, he might have ended up with a better strike rate than Matt, and so he would also be annoyed that he hasn't capitalised on that wonderful start.
I'll do a couple of tweets to catch up. Leah says Mark Waugh got made fun of for a good 10 minutes by Tuffers on air, and he didn't even notice. Well, I must admit, ignoring Tuffers is probably not a bad idea, Mr. Devon. Hombre Nuevo says, morning, fantastic gorillas. Missed the first game, and a lot of this is hungover somewhere in Berlin. Have I missed it, GPL? I'm afraid you have. So did I. We all did, actually. When you say somewhere in Berlin, did you start your drinking session in Berlin, Hombre Nuevo? I hope so. And Mog says that I could read tweets from behind a helmet, right? And he says, which Bradman makes tweet readers try to say offensive words?
Right, well, we have a new batsman, and it's the guy who will be talking after this ball from Cat.
Now this next one is turned into the onside for a single. Go with the jingle.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
Moeen Ali. And it's actually Butler on strike. It turns the ball backward a square. Moeen Ali, a single from the first ball he faced, so he'll be happy to be off the mark. Markram so far this over, a single, a wicket, a single and a dot. This one's a half tracker, it's a pie, but it's spanked backward a square precisely to the fielder. So he got away with that, Markram.
That's a fantastic piece of goalkeeping by the man on the 45.
Yeah. Good fielding by the guy in the shades. This one's a better ball, just driven to short cover. That'll be the end of Markram's over. He's happy, he's got a wicket. His figure's 1 for 10 from his 2 overs so far. And England are 156 for 4 with a run rate that's been pretty similar for the last, 10 overs it feels. 5.5, 5.6.
It's pretty much the rate they've gone at all innings, to be fair.
Yeah. The Pawn Box
Now, do we
with
have
us.
tweets?
Yes, the Pawn Box says, Mistress Cat disciplines mature gorillas. Click here. Dave Wood says there are a few examples over the years of people who have struggled to read tweets. That's true. Not mentioning any names. Has anyone heard from Manny recently?
Manny's busy with his businesses, I think, with his wine business and his beer business.
Indeed. For a non-drinker, he's doing well. Ravinaya says, the nasty people who try to make you swear on air, we're not nasty, we're providing a public fucking service.
You should try a bit harder, by the way, because Messrs has not been taken in by any of those tweets. Come on, give it a go.
Mog says, yes, a billion times Mark Waugh is worse than KP.
Oh, good. I'm glad you agree, Mog. I know there could be people with the opinion in the opposite direction. The first ball in the Maharaj over a dot, and the second ball a dot. Keep going, Messrs. Any more?
Warren says, I just saw how South Africa got bobbited. Leah says, being sober in Berlin is bad enough. I can't even imagine being hungover there. Berlin can be a great place.
I love Berlin. Berlin's beautiful. Maharaj over the wicket, and he's bowling to Moeen, who just pushes the ball to mid-on.
And Mog sends us a picture of Phil Tufner's book, How Not to Be a Cricketer. Is that ignoring Tuffers?
This one, a lazy drive to long on, and they're making a few singles, but you get the feeling here. I mean, it has to be Butler, I guess. They need to start winding up a little bit and scoring a bit faster, because you want to make 300 on this pitch, don't you?
At least, I would think.
I mean, they'll make 300. They probably want to make far north of it. So thank you to the commentators so far here at Gorilla Cricket. Hendo, Messrs and Ninja started off, I think. This next one around the wicket to Butler, sending a ball out to the cover boundary where the sweeper comes around, and we're just finding out that Mark Nicholas is also commentating with KP. Happy to take votes for whether Mark Nicholas is a worse commentator than KP.
No, Mark Nicholas knows something about the game.
He's better, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's not
Over the wicket
worse than he
to the
used to be.
left-hander, defended by Ali. So the other commentators today, David Brooke, we have Jason, I don't have anyone's surname, Pat
Hiscock's
Jones,
coming.
which is me, we have Messrs, we have Al Hotch coming on next with Dom Phillip and Tim, and then to finish us off for this innings, Hendo and Messrs and me are back. So thank you to all the commentators for Guerrilla Cricket. It's quite a thing. It's a lot of commentators required for an ODI. Maharaj is bowling to Butler, who almost plays the ball on to his stumps. And the run rate's dropping, I think.
It is.
So working with the spin, back with a square, taking a single, and Ali is 2, Butler is 28, our fantastic top scorer. Brooke was out a couple of overs ago for 80. There's a slip in for Ali as he's pushing the ball out into the covers, no run.
So we've only got a few balls to go. I'll try and catch up on the last couple of tweets.
That's a good idea. As Butler's trying to pull the ball around the corner. There's a very short backward square or short fine leg there who fields the ball. I think they know Butler's going to attempt to send Markram in that direction. So yeah, a couple of balls to go before a change of commentary. What have you got there, Messes?
Josie Oak wonders about whether Crack de Bear has retired. And Crack de Bear actually comes back, says he's not so much retired as on a sabbatical. Leah says Berlin is way too big, and you have to take a train to get anywhere. There's a few places like that. Jason said, I don't try to make people swear, I just have a very limited vocabulary.
So we have a free hit here. I'm not sure what the no ball was for.
Was that for a fielding offence, like 3 behind square? If that is, that's absolutely criminal.
That's poor. Anyway, it'll be Butler who takes the free hit, and he does bugger all with it. That is one of the worst free hits ever. Good ball. Good ball there from Markram. It's a dot.
Oh, the keeper's encroached his hands. That's what it was.
Oh, yes, I have.
Oh my goodness. The keeper, we've seen the side on square view. The keeper, Klassen, has put his gloves in front of the stumps in grade cricketer style. This next ball pushed into the covers for another dot. And I guess that's what you get when you get a spare keeper, right? And poor old Markram. Oh my goodness, he's crashed his gloves into the stumps, in fact, and this next ball is sent into the onside. End of the over, end of our spell, end of the over. Markram 1 for 13 from 3. England 161 from 4. And we have some commentators coming back in for you. I will leave you and come back shortly. So we have, I think it's Al Hotch on Ball by Ball, Dom Phillip on socials, and Tim summarising. So have we got everyone? We've got Alan. Hello there, Al.
Hey, Kat. Hey, Kat, when I first started doing Ball by Ball, everybody laughed. But they're not laughing now.
Oh, you plagiariser. You absolute plagiariser.
It's always the way.
Dom,
everyone should have a go at it.
Dom, the next tweet is from Warren from 2 minutes ago.
See you later, guys.
All right. See you later, guys.
Cheers.
Thanks very much. I will wait for Tim is connecting.
He's in.
Good morning, Tim, or good early afternoon, Tim.
How's it?
And also, Dom, how the dickens are you Dom.
G'day,
Doing good?
scholars. How are we getting on? I'm very well, thank you.
Typical T20 innings by Brook, unfortunately, in a ODI. Lack of attention span. Job half done, I think. Good job getting to 80, but can England need it in there for the next 20 overs or so?
The old
I
sucker
think
ball.
that's. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that's fair. Harsh because he's played so well.
Oh, yeah.
During that 80, didn't make a mistake. But you'd have to say he should have got 100, at least 100, 110.
Nah. A half opportunity realised. We are waffling along because there are drinks that are being taken, cocktails on the boundary sponge. So, do we believe that with the run rate falling slightly, that South Africa might have wrestled back a little bit of control and are certainly, if you offered this to them, 161 for 4 after 30 overs, they would probably take it, wouldn't they?
I'd say so. Particularly with the Brook dismissal. Brook dismissal does change things, and also the fact that they were able to create a lot of pressure in the last ODI. As much as you guys do back down to sort of number 9, there is a sense that the South African attack could actually create a lot more difficulty for the England side now. So they could sort of get them out for 250. It is feasible that if they bowl well, bowl tight lines to 250, 260, they'd be very happy to chase that on this wicket.
No, I think that's more than a reasonable assessment. That's really good stuff. I mean, Brook did look amazing. 7 4s, 4 6s in that 80. More than a runner ball, but it's when you look at it and you realise just how much of the innings is left that you turn around and go, wish that hadn't happened. But it's going to be Maharaj who's going to bowl the 31st over. And Ali takes a stride forward and turns this to square leg. There is a deep fielder there, so just a walk-through single. The random number generator that is a projected run scorer is saying 269. What do we reckon, under or over 269? Dom, I'll let you go first here. You're going to take the under or the over?
Just having a little look on Twitter, which is my first time doing this job. Josie Oak seems to think 300 might be par, so that's certainly over what the predictor's got.
Certainly is. Butler steps back in his crease and certainly gives cover a glimmer of a catch there. Maybe a little loose in the way that he played that shot, but it evades the cover fielder, and again another single comes off the second ball. But that's the last thing that England need is Butler to get out to a loose shot. Ali goes down the ground with the third ball to a long on area.
Can it truly be a one-day international without an Australian commentator saying double the score at 30 overs?
Well, there is a reason why we had you on at this point. Hate to talk about cliches. As again, Butler tries to force this off the back foot, but now can only hit the fielder, and there'll be no run.
In all seriousness, it does really feel like a lot rests on Joss's shoulders here. That's Joss Butler. He's not a friend of mine. He's the England captain.
Joss Butler's everybody's friend. As Butler again plays this, but it is there's a short mid-off in place, and that's not for Verma who's doing the fielding there. And there's no run off the fifth ball. As last ball, Butler looks to whip this through mid-wicket, can only find the field. The 3 dot balls to finish, 3 off the over, and at the end of the over, 164 for 4. So Dom, you're in charge of the minefield that is Twitter.
Yeah, it's a lovely, welcoming, positive place. I always find that to be the case. I do feel like Joss and I would be friends should we ever have occasion to meet. He has very kind eyes, doesn't he? I know Vatushini Hunter Anshin wrote about 10,000 words on it recently. I'm having a look at the Twitter. not too much outside of the past score, but if you are listening, dear listener out there in the ether, please let us know what you think par is. Is it 269, nothing funny about 69, or is it above or is it below? Could it be 250, like was predicted by our lovely summariser?
Yeah, Tim thinks that with some tight overs here, couple of wickets, slip in place for Markram to bowl over number 32. It's drifts in towards Ali, plays this down through towards a deepish mid-wicket, and there'll be a single. As they're just going over why the no ball was the no ball again, with Markram. With the wicket keeper behind the stumps, being in front of the stump. Sorry, as this is slightly more in the slot for Buttler, and he does not waste the opportunity. That has gone high and handsome, and a long over, long off for 6 runs.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Tim, if you look like you hit the ball hard, that would be a better shot, right?
That was a lovely shot. Lovely free flowing of the arms.
And he's tried to repeat the dose, and I think he's done. It's gone lower and flatter. We'll just wait for the umpire's signal. Any time today. Jason signalling 4. Jason's not the umpire, but it is right. He's right. The Jingle Meister is correct.
One more time. Oh, baby.
Just bounced inside the ropes, Tim.
Yeah, I hope this is Markram's last over. He's done a wonderful job. He's got a very important wicket, but he really could cause problems if he continues to bowl. I think 4 overs is done. It's perfect. Shouldn't bowl any more than this.
As you might expect from someone who's been hit over the top 2 consecutive balls, this one's dropped a little short and turned to deep square leg. And Buttler will get off strike, and just like that, Butler's at 40. A runner ball, and the random number generator is now increased to 278. 2 balls left of the 31st. Ali on 6 as a slip homes into view. Markram takes his time. Comes in. On middle and leg stump, forcing a bit of an inside-out shot. Half stopped by the bowler, but no run. And 1 ball left of this over. Yeah, just kind of got Ali to go inside out there, but that is short and wide, and Ali has cut that away. But unfortunately, there is a deep cover in place. Well, fortunately for South Africa, unfortunately for England. So lovely shot, just a single. Ali retains the strike. He's on 7, and England are 177 for 4. Dom.
End of the over, checking a couple of tweets. As always here on the Gorilla Cricket pod coverage, we'd like to say well counted, Moeen Ali, sing off last ball the over. Messi Jez is talking about least favourite cricket commentators, just really trying to dig me a hole, waiting for people to pile in. Only my second day on the job here, guys. Could you give us a spell, Mess?
I'm still in the room, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Matthew Cullen, Matty, I call him. 1 second.
As Ali, it's Maharaj to continue, and Ali just flicks that ball into a sort of a mid-wickety type area, and there'll be no run. Maharaj quick about his business. Ali down the track and whips that away through the leg side. But there is kind of a deep square. Well, I was going to say deep square leg. He's well in front of square, maybe a sort of deepish mid-wicket, and just takes a single.
Very agricultural is the call here. Matty Cullen, he's talking about Jos Buttler's kind eyes. He said he'd like to give Johnny Bairstow a hug. He always looks 2 seconds away from crying at all times. He needs it. Here's Maharaj.
Butler again down the track, and again towards mid-wicket, and they'll just walk through a single. The only problem about Bairstow giving you a hook, though, is that he looks like he'll squeeze you to death. It's all power in the forearms, isn't it, Tim, with Bairstow? A vice-like grip looks like awaits you with a Bairstow hook.
It's quite possible. Quite possible.
Quite possible, indeed. Maharaj in. and will be just pushed down the ground by Ali, and almost a pre-arranged single there, down to long on. And there's now been 3 consecutive singles, just the dot ball to begin the over. England at 180, run rate solid 5.5. Maharaj now coming around the wicket, and Butler tries to pierce the covers, can't do so. That's another dot ball.
Surely we have a jingle for 180. Something to do with the darts? Chasing the sun? No?
It's difficult. You have to speak to...
You'd think so, but not. But you have to talk to the jinglers about that.
Yeah, yeah, we've got... as that is a mistimed drive, which just eludes the bowler. Would have been a sharp caught and bowled catch. Maharaj sinks to his knees and blames himself. It goes down all the way to long off, and a single. That's 4 off the over. But Maharaj looks like he's dropped a pound and found a penny. And that's the end of the over, and 181 for 4. So...
Just fingertip stuff.
Yeah,
you can call that a chance.
Tip that over the bar rather than try to catch it. So Dom, what else have we got? Any other terrible?
AD Brian joining the conversation about poor commentary. He says pretty much all of the TMS crew. I don't know what TMS is.
Test match special.
No, yeah, that's in the comedy industry we call that one a joke. AD Brian, TMS crew, everyone. I think that's a bit harsh, Brian. But I appreciate your support here on Guerrilla Cricket. If you want to get involved with the conversation, dear listener, remember it's at Guerrilla Cricket, all one word on Twitter. And if you have any complaints, direct those to Al or Tim, not to the big fella here in the recliner.
Rule number 1: if there's a complaint, it's always the ball-by-ball spot. It's Ngidi who's going to come in, and there's going to be pace returning. That is squeezed away by Butler to deep square leg, and a single. Ngidi's got tremendous figures. 1 for 16 off 4. Jace, do you want to jingle up Ngidi? Scrambling for the
Give
jingle
me
machine.
2 secs. I'm not being... No, England aren't making me work hard here at the moment.
Oh, it's all England's fault, is it?
Of course.
Most of my life's problems are.
Yeah, well, yeah. Does anyone fancy being chairman of the
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lumpy Petey.
slower ball bamboozles Ali. You can really only just push it defensively to a point. And the single seemed completely mystified, but he was just like, it's too slow.
Yeah, very late onto the delivery. This is the right choice from South Africa. Moeen Ali could really cause problems if Markham had continued, I feel. With the extra pace, maybe with the odd bouncer, this is the right choice for South Africa.
Idiot. And that is outside the off stump, but a swing and a miss by Moeen Ali. Yeah, it looks ruefully. But he was all at sea with that one, Tim.
Yeah, foot planted back into the crease, no foot movement. There isn't much generally for Moeen generally, because he sees the ball so well. But yeah, that was a poor shot all round.
You just wish there was a little bit more foot movement from Ali, even just a little bit might do the trick. If it's in the slot, it goes, but if it's not, then there's trouble abounding, because that one is more on off stump rather than just outside. An attempted drive, but can't pierce the fielders on the offside, and there'll be no run. Just one off the over so far. 182 for Paul.
People getting stuck in on the Twitter now about poor commentary. Daniel Wilson, I'll full name him, amongst currently active. He says Justin Langer by far, not just a little bit, by far, says Daniel Wilson. Bit harsh on JL, former Australian coach. Leah Lavender Gorilla, who I think we've heard from a few times today, she says, hey big fella, I guess that's me, can you direct my complaint about you to Al?
That is another slower ball by Ngidi. This time it is pushed towards deep cover by Ali. He goes on to double figures and 10 off 19, but 10 off 19 is is the wrong sort of strike rate for England at this sort of stage of the innings. And yeah, the strike rate 52.6. Nothing good is ever at a strike rate of 52.6. It's just not good.
It has been an important inning so far from Ali, playing second fiddle to his captain.
Butler will face the final ball of the over, and he will drop and run. And by the time Point's got its fingers on the ball, Butler's already through. He's on 44. Ali on 10. England 184 for 4. Dom.
A couple that I'm having trouble following here. Warren talks about the Eyes of March. That's a reply to Linux from earlier. I'm going to have to go down. I think that was before my stint. Angelic Scooters, here we go. Something about commentary. Let's pile into a few more people. Angelic Scooters thinks KP's awful, but blimey, he's absolutely not even close to Mark Waugh bad. See, that's the thing. I've got a little bit of a foot in the Mark Waugh camp.
Just a reverse sweep of this first ball from Maharaj's next over. It's his 8th over, and Butler's reverse swept that away, and it's gone all the way for 4 runs. Jason, get jingling.
Some sort of shot by Joss that got down low through the hands that at behind Point on the offside. Mark Waugh, I think the problem with his commentary is he just knows he was a much better player than anybody else.
That might be what the problem is. That's gone down the leg side. Butler's just about got something on. It might have been worth leaving that to be a wide and have that ball again, but I think it's gone down as a single. Yes, it has. Butler's on 49, as we can see some very bright reflections from some partially opened windows right behind the bowler's arm, as Ali gets down and sweeps, and it has gone hard and long. Careful there on the grassy knoll. It's gone for 6.
Lovely shot there from Joss. This is a problem for South Africa though, in that Maharaj probably has to bowl out his 10 overs.
Yeah.
And that's just what Moen wants to face now. Get the ball coming back into him, getting him in the position to play that sweeps.
Maharaj a bit more outside the off stump this time, and Ali walks a little bit across his stumps before turning it to deep square leg. And he'll take a single. He's on 17 off 21 now, a bit more of a reasonable strike rate. 196 for 4 with 2 left in the 35th. Butler on 49. 49 off 47 balls. Doesn't really seem to have lifted a finger of effort as he just dabs that one towards mid-wicket, and there'll be no run. 1 ball left of Maharaj's 8. 1 for 50 are his figures. That is turned off the hip by Butler, and they'll go all the way to deep square leg. And Jos Buttler can stop, raise his bat, and that is 50 runs.
Half a century.
It's across different formats, but he's been in such good form while he's been in South Africa, in the SA20 and now here. And in that time, he's had to do a fair amount of marshalling of the innings because of Jason Roy and Owen Morgan struggling. So this is what he's accustomed to. He's not flustered that he has to be the main guy. He's been the main guy for some time.
Ngidi is going to come in very quickly to bowl the next over, and that's off the hip of Butler again. It's gone really fine. Long leg comes to fine leg in order to be able to field that, and that's a single. Just waiting to see if that's a run off the bat, or whether it is a run off the bat. Don, we got anyone?
A couple of people aren't overly happy with my defence of Mark Waugh. Mog seems to think that Mark Waugh was an overrated player who would have struggled deeply in a lesser team. He probably would have had to take more responsibility, that's for sure, but that's what made him so great. The speed dealers and the mullet and the effortless whips off the pads through the leg side. Similar player in some ways to Moeen Ali. The criticisms levelled at Moeen recently have been some of the same that Mark Waugh had during his career, I think.
I've got a thought about that, which I'll leave until after Ngidi's bowled the next ball. And that is, Yorker, attempted Yorker, maybe a low full toss, bunted out into deep cover point by Ali. I think as people who watch sport, I think sometimes we appreciate the relationship between talent and effort. And sometimes if it all feels like someone's doing it and it's all a little bit too easy, then we no matter what anybody does, there is the feeling of like, well, if you just tried a bit harder, then maybe you could have done something slightly more, rather than the idea of that you maxed out your talent with the way that you were going about things. That is an ugly wide down leg side. Ugly wide.
So wide, it would have missed at least another set of stumps. At least. Possibly a third.
Yes. Ugly. Did I say it was an ugly wide down leg side?
I haven't heard ugly used that many times as an adjective since I was in the dating world.
Well, yeah.
Do you reckon it's one of these then, Al?
It was filthy, ugly, filthy. 200 up for England then, which prompted a partial standing ovation from the England fans in the crowd. Slower ball by Ngidi. He's appealing for an LBW. It's going to be given as a leg bye. Ngidi looks at his captain and gone, if you hadn't blown 2 reviews senselessly earlier on, then maybe we could have had a chat.
I don't think it's out, but it's more out than the previous review, that's for sure.
Yeah. The second review was so bad that they should start the next ODI with only 1 review.
That's going down. How bad it was. That's going down anyway.
Yeah, I know. But at least it was in the vicinity. It at least fulfilled some of the obligations of being LBW.
Well,
some of them.
Well, 2 of them.
Not all of them, but some of them. Ali facing he's a thrash, and a farmer with a scythe would have been happy with that slash outside the off stump. It's gone kind of off the outside edge down towards a long leg. Like a deep third man, and that'll be a single. But he did his eyes lit up there at width and a ball in his half of the track there. So what have we got here? 3 off the bat, a wide and a leg thigh. Something to keep the scorers happy in their scorers notebook. Ali's on 19, Butler's on 51. 2 balls left in the 36th over. 202 ball. And there's the potential here of a mad dash thrash for 10 overs to kind of shape and determine the very nature of this game, really. The foundation's there if England want to, 300 is eminently possible and more, but also 250 all out is definitely could be on the cards too. There's that again. Ngidi maybe keeps a little bit back off this one. Butler whips to mid wicket but can't beat the fielder, and he makes some dramatic waving to the balcony.
The fact that South Africa have left out their best death bowler does give you guys a little bit more of a chance to get to that 300 total.
It'll be good to have some other bowlers to get the opportunity to bowl at that sort of end of the inning. I think you got reps, and that's again another slower ball, very full but slow, and Butler can't beat mid off, and that's the end of the 36th over, and it's 202 for 4. Done.
I'm pretty sure that 300 will be under par now for England with Joss and Moeen going well. Ravi Nair, he tells me that I am dead to him. I don't think I've met you, sir, but thanks very much for the kind words. Appreciate that. Josie,
although Ravi doesn't say that to everybody, so you should consider yourself to be, that's exalted company to be dead to Ravi.
Yeah, important enough to have lived once. I like it. It's better to have lived and died than to have never lived at all, or something like that, I think they say. Josie Oka, we've heard from a few times today. KP's the worst commentator. He has all the right attributes. Screechy, annoying voice, gets overexcited when isn't necessary, self-opinionated with opinions that are often wrong, and simply designed to antagonise, and is rude. Mark Waugh, not as bad. Dave Sarah, that's a great Twitter handle, actually.
That is good.
Yeah. What happens when you have a lovely player like M. War, but then they're just too annoying to bear post playing? I prefer Mark W-A-G-H. Wowg. All right.
That's the Mark War. That's the Warwickshire player, I think he was.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
For those of you playing Guess the Attendance, the correct answer is 10,097 people.
WG Rumblepants, just to go back to an earlier conversation about Berlin, he says, I really like Berlin, had some wonderful times there, I found everyone really friendly. I love Berlin, I spent a week there one night, went over to the ice hockey, and I was meant to go on Sunday morning.
It is Janssen who's going to bowl the next over. Short, Ali tries to pull the ball, does not make the contact that he wishes to make, and it goes down towards longish leg.
Should probably let people
talk single.
Should let people talk about cricket, but just to finish about Berlin, I was meant to go to the ice hockey one Sunday morning at about 10 a.m. and I just realised at about 8 a.m. that I was still in the club in a basement. Time doesn't exist in Berlin. It's a wonderful city.
I'm assuming you were hanging then to hang with no sleep. Janssen is in again, pushed down the ground by Ali, and eventually they decide on a single. There was a little bit of yes, no, maybe between the two batsmen, but in the end, they take a single with not too much effort.
Dave Wood reminds us, the wars, what are they good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Say it again.
Wars.
Shout out to our good friend Billy Birmingham, the 12th man.
Indeed. So, Ali to face, and that is on his legs. Turn that down towards fine leg. Single coming up, 3 singles. Janssen coming in at 81 miles an hour as the 50 partnership is acquired, 56 balls. Tim, it all seems like it's both sides are in third gear at the moment.
It's a little bit too easy for England at the moment. South Africa need to break this partnership. The longer this lasts, the longer England have a better chance of getting to 300, even 300 plus.
As that is just dabbed down by Butler into the gap in the covers. Again, a pretty comfortable single. Janssen's trying to bowl a little bit back of the length, trying to give nothing of drivable length. But Tim, kind of what were you saying, that there seems to be, there's just a couple of, it seems like there's a couple of extra gaps here in the field.
Yeah, I don't think they're bowling badly. I think they are bowling the right line. It's just a bit too easy at the moment. Soft ball, maybe too defensive field. It's just a little bit too easy.
And this is a bit too wide, and Ali, not much foot movement, but when he swings and when he hits, it stays hit for a really long time. That has killed the grass on the way to the boundary for him. All looks pretty effortless. We all think about, oh, I can play a shot like that.
Yeah. That was asking to be hit. Just when I said that they'd been bowling well, that was asking to be hit to the boundary. Anything less is failure.
There's some pretty harsh KPIs there. I think that there must be anything less failure. He's gone back of a length. It's been pulled. It drops safely and comfortably in front of deep square leg, and that, by my Roof's reckoning, is 9 runs off the over. 211 for 4, 37 overs in the book, and it's all just bubbling along nicely. Go.
Bit more Berlin chat. I'm guessing it's probably Leah, actually. This person did try to explain to me how to pronounce their name. They said that people from Berlin have a reputation as being particularly unfriendly within Germany, but this person doesn't think that to be the case. Rumblepan says that, again, love people in Berlin, but he was pretty drunk. How funny, just like me, Rumblepants. And then a little bit of politics. Josie tells us that apparently Zahawi from, of course, the Conservative government has been sacked this morning. Missed that. Yep. And also, just for good measure, doubling up on the tweets, 1 minute, then 47 seconds ago, South Africa letting England back in here.
Well, possibly, as Ali takes Ngidi, again, Ngidi slightly back of the length, but Ali's gone over the top of mid-off and a couple of bounces and a thud into some advertising hoardings, and that's another 4.
You can see...
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
You give Mo width, and he will dispatch it.
It all looks a bit ugly, doesn't it? Because there's no foot movement. It doesn't look.
Mo's effective.
Yeah,
that's what he is. He's effective.
I think that's what you've got to kind of weigh up, is that it might not look like it comes out of an MCC textbook, but no pictures and scorecards.
It's the same with his stats. When he finishes his career, you'll think, well, how did he play that long and that many games? His numbers are far better than they suggest. He's a far better player than his numbers suggest.
Ngidi's going to go round the wicket this time. He tries to dab this down on the 45, but there's a short third man in place who will do the fielding. And so there's a dot ball. And the run rate's creeping up now towards 5 3/4.
Bit harsh on Moeen there, fellas, I think. Languid left-hander. He gets 5% extra on the beauty scale just for being a languid left-hander, I think, long levers. I think what England are doing well today that they missed out on Friday is that back of a length, rather than trying to play a cross bat, they're trying to stay back in their crease a little bit deeper and hit through the line of the ball down the ground, which is what Moeen did there for the last boundary.
Has there ever been a languid right-hander? As Ali again tries to muscle that ball through the covers, but can't beat the Vuma there, who's standing at quite a wide-ish mid-off position.
Just for the alliteration stakes, it would have to be a different adjective for a right-hander, right? So languid left-hander, what could it be? Rigid right-handers? So to answer your question, no.
So, languid seems to... Then again, my whole youth was David Gower either nicking off the second slip for no score at all or making a beautiful century. So as he's trying to, I think going around the way he's trying to tuck Ali up the room, he just guides that down towards third man, and there'll be a single there.
If I can interject, this is the plan against Ali, is to tuck him up generally and bowl it short of a length, get it high enough so he can't control the height of the ball when he hits it.
Kind of around about the shoulder area, Jason. I'm showing my shoulder, so if you're listening to me on the radio, that makes an awful lot of sense. But kind of up around, not above the shoulder, but around, or just below the shoulder levels.
Armpit.
Yeah, I think that's what I was going for. Oh, Ngidi has given up running just as he was about to bowl.
We put him off. We've told Moeen his plan now.
Yeah, even though he's bowling to Butler, which I think that was the thing that confused him. Ngidi looks shattered. He had that look of like, I don't want to. Have I got a short run up? Have I got to go all the way back to that mark? He looked absolutely goofy. So he's running in, and that is a slower ball. Maybe indicative of a man who wants to. Can I come back and bowl the rest of my overs another time? Just pushed into the covers by Butler, and he'll take a single. He did though, didn't he, Tim? He had that look back to the camera.
No, he did, and he often does. He often does have that look of resignation, of tiredness. He does often have that sort of look. But there's plenty in the tank there.
Yeah, because I was going to ask if he was like the Ollie Robinson of South Africa, fast bowlers, where there's just like a general feeling about it, maybe a lack of fitness in there somewhere. But last ball of this over, he's coming in, and that is wide, and Ali hits the ball straight to mid-off and walks away with absolute disgust the moment that he hit the ball that he was, like you said, or abject failure, Tim. That was abject failure. John, with 38 overs in the books, what have we got?
You might have seen me just having a little conversation with the microphone down there if you're following us on YouTube, just asking, do I actually read these tweets by the GC Radio Naked account? Apparently I can. So they're saying that if Gorilla, Hendo and Messi Jez are going to finish us off, we might need a fluffer. I'm assuming that means that my commentary is taking away your horny Radio Naked Fun porn bot. I do apologise, mate. I thought the sultry Queensland accent might have been doing it for the dear listener out there.
We are the Hawes duvet compared to the main course that's about to come in the last 10 overs. It is going to be. Oh, and I think Gidi's gone off for a bit of a lie down.
Speaking,
Janssen is going to carry on, and that is slightly back of the lane. Butler rises on his tiptoes and defends into the cover. Just a small comparison. Does Janssen give off a vibe of Bruce Reed?
He snapped in half mid-pitch. They've had to sticky tape him back together.
He's very tall, and he's very. If he turns sideways completely, I think he might actually disappear. Janssen, as that is back of the length. Butler tries to pull, hits him. Hits him on the legs. It would have gone over the top of the stumps and evades the keeper and goes down to third man for a leg bye. Pretty inelegant cricket all round there, Tim.
Hey?
Pretty inelegant cricket there all round.
Yeah, pretty much.
There was some gesticulation by the
And Moen still questioning something.
Yeah, this is where we do need some.
I'm not sure what, but
yeah, I'm trying to work out where they're pointing with regards to it all.
Initially, I would have said he's probably saying, "I hit that, didn't I?" No, but
they wouldn't.
But no, it's something more involved than that. That's involving both the batsmen, both umpires, and now Temba Bavuma.
Do you think Bavuma's just coming along to say what's going on?
Oh, it's hit the glove on the ground. It could be 5 penalty runs.
Oh my word!
Claessen's whipped the glove off to have a shot at the stumps as the throws come in, and it's bounced off his innard hand, hit the glove on the carpet, and the umpires are questioning whether that's going to be penalty runs.
And the answer is yes, it should be.
Well, this is where again I'm trying to use my poor eyesight to focus in on the markings on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. Looks like everybody's just going to resume.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, they've just added the 5.
They've just added 5. That's been. Janssen has pitched that one up a bit too much, and Butler's driven that straight down the ground. Great shot by Butler, and that's gone for 4 runs. So, in the midst of it all, 5 penalty runs. We've got no jingle for 5, I know that. And then we've got a beautiful, well, just about an on drive for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Interesting stuff. That is, short, and that was too quick for Ali, and it's hit him in the chestal area. That was maybe a sense of frustration there, Tim.
That's what I've been calling for as soon as they took Markram off to Ali. But unfortunately, until now, they bowled far too much width to Ali.
Yes.
But yeah, that's what I wanted. In at the ribs, just under the armpit, as you rightly pointed out. Just the sort of delivery you need to bowl to Moen.
That'll leave a mark in the morning. Certainly will do. That is short and wide. I think Ali confused by that one, and in the end just lets it go through to the keeper. And probably immediately regrets the idea of not throwing his arms at that, but maybe didn't quite pick up the direction with regards to that one. We've lost the ticker ever so slightly, so I can't really tell you about how many balls are left in this particular over, or what the score is. 226, I think, roughly 226, 227. Janssen in, Yorker length delivery this time. Good attempt to whip the ball away through mid-wicket by Ali, but sharp fielding will prevent the single.
I'm surprised to see Ali get another one in his own half there after punching one down the ground through long on for 4 along the carpet. A couple dug in, one got him right smack bang on the nipple.
Yeah, like as if it was a target practice. Heavy offside field that Janssen has, and steps away, and Janssen's been double bluffed. He stepped away to leg. It's gone further down the leg side. Ali didn't play the shot at it. Keeper's got no chance, and that's 4 wide or 5 wide.
Terrible delivery. Pitched outside the leg stump and just carried on going.
Is the bowler guilty of overthinking that, or just thinking?
I think overthinking the over, definitely in general.
and I was about to say that I've done a Tony Bishop and commentated on the same ball twice, but it just looked like the same ball twice. Ali backed away to leg again. Janssen followed him further down the leg side, but this time it thudded into the keeper's gloves, and that's just another wide. If Janssen bowled it off stump, Ali would be absolutely unable to be able to get back to where the ball is. As the extras now, we can see the extras are now 24, which is criminal on a one-day side. And Ali does whip that ball, I think it's the last ball of the over, down towards deep square leg. That's the end of the over. I'm just trying to work out how many overs there are in the books, just in case I am taken away from Hendo time at the end of the inning.
I think we've got one more.
I think we've got one more.
I think one more.
Yeah, I think we've got one more. I think it's 229. Oh, sorry, 227 for 4, 39 overs in the books. Dom.
A little bit of a call out for Annie Chag to come back to the socials. This person says, I will, just a tad busy at the moment with life. And Warren is wondering, what is this thing you call life? Life all in quotation marks. Warren, I'm thinking the same thing, mate. Sunday morning here in the UK.
Am I watching a replay? I don't think I am.
That's a boundary first ball of this over.
Boundary first ball of the over.
I got excited. Try this
I was worried about how South Africa were going to bowl in the final 10 overs, and they've started bowling poorly just outside of that. Last over and early in this one. All over the show. 2 lengths.
As that is a Yorker length delivery which has been chipped like a beauty over the bowler's head. And that's dribbled into the boundary sponge. What a shot by Moeen Ali, and let the fireworks begin.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Moeen shouldn't see a pitch tap delivery for about 3 overs. 3 or 4 overs. Not a single pitch tap delivery. Chin music. See what happens.
What Nokia did there was the shorter one was quicker and the fuller one was slow.
Oh, and that's a slower ball outside the off stump. And Ali has nearly torn both of his shoulders out of his socket to hit that ball, but a mile away from it. And that's gone through to the keeper, and that's kind of brought everything back to a little bit of a mess. He was a long way through that, wasn't he? He was a long way through that.
It was. Exceptionally early.
Very, very, very early.
It's a better way to use the middle of the deck, that one, rolling the fingers down the side of the ball, what we used to call a leg cutter back in the day. But the first ball, the over, which did go the distance for a boundary with a cross-bat stroke, it was a wobble seam halfway down the track, and it just looks like that's not the way to go at Norkia's pace.
So if my calculations are right, then I think the score is 2-4-3 for 4. That is short, and Ali has tried to pull that away. It's been mistimed, but it has gone over mid-wicket, and there will be a scramble and a field, and 2 runs will be taken. But Nortjes trying to to make Ali think about this a little bit more. He specs that from just outside off Stumpton.
Yeah, that was much better from Nokia, much better. And Mo just getting enough of it, not to hit out of danger.
Coming around the wicket now. Slower ball just outside the off stump, but the lack of pace has allowed Ali to readjust, and he has smeared that towards a deep mid wicket, and that has gone for 4 runs, and by our reckoning, Mo and Ali 50 runs.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done.
That is again a wide outside the off stump, full length delivery, and Ali is again throwing the bat at that one. Failed to make contact, and that's gone through to the keeper. I think that is the end of the over. 4-4 dot, 2-4 dot. So I think, Jez, it's all a bit all over the place, and you too, Kat, because of the fact that there's no, the scorer seems to have given up. Tim, thank you. Dom, thank you. But we will make way for...
Stunning debut on tweets, Dom, I must say.
And what's the score, Al, before we go? We're going to have to manually score this, aren't we?
I think we are. I think it's roughly in the... there you go, 249 for 4. You ask, Kat.
249 for 4.
That's the power you've got, Kat. You ask, and television provides.
Television provides, thank you.
There you go.
All over the place is what we do well, Al. Let's face it.
Making.
Can I just say too that Crick Info is also not refreshing the score.
Yeah,
so there is nowhere.
That's weird.
Hmm.
Oh, is Hendo coming?
Is Hendo coming? I'll hang around for a ball, maybe.
Yeah.
Do you want to alternate, Cap? Do you want to do this one?
Sure. So we have Parnell bowling over the wicket. It's lofted beautifully into the outfield for 4 runs.
Four.
I think we've got Hendo back.
Yeah, the Hendo's there. I'm off.
It's time for a change, is it not?
Yeah, thank you, Al.
I don't know who's on with me. Who's on with me?
It's us two.
It's you two. It's the 2 Aussies.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're manually scoring as well, Hendo.
You're manually scoring?
Yeah, because there's no score anywhere.
Oh, right. Okay, that's a fantastic shot from Joss Butler, who is going a little bit crazy. Has picked that up over mid-wicket, all the way back into, well, deep into the crowd. If there was a crowd, it's more of a grass bank than anything else. And Wayne Parnell has disappeared for another of these. Now, you guys are going to have to tell me what the hell's going on here, because when I went off after the first 10 overs, and I was chatting a lot to Dom, getting to know Dom, and then talking with Dave, who I haven't seen for 3 years, and England seem to be doing quite well now. Parnell is in, again, bowls to Butler, is trying to reach that one outside off stump, trying to cut it away. No foot movement as such, cuts underneath it, and there is no run as it goes through to the keeper. So what's been going on? I mean, Harry Brook played a lovely little innings at what I saw of it. Moeen Ali and Joss Butler are continuing to pile on the runs. Explain it to me, people.
When I left, it was Butler and Ali, and I went off for 10 overs and watched the Renegades match. So basically, I'm in the same position as you, although the same 2 batters are still in.
This is absolutely lathered by Joss Butler. Straight back past Parnell, who may have just got a boot to it, and now he seems to be sort of limping rather gingerly. And in fact, close up on his face is one of agony. He's regretting having put anything in the way of that. Jason is after something. Are you after your iPad? There we go. But absolutely
my assessment would be that South Africa haven't bowled very well.
Right.
They let Ali get in, And once Ali's in, it's very hard to stop. And Butler's just started really hitting the straps and predicting 360.
Really? Mind you, you were predicting 350 the other day for South Africa, and they got 299. So I think we should take your predictions with a pinch of I don't know. I'm trying to think of something Australian that wasn't salt.
All my predictions are pretty shit.
Chicken salt.
Chicken salt. Is that a special sort of salt you can get in Australia? Chicken salt.
Can't you get it in England?
No, I've never heard of chicken salt.
I'm
Then
sure
it is
you can.
Australian.
It's just you haven't met it yet, Endo. That's all.
I've never. Well, I mean, on my 3 trips to Australia, I can't believe that I've not managed to come across chicken salt. And I will, if I do ever make it to Australia again, I will obviously seek that out. Now, Parnell was trying to run in to bowl, but he's in too much pain, and he's now sitting down, unlacing his boots and taking it off. He's got natty socks on. He's got his Christmas socks on. Those
he has got his Christmas socks on.
Those are
What a
not
highlight.
cricket socks, are they? Oh, those cricket socks are underneath
I tell you
them.
what, the auntie who gave him those socks for Christmas would be absolutely thrilled. At
Oh,
them.
she will. And that's probably why he's done it. Actually, it's all part of the plan to get them on the telly.
Pretty gross toes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, does anyone have nice toes, really? I mean, toes just aren't generally very nice, are they? So, well, yeah, he's always having that toe now. The big toe is being manipulated by the physio.
They're asking the big toe. They're doing a concussion test on the big toe, asking him who the Prime Minister is.
Can we have a big toe substitute? I think we need a big toe substitute. In fact, for almost every body part that can get injured, there should be a potential substitute. Why just stick with concussion? But I mean, Butler absolutely lathered that, didn't he? He really hammered that, as only Joss Butler can do, really. Smashed it, timed it, and Parnell is
And this
in
could be our second fracture of the South African bowling.
Oh, because Quinton de
So
Kock has
we've
gone
lost-
off, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've lost a cock to a finger or a thumb, and now we've got the big toe of Parnell under suspicion. I think they've sprayed it with the magic spray, and he's feeling a lot better now.
Yeah. The auntie socks have gone back on, and
He's got 2 pairs on, actually. He's got a nice thick pair of traditional sports socks, and then he's got the jolly socks on
The jolly
over
socks.
the top of them.
yeah, the auntie socks. They're also. I mean, they're just beautiful. I've not seen a cricketer wearing such accoutrements.
No, what is that? An Argyle style pattern? We need some tweets
Yeah,
to let
well,
us know.
I won't
what
know that.
pattern is.
I won't know that. Is it true that Nadim Sahawi has been sacked? Silence.
apparently.
Silence from the Australians. They're thinking, who is this bloke?
No, apparently
Who knows?
he has. I think he was getting to be too much of an embarrassment even for the Tories.
I mean, he should be sacked from. I mean, he shouldn't be really allowed to stand for Parliament, I don't think. But there you go. That's getting too political for some people. Parnell will continue, so no lasting damage done there. He's either been given just a bit of manipulation or a bit of cream or something. This time, as he tries to run in, he's stopped by Moeen Ali, who's not happy with what's going on behind the bowler's arm. So he's going to have to drop back to the end of his run-up again. He still seems to be limping slightly, I would say. Not sure how many overs he's got left. How many overs has Wayne Parnell got left? Can't be many.
This is his 8th over.
Oh, it's his 8th, okay. He's in, and Moeen Ali gives himself room, but he's bowled that very quickly into the pitch. It was one of those shorter bounces. Oh, I think it's a bit unlucky there. It's been signalled as a wide by umpire
that's
Erasmus.
stiff.
Yeah, I think that's a bit unlucky, to be honest. But
I mean, that's unlucky because if Butler is moving away from the
side on. I mean, you don't really know until you go side on, and actually, when you go side on, it's been signalled by the square leg
pretty tall.
umpire. Yes, it was quite high. Parnell in again, short into the ribs of Moeen Ali. Moeen Ali tickles this away into a very open onside. There's no one saving the single there apart from the man on the 45. So there's an easy run for him, and definitely Parnell still limping as he walks back to the end of his run. Maybe just get through this over, and then they might need to find someone else to take his final 2. I
don't think he'll have another
I'm glad you're
over
doing the
after
manual
this.
scoring. I see what you mean. There's no scoring on the actual screen, is there? I thought you were talking about
the
us.
Quick Info's caught up now, so
So I might have to come to you for the score because I haven't got it in front of me. In comes Parnell, bowls full on the leg stump, and it's worked, but worked too quickly by Joss Butler to Pavuma, who's on the edge of the circle, but he won't get the single. That is the end of the over. Tell me the score.
So it is 261 for 4 according to Quick Info, if I'm getting the refreshing scores up quickly enough, which I think I am.
I might have to try. I might have to try and put it on in front of me on the on Quick Info myself, so that I can bring you
261 for 4 at the end of 41.
41.
That was a
Warren
long over.
asks Annie Cave, what is this thing you call life? To which Annie says, it's overrated. And she
Life?
says, it's been so long since I've been on Guerrilla Cricket. The new guy on tweets referred to me as this person.
You're very, very quiet, Messi. Can you speak up a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that better?
That's a lot better. That is
Sorry,
a lot
yeah,
better.
I knocked my mic. Leah says, I hate seeing Moeen bat, but not for the reason you think. His beard looks magnificent in the field, but the chin strap on his helmet just makes it look weird.
Right. Okay. I can't seem to get a page up that I want to get up, which is very annoying. Where do I go to pick up? I need to get rid of.
That's all right. I can keep relaying the score. I'll keep.
Yeah, it's
keep
better
track
than
of it
trying
now.
to
The Quick Info's up to date.
advise
So
Hendo
yeah.
on technology.
The score. Oh, and Moeen Ali aims a massive booming drive at what looked to be a slightly slower ball from Nortje from round the wicket, and he gets an inside edge down onto his leg stump, which is ripped out of the ground. It was all rather spectacular. It's the end of Moeen Ali. The scorecard is back, I can tell you. So I can tell you that England are 261 for 5, and that is the end, I'm afraid, of Moeen Ali.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Which is a shame, because Moeen Ali in full flow is a sight to behold, and he was in full flow there. He just got it wrong slightly. He's getting a good ovation for his 51 from 45 balls. Has got England into a position of much greater strength than I thought they were going to be in. I thought at one point maybe 240 was going to be a decent score on this pitch, but they seem to have picked up and are going pretty well. Messi, more tweets.
Mog says this was a T20 match, it'd already be over. Just saying. WG Rumble Pants says to Leah, this is exactly why I wear my chin strap behind my beard.
Oh.
And your beard is as magnificent as Moeen's, isn't it, WG? Dave Wood says, I wish I had a job where I could get sacked and issue a press release.
Yep.
Which is apparently what his name did. And the alternative form box says, toes and sock sucking only on Guerrilla Cricket now.
Good point. Good
as
point.
well as phalanges, fetishes, click here. And Mognar says I'm too loud.
There's no happy medium with you, Messi, is
Nobody's
there?
happy.
And Josie X says, now Hendo's come on air, England will collapse.
Absolutely, it's bound to happen. New to the crease is a man playing his first game in this series. Here we go.
Works was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test and he went to the team.
Chris Wokes it is. And Nortje is over the wicket to the right hand. He bowls him a bouncer. He ducks almost into it, down underneath it though, and through to the keeper it goes. 261 for 5. Yeah, slower ball I think or a cutter from Nortje. It was plenty of width. Moeen Ali threw everything at it. Didn't really get the front foot to the ball, but that is the way that he plays, and a lot of people play in this form of the game now. And he got the bottom corner of the bat, and back onto the leg stump it went. Here is Nortje again into Wokes. Gets a little bit turned around by that one, but prods it out into the offside nonetheless. And score remains 261 for 5. 8 overs left. I don't think we're going to get 360. I'll be surprised, although you can never rule it out with Buttler there, I suppose. Sam Curran also to come. But, I think maybe 330, 320, 330 maybe. Let's see. In comes Nortje. He's in his 8th over. And he bowls to Wokes, and Wokes dabs this square on the offside. To Klassen, I think. Backward point there. There is no run.
I think they'd be needing 320, otherwise it's going to be a bit easy to chase.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess we don't quite know whether Quinton de Kock is going to take his place at the top of the order if he's got a thumb injury. That might be the end of his game. So that would mean that South Africa are one short already. Here is Nortje again into Wokes. Oh, and he bowls him a really good bouncer. And for a moment, Wokes thought about hooking, but then realised it was getting too big on him and ducked underneath it. This has been a good over from Nortje.
He's using the short ball really well, actually, and neither of these two batters look inclined to really take it on. So I think if he can get his couple of short balls per over in, that's going to go well.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a really good one. Very straight. And he's in to complete the over now. Bowls to Wokes, and Wokes gets one on the leg stump and whips it away for his first run down to long leg. He will keep the strike. 93 miles an hour, that one from Nortje. England at the end of the 42nd over are 262 for 5. Messi.
Yeah, I actually dispute that it's your wickets. I think it was my prediction of 360 that resulted in Ali getting out immediately.
Okay. Fair point.
Mog says there's a strong case for Mark Howie Howard and James J.V. Brayshaw to be included in the slurry of the underworld callers. Yeah, they're dreadful, but luckily most of our English audience wouldn't have had to put up with those people. The poll has a couple of minutes to go and 70 people have voted. KP is well ahead at the moment.
What's this poll? I've missed this. What's this?
Who's your least favourite cricket commentator? KP's got 57% of the vote, Pommy Mbangwa 13 and Mark Waugh 19%.
Okay, was it just those three? This is Parnell start. He's got his toes all right. He's going to bowl his 9th over. This one's flicked to mid wicket. There is no run.
You're right there. Is it just those three? I mean, there could have been 20.
Well, exactly.
Well,
I mean,
unfortunately, Twitter only gives you 4 choices. I put an other and there's 10% for that.
10. Who are the others? This is the question.
Well, there's been some nominees, including the whole of the TMS team, Danny Morrison, Mark Howard, James Brayshaw, and I think there was one other, Justin Langan.
Michael Clark is a real terrible commentator. He's awful.
Parnell bowls, and Wokes gets a bit of a leading edge over the top, strangely enough, of mid-wicket. I think he's trying to play it square on that, but it's gone fairly straight. He's picked up 2 runs from it, though. So he moves to 3, England to 264 for 5. Parnell has figures of 1 for 46. Who did he get rid of? It was Milan, I think. He got LBW in the main power play. Just one man saving the single on the onside. Wokes finds him though as he aims a drive into the offside, which ends up at mid-wicket, and there is again no run. Butler 65 can't get the strike. Butler would like to be getting the strike right now. Wokes has got 3 off 8. Butler's at 65, pretty much a runner ball, and this is when Butler really could come to the fore, isn't it? He could turn that 65 into a 110 in no time at all, and that's what England will be looking at. Projected score at this run rate is 311. In comes Parnell again, bowls to Wokes, and that played a lovely little glance there. I say it's a lovely little glance. It might have actually been leg buys. Not sure whether he got bat on that. Yes, he did indeed. It's gone away to the boundary for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
How many entries for the GPL today, Messi?
None.
What?
Both Ombre Nuevo was hungover in Berlin, and I forgot.
You forgot. But what about all you other people out there? Parnell in again, bowls to Wokes, tries to pull this away. It doesn't. It probably just doesn't bounce as much as he expected, and he ended up doubling up as it sort of takes him in the midriff and just drops out into the offside. No entries to the GPL. Well, I go away for 40 overs, 30 overs, and the GPL is allowed to rot. I'm astounded, and quite frankly, we will have to be reviewing your performance on this message, as you didn't remind people enough.
We haven't had a new Patreon since the 14th of January when David Brooke became a patron.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all gorillas should become patrons. I mean, there's no excuse not to be a patron if you're a gorilla. Parnell bowls a full toss, which is clipped into the outfield. One bounce to the man running in at long on, and Wokes has again captured the strike. This is really not what England want. England 269 for 5 from 43. Messi.
Dumb play. Leah says, I think I once caught a bit of Brayshaw on a highlight reel. It's a miracle I'm still alive. And Mog says quite correctly, Brad Haddon is a fucking imbecile too. Yeah. So, I, with some honourable exception, most frustrating wicketkeepers give me the shits, to be honest.
It's a strange thing about Australian accents in particular, maybe South Africans as well, to the English ear. I think we're fortunate on Gorilla that the Australians and South Africans we have got fine mellifluous tones, but there are one or two on the Big Bash especially who haven't, and if they come on early in the morning and I'm not expecting it, it can be a bit painful.
So the equivalent of having Godfrey on, on the.
Well, the thing it's a weird thing, isn't it? I mean, I remember someone saying to me, and I think I just have a perfectly normal English accent, in Australia, Jansen bowls. Oh, and it's carved away by Wokes, very fine. Oh, and whoever it was down there didn't do a very good job of getting behind it, and that is 4 more runs. I remember someone saying to me, your accent gives me the willies, and which, apart from the fact that it's an unusual phrase, I did quite appreciate the fact that it's an old English phrase to describe an English accent. This is swung straight to the one man, saving the single on the onside at mid wicket, and there is no run. I mean, I wonder when it comes down to commentators, is it just purely about what they say, or is it the accent? I mean, we all have things that will set up our senses in different ways, I think. You might not like a Scouse accent, you might not like a Birmingham accent, something like that. Jansen in again, bowls, and Wokes was trying to turn that onto the onside, and it seemed to be a little bit like it was earlier this morning, just coming off the pitch a bit too slowly, so he was through the shot and it hit him on the pad and then just ballooned out on the offside. There's no chance of a single. So is it really about the content of what people say or how they say it?
I think it's a bit of a combination of both. And if you get three people who sound exactly the same, I think that's where it becomes very grating, unless they all have absolutely beautiful voices.
And also because you can't necessarily distinguish between the three if they all do sound the same. They're going to get a couple of runs down to third man this time. Whoever it is down there, I think it must be a substitute fielder. I don't recognise who it is, but they've got through for 2. Wokes has moved actually now quite quickly onto 14 from 15 deliveries. England 275 for 5. I mean, but the thing is with KP, I don't like his accent and I don't like what he says. So that's
Yeah, it's not so much the accent; it's the pitch. He has a very high-pitched voice, most people don't find that very pleasant.
Yeah. I suppose it's the frequency, isn't it, of vocalisation. Round the wicket now, Jansen, left arm round the wicket to Wokes, gives himself room, carves at that one, and I think he's just got a toe end to that through the keeper, because Jansen seemed to be sort of celebrating a little bit. It's not much of a celebration, that has to be said, and Wokes is actually on his way. England lose their 6th wicket. And it's Klassen taking the catch because, of course, he's taken over from de Kock behind the stumps, who's got an injured finger. Wokes goes then from 14 from 16 deliveries. And England loses 6.
And Klassen looks relieved to have hung on to that. He doesn't celebrate. He just goes, thank fuck I held on to that one.
Has he dropped one already? Have we seen him drop a couple or something? I'd say I hadn't had my eye on the cricket greatly because I've been chatting to people. But
he managed to fumble a keep at one point where his glove went straight through the stumps and was called a no ball.
Oh,
so
good.
he hasn't had a great game.
Okay.
On the other hand, de Kock was woeful before he went off. He was just keeping really poorly. He didn't even know if someone had edged the ball or not. He seemed incapable of seeing anything.
He
Indeed.
dropped a sitter too, didn't he?
We think he did, although when I saw that from behind, or from his view, it didn't look
Yeah,
to me as
fresh
if
air.
Duckett had actually hit it. Anyway, new man at the crease is this man.
Is he a batter or bowler?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
His dad's from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
Well, I'm pretty much sure that Butler has not faced a ball in the last 3 overs, which is not what England want. And Curran will be coming out with 1 ball to go in the 44th. So Butler in particular will be hoping that he doesn't get another single here and deprive him of the strike once again. But
England are in danger of not going past 300 unless Butler can get a bit more of a strike.
yeah, there's not much to come beneath this, is there? There's Adil Rashid, who batted okay the other night, but these guys don't get enough batting generally in this England team, the lower order ones. So it's very difficult for them to come in and be dominant. Janssen in, bowls to Curran. Curran goes onto the back foot and just tucks it past the diving Janssen. I'm laughing because Janssen probably should have stopped that, but he didn't. And it meant that Curran was able to come through with a single and keep the strike, which means that Butler will not have faced a ball for about 4 overs. Messi, any more tweets?
In relation to the various votes, I can tell you that the vote has now closed.
Right.
And so KP is the winner with 57%, followed by Mark Wall with 20%.
Does someone want to tell KP maybe on Twitter that he's been voted the worst commentator in the
I'm just
world?
putting it up on Twitter now. But I'm also saying that if you had the experience of war during the BBL, you would have voted for him.
Right.
Yeah.
But isn't it Mark Waugh who's now been who's going out to India in place of Michael Clark? Is that not right? Did I not read that the other day?
Yes, I cannot believe that.
So if Michael Clark was terrible and he's been replaced by someone else terrible, it's not great, is it? That's why you need to listen to Guerrilla Cricket for your India-Australia needs. Curran, kindly, as far as Butler is concerned, flicks this up towards the untenanted mid-on position. The mid-off has to come across the field, so they will take a single. And finally, after must seem like an age, he's such an age that Butler's having to retake his guard. He gets back down to face a delivery. England could get to 335 if they can go at 10 and over, 324 at 8, 312 at 6. The current run rate will get them to 314. The current run rate is 6.27. Beautiful day in Bloemfontein. Don't know what the temperature is. Have you got a temperature from the back cave, Messi, for Bloemfontein today?
I think it was forecast to be 31.
31?
Tell you in a second.
Too bad. Parnell, wide of the off stump, really has to reach for that. Would have been a wide if he'd just let it go. He's only going to get a single anyway, so might have been better letting it go. Butler moves on to 66.
31 degrees.
31 degrees, and there's barely a cloud in the sky. It's a lovely day. We saw the attendance earlier, it's just over 10,000, which I guess is not bad. I mean, many a non-league football club would be happy with that, and many lower league football club would be happy with that. Curran's looking for a single, but he's not going to get it as well. First, Temba Bavuma comes in from extra cover. The mid-off is approaching as well. They decide against it. 278 for
He was
6.
fielding at mid-off. He has barely moved 10 paces to field a ball in the last 3 overs. Bavuma ran a long way to field that in front of mid-off because he was so lazily
Let us
moving.
shame. Let us fielding shame that person.
I don't know who it is though, so we can't shame them enough.
We will when we can work out who it is. We will shame him. Pulled by Curran. Nice shot. Only one though, as a man moves round at deep mid wicket. A nice throw on the bounce over the top of the stumps. That was Maharaj. 279 for 6. Curran on to 3. Butler 66.
Run rate 6.25. It hasn't escalated too much above that, but we are on track to go north of 300, I guess, with that.
England would, well, I think got to get to 300 from
You'd
here,
hope
really.
so.
Yeah. It's good Yorker this time from Parnell, and Butler can't really do very much with that. Sometimes he goes deep in his crease and manages to squeeze those out down the ground, but that was a bit too good for him. Just did enough to keep it out. 1 ball remaining in Parnell's 9th. Butler 66 off 66. He's rocking the Joe Root look. And he's got this final ball. Drives it powerfully on the up, but straight at Bavuma at extra cover. Won't get a run. End of the over. 5 to go. England 279 for 6. Messi.
Mog says, I've pissed away enough money on things this weekend to start losing it on number estimation games. Dizzy Yates, in response to Lynx Lear saying that she'd caught a bit of Brayshaw, says the number for the special clinic is on the notice board. Josie Oak says, is it me or has batting got easier? I think it has.
Yeah.
Mog says the lack of mellifluous tones is one of the reasons you won't get me on air doing stuff. I enjoy your tones, Mog. When I did that interview with you, they were quite mellifluous. Leah says, I think you notice the accent more in a negative way if the content is bovine feces.
Ah, that could be it. That could be it. Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
And
Well,
well, says, does giving me the willies mean something different in Australia?
Driven by Curran, but he's hitting it too hard. He's hit it straight at mid-off. Who can we shame at mid-off this time? Who is that? He's got a very much, well, more than a 5 o'clock shadow. It's somewhere between a 5 o'clock shadow and a fully formed beard.
So maybe that's the subfielder Milan.
Oh,
We
could
have
be
a Milan
Yanaman
on both sides, by the
Yanaman
way.
Milan, yes, absolutely. Could well be him. I think it is. I'm just.
No, it's not. It's Markram, isn't it?
Is that Markram? Janssen again. Oh, Curran's giving himself a lot of room outside the leg stump and then can't actually reach the ball, which is a foot outside off stump. Slower ball from Janssen, just 77 miles an hour.
And Janssen's bowling extremely well in that wide channel, out of the reach of all of the batters trying to give themselves room. He's just that's good bowling from Janssen. He's doing it both sides too of the pitch with the left-hander and the right-hander.
Just something I get.
Why is he trying to hit it out of the park though? Why doesn't he just go for a single and let Butler?
Well,
through?
exactly. I mean, we know that Curran can hit a long ball. I mean, he's a very fine striker of the ball, but there's something about Curran that's not quite right at the moment, and I'll try and identify what it is. He's almost dragged that back, and he's looking for the single, but it's only gone a couple of feet down the wicket, and Janssen is in to kick it towards those stumps. Excuse me. And again, they don't get a run. I don't know. Curran seems to be just trying a little bit too hard at the moment. Most of what Curran does seems very natural and instinctive, but having watched him a little bit in the SA20 competition, where he's been batting higher up the order, and then coming in these two games, he doesn't quite seem to be playing with the same sort of instinctiveness, I think.
Trying to prove himself in his homeland.
Well, he's Zimbabwean, really, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah. This is flicked away. He's going to get a single this time to the man on the 45. Yard either side. He would have probably got himself a 4, but he's only got a single. He's moved on to 4 from 8. Butler, who's only had 1 ball in about the last 26 or 27, is going to get another chance. 66 off 67 for him. Timber Bavuma, who's an interesting portrait, seeing him right next to Matt Janssen. Dave has come in with some important news.
Just to pick you up on one thing you
Yep.
said, Hendo.
Yep.
Sam Curran, of course, born in Nottingham General Hospital.
Oh, was he? Nottingham or Northampton?
Northampton.
Yeah.
No.
Jason, you come in to correct me and you get it wrong. Oh God, back to the kitchen with you.
Excellent correction.
Zimbabwean from Northamptonshire. Janssen into Butler. Butler tries to play a hook shot with a rather perpendicular bat. There's quite a bit of tennis ball bounce there. It's being signalled, would you believe, as I'm sure you would believe, one of these. Head height wide, and extra balls gratefully received by England. 2 remaining in this over now. Janssen in again, bowls, and he's looking for the ramp. Goes right across his stumps, fails to make contact, and it goes through to Klassen. And Butler is sighing. He's not happy. He's not a happy chappy. He's under a bit of pressure, isn't he? Because England have lost 7 out of 9. And
after this, only 4 overs to go, and Butler's hasn't quite got his eye in at the minute.
No, it's And there's some good bowling going on. I mean, that was a slower ball again from Janssen. He's taking pace off the whole time, and so it becomes more difficult to play that ramp shot. Janssen in again, bowls. He drives into his legs, but he's going to get a single as it then rebounds out into the offside. This time Buttler will keep the strike. After 46, England are 282 for 6. Messi.
And just the 2 runs and the 1 wide from that over. It was excellent bowling from
It really was.
Janssen there.
Yeah. 9 overs, 1 for 59. Janssen's figures. Messi from tweets.
Sofin KL says, living in Southeast Asia, we have the delights of the Indian coverage. If you want bad commentators, look no further than Harsha Bhogle and Sanjay Mandrika. I don't mind Harsha, actually. Warren says the problem with KP's utterances is the frequency and the frequency.
I saw that tweet go through and I liked it.
Repetition, yeah.
I do like that.
Yeah,
I think it's absolutely
right.
right.
Played just says KP's nuts.
Hey.
Graham Hunt says Peterson is a Brexit supporting twat too.
I didn't know that.
Mayank says morning all.
Anyway, Ngidi is back into the attack. His 8th over, and he's bowled one wide of the off stump, a cutter, which is carved away by Buttler. A man is running around from deep square point, but he can't get there, and Buttler has picked himself one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So he moves into the 70s, 71 from 70.
Good effort there from, I think it was Parnell running around on the boundary. Almost managed to cut that off, and because it had gone so sharply, probably would have only been 2.
Not bad for a man who nearly had to have his toe amputated a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Was it Parnell? No, it's Hendricks.
Was it Parnell? Oh no,
no,
it
it's
wasn't.
Hendricks.
It was
That's the 12th man.
It's Hendricks.
Oh, now Buttler has opened his shoulders and he's swung that away deep over, long on for one of these. So this is what we want to see if you're an England supporter from Jos Buttler. Took that from just outside off stump, swung it away. It was in the slot, and when it's in the slot, that's what you're going to get from
That
from
was shot
Jos.
of the day. That was hit so cleanly. It was beautiful.
Glorious, wasn't it? Glorious. Do you know what really gets me is people who can hit sixes and don't have to run because they know as soon as they've hit it that it's gone for 6. I mean, I've hit sixes, but I don't think that I knew immediately that it was going for 6. So I'd start running, and it might just about creep over the boundary. But blokes who can just swing and then look up as if they're on a driving range,
Yeah.
great stuff. Bastards. These people with ability.
And-
it's just not right, is it?
I think they've lost the ball because it's taking them some time to
It's
get
disappeared
going.
Brought out a new box.
It's
They brought out a new box.
Yeah, it's disappeared into quite a bit of foliage, hasn't it? Lots of trees, and there's an
Someone's
England.
taken a souvenir there, I think.
They may well have done. I haven't seen so much
Anyway,
of the man with the bingo
Ngedi's-
wings today.
Sorry,
Kat.
He's been bowling particularly well. He's probably the pick of the bowlers for economy, and he's not too bad on the extras either. So, yeah.
Onto the back foot goes Buttler, cuts it away to Bavuma. Bavuma's now just patrolling on the edge of the circle, so there's quite an easy single there. 293 for 6. Yeah, and Giddy bowled really well first up this morning. I thought he was getting some swing, he was getting some movement. Him and Parnell was causing poor old Jason Roy, who looked like he'd never held a cricket bat before, despite getting 100 2 days ago. And I mean, obviously it's
My
difficult.
cat's making an appearance here.
Hey! Where's the cat? It's the cat. Cat and cat. Oh,
Yeah.
lovely.
How
Who's
does
that?
very
the
big,
cat
he's a
deal
Persian.
with Batman and Bobbins?
Yeah, here's Batman here. You can see Batman's
Oh,
quite okay.
lovely,
again.
lovely.
Have a look
I
up.
always find
Bye-bye.
that commentary is helped by the imposition of a cat. Ngidi round the wicket now, bowls to Curran. He takes pace off the ball. Curran again trying so hard, looking for the pull shot, but is beaten by the lack of pace. Just 70 miles an hour, that one. And he's looking a bit quizzical now. I mean, I wouldn't say that Curran ever looks upset, but there was a sort of semblance of a sigh. It wasn't a big deep one like we saw from Jos Buttler a few overs ago, but that was just a slight irritation of a sigh from Curran. And he just can't get the ball away at the moment. As I say, I think he's just trying too hard, and the pace is being taken off the ball, and he's trying to hit the cover off it, isn't he? Maybe just needs to just knock it around a little bit. And Giddy again, slow, but this is smashed. Is it going to clear the man at long on? It is. It's a very flat 6 indeed, cross-batted, straight over long on. Indeed, it's one of these.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air.
Oh, there's Bingo Wings.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there we were talking about him, and he's at long on today. He was square on Friday, but Curran has picked him out. He's probably trying to hit him. He's fed up with seeing his Bingo Wings, and he just waited for well, it wasn't so much a slow one, but it was a cutter, and he waited for it, stood on the back foot and crunched it, and he's crunched the next one as well off the front foot, and that has gone a long way. I think it's gone for 6. It's gone for another 6 consecutive 6s from Curran, and I'm so delighted. I'm going to play this maximum jingle again.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air.
I'm not sure that was technically a maximum, but it was still a good shot, and Curran has suddenly found his feet. He's gone to 16 from 11 balls, and England have moved to 305 for 6 with 3 overs remaining. Messi.
Warren, referring no doubt to my conflation of South Africa and Zimbabwe, says it would be a lot easier if Africa was a single country.
I know.
Of course, Tom Curran was born in South Africa, so, just the wrong brother, that's all.
Well, they get around. They got around, didn't they?
Jay Grover says, I think the problem with the Indian commentary is that they get fired if they step out of line.
Well,
I think Bogley got reprimanded by the BCCI for not sucking the requisite amount of cock and hasn't raised a peep since.
Beg your pardon?
Leah says, here's what I hope for in this IPL. KP and Shastri together in the box, ending in a drunk Shastri getting off scot-free as a homicide was deemed justifiable.
England are going to get 2 more runs at the beginning of a new over from Matt Jansen, his final over. That was a rather agricultural heave towards long on by Buttler. He moves to 80 from 73, 307 for 6. Run rate just up now above 6.5. Buttler is trying to make hay in these final few deliveries. Jansen in again. He clears himself outside the leg stump, and then Jansen, to try and put it out of his reach, fires it right across him, and he can't get anywhere near that. But it is actually...
It was almost a no ball off the pitch.
Well, it was. It was very, very wide indeed, and quite rightly, it was signalled as one of these. And they'll get another single. No, they'll get 2 down to long on, because he didn't hit that very hard. Norkia maybe a little bit tired from his bowling exertions, so he was a little bit slow off the mark there, but Buttler happy to get back for a second. Oh, I just thought, Buttler's in good nick when you see the front shoulder wiggle, and I just noticed it before that delivery, the front shoulder wiggle. It is a sign of impending carnage from Jos Buttler.
Meanwhile, in the Under-19 Women's World Cup, England are batting. They're 1 for 15 after, I think, 4 overs, playing India.
Okay, thanks for that. Where's that being played at? That's in...
that is also somewhere in South Africa.
This one is a short ball, which Buttler tries to lift up and over imaginary slips, but doesn't make any contact whatsoever. He seems a little bit annoyed that wasn't signalled as a wide. 310 for 6, projected score now 326. 2.5 overs to go. Matt Jansen, left arm over the wicket, tall and spindly, bowls him a slower one. Buttler thrashes at that. Very, very fast hands, but the very fast hands fail to make connection with the ball, and it goes through on the second bounce to Heinrich Klaassen, who, if you are unaware, has taken over the gloves because Quinton de Kock took a blow on the finger earlier, so we're not even sure whether he will bat for South Africa. In comes Jansen again, bowls slow, almost a loopy delivery to Buttler, who has to wait for this one and then just clips it up to long on for a single. England moved to 311 for 6. Someone's just shut the window, so the crowd noise is just cut out for a moment, and Butler's moved
earlier
on to
today in the Big Bash, the Renegades were beaten by the Brisbane Heat, and so they are out of the running now for the final. Anyone who's interested in that.
Any notable scores or wicket-taking performances in that?
Don't know. It was just a well.
Yeah,
I think,
Usman and Renshaw
Sean
won
Marsh
it.
did pretty well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Usman Khawaja made a lot of runs, as did, and Renshaw finished it off. Neither of whom will be playing from now on because they're going to India.
That's a good point as well. Now it's a very good in-swinging Yorker from Janssen to finish off, but they will get through for a leg bye. So Butler will keep the strike. 83 from 77. Can he get 100 here? 2 overs to go. He needs 17.
Yes, of course he can. Go on, Butler.
Oh, hang on. It was Curran who was bowled that delivery, so he's kept the strike by getting that single. So that reduces the number of balls that Butler could potentially receive. 10 and over getting to 331. 12 and over gets England to 335. Sorry, Messi.
That's right. Ravi says accents don't matter to me unless they edge into incomprehensibility. Content we cannot expect from muted TV commentators. What gets me is the lack of enunciation. That's why I prefer women. Their higher pitches mean their words really get less lost in gruff mumble.
Ngidi bowls to Curran, who smashed another 6, so that's kind of 3 sixes in a row off Ngidi, even though separated by another over. That has gone down to long on, and again it's quite a flat one, so I'm going to indulge myself with one of these.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Well, Curran's kind of adjusted, I think. He's worked out that he's bowling many cutters, and so he's waiting for it. He's not going at the ball quite so hard. He's waiting for it, and then he's smashing it basically. And
England have lost another wicket in the Under-19 Women's World Cup, T20 World Cup.
Ngidi bowls again, smacked on the ground this time by Curran, quite straight. The man at long off, Miller, will get round, so it'll be just a single. 319 for 6. Curran now, his figures looking very healthy indeed. 24 off 14, 3 sixes in that this little cameo that he's producing. Butler to face, 83 off 77.
We're already to 319, so we're at the score I think, Mrs. you gave them, and we're going to get higher than that for sure.
I was going 360.
Oh, right, okay.
Full,
I was a bit out of the ballpark.
Well, that's just like a hockey shot, isn't it? He's picked that up, smacked it very straight indeed, very hard indeed, and it's gone all the way for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
And I'm afraid to say that Ngidi's figures that were very respectable when he came back for this spell are now taking a bit of a hammering. And
England have lost another wicket.
Oh my word! What's the score there now? There's that 3 down.
Yeah,
That's
3 for
down
16.
after 4 overs. Can I say that? Anyway, go on.
Wider ball, slower, and Butler kind of shakes his head, wondering how on earth he didn't make contact with that, but he didn't. It went through, scuttling through, because of the cut on the ball and the lack of pace to Klassen behind the stumps. So 16 for 3.
This Indian team, this under-19 India team, could beat the current India team. And I think that it's going to be sooner than I expected that India are going to take over from Australia as a world force in women's cricket. This team looks incredible.
We've got a T20 World Cup to come as well, haven't we?
Australia thrashed them in the previous round.
Butler tries to pull, but gets through the shot a little bit early and is hit sort of on the lower part of the ribs, so it's just a leg bye as it runs out into the offside square. And Ngidi seems to be suffering from a little bit of cramp. 324 for 6, 1 ball remaining in this over. I think it came off the elbow in the end, actually, as Butler was through the shot so quickly. It's a bit of a struggle to see Butler getting to his 100 now. 87 off 80. Curran to face the final ball of the penultimate over. Yeah, and Ngidi I think came back with 7 overs for 27. He's now 8.5 overs for 62. He's running in again, bowls to Curran. Curran clears his front leg again, crunches it. Has he got enough on that? It might be falling short. Oh, great effort! Great effort, I think, by Maharaj, who was running around from deep mid wicket, but he couldn't quite Well, I think he may have laid a hand on it, but he couldn't hang on to it. And that, I think, has gone all the way as well. No, it's just been given as a 4. So 4 more to Curran, who's really found his range. So much more effective Curran's proved by playing crossbat shots, even though ones that are fairly straight. Oh dear! I don't think Maharaj did actually get. He didn't actually get a hand on that, did he? In the end, and it just bounced inside the boundary edge. More despair for poor old Ngidi. So
it would have been an incredible one-handed catch on the boundary if he'd managed to hold it.
It would have been astonishing, wouldn't it? And another. Ngidi's now limping off.
Oh God.
So we have 1 over to go. 3:28 for 6. Norkia is going to bowl the final over. He's still got 2 left, or potentially he would have had 2 left, but he's not going to bowl his full 10. But he is going to bowl the 9th. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Jos Buttler. And let's see how many England can get from here. He's in. Bowls to Buttler, aiming in at his legs. He tries to swing it away. I'm not sure that he got bad on that. May just be a leg bye. England moved to 3:29 for 6. Indeed, it was a leg bye. I think we can probably say that Buttler is not going to get 100 today, but he's batted very well. 87 off 81. And brings
Curran
down
stopped him from getting it, really, by scoring so many incredible sixes. And you want Curran up the order, wouldn't you, for that?
Well, Curran, as I said, he's been batting up the order, hasn't he, in the T20 competition in South Africa. Hasn't really scored many runs from what I've seen. Anyway, he's going to come round.
Oh my goodness, the England women have just edged another. Slips, but it's been put down.
Oh, it's been put down.
No, it's been put down. It's been put down in the slips.
Norkia in again, bowls. It was in the slot, and Curran swung at it, but he made no contact. It was a swing and a miss, as they often say. So a rare dot ball at this stage, which will please Temba Bavuma, or please Anrik Norkia.
Nice bowling there. Nice.
So what channel is this under-19 game on? Anyone? Is it on? Is it on in England?
Well, if you're in Australia, it's on Fox. It's on 503.
Is it on in England?
But anyone in the right world can watch it at icc.tv.
Oh, okay. Wide of the off stump. Has he edged that one? I thought he had, but it was really well taken by Klassen, diving away to his left. And Curran seems to be walking off. So I think he must have got an edge to that. He did indeed get an edge to that. But South Africa are so blasé about taking these England wickets that they're not even going to mention it.
They don't celebrate, do they?
They don't seem to, do they? Which is very confusing for us. We don't know whether it's out or not. Anyway, that's the end of Curran. Good catch. Very good catch.
Yeah, it was. Standing keeper.
Good work, Klassen. He dived late on that too.
Yeah, I think he was going the other way slightly and then had to come back for it. And I think he ended up taking it in one hand, didn't he? Really good
pretty
catch.
much. He might have got the other one around it.
Yeah.
But it was quite low.
Yeah, very good catch indeed. But he is a wicket keeper. I mean, he's not just a reserve. He is, I guess if de Kock wasn't there, he would probably be the one-day keeper. Anyway, coming to the wicket now is this man.
Adel Rashid on the 45. 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 Adel can turn it both ways. Adel can turn it. Adel can turn it both ways. Adel can turn it. Adel can turn it both ways. Adel can turn it on the 45.
He can indeed, and he'll get the opportunity to do so later. But for the time being, he has bat in hand. Right-handed batter, aged 34. 150 in ODI cricket. He's played 121 matches. As Norkia is into him, and he's trying to reach that. Did he get bat on that, or did that just fly over the keeper? Brilliant effort to save it going for 4, whether off the pad or... No, it's been given as 4 wides. 4 wides, that is. So that's annoying as far as South Africa are concerned. So England should move on to 3-3-3. Oh, it's miles over his head. He'd have done incredibly well to get anywhere near that. And neither Klassen could get it. He just parried it over the bar, but also down to fine leg for 4. Nortje in again short. This time Rashid belatedly plays a sort of uppercut. It goes through to Klassen, but Butler's seen enough. He's thinking, there's only 2 or 3 balls left. I need to get down to the striker's end. So he runs through for the single anyway. So another bye. Plenty of extras in this over. 1 leg. In fact, we haven't had a run from the bat. We've had 6 runs, 6 extras, a wicket, and no runs from the bat so far. So a curious last over of the England innings. 335 for 7. And Butler has 2 balls. Even if he was to hit both for 6, he will end up 99 not out. So, but he might, you never know, he might get a no ball or an extra for a wide. But then that wouldn't come off the bat, would it? So that'll be a struggle. Nortje then in to Butler. Butler swings that away. Hit it quite well. Well, he's found the gap between long leg and deep backward square. It was a bit of a smear, but it's picked him up. 4 more runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Well, he'll be quite happy with that. 4 runs. He goes into the 90s. 91 to Joss Butler. And
so the only way he can get to 100 now is if there is a no ball.
Yep, indeed so. But I mean, I can't believe that Nortje's going to bowl a no ball here, or even a wide. But you never know. Here he is, final ball of the innings. Full driven up in the air. I don't think it's got enough length on that. That might fall into someone's hands. No, it won't, because there was a gap. They were in saving the single, and Butler is turning and racing back for 3. In the end, the throw goes to the wicketkeeper, so it's Rashid who would have been in danger, but they've managed to get back for a 3rd. England have compiled a very, very useful 342 for 7 at a run rate of 6.84, and that looked very unlikely after the first 10 overs this morning. I can tell you the ball was doing all sorts. That said, it may be that Temba Bavuma has read this pitch particularly well and that it's got easier and easier, so they might still be quite confident, South Africa, and they need every win they can get, because of course they're desperate to qualify for the World Cup without having to go into the preliminary tournament. Anyway, Jason has come to join me.
We didn't really see any sign that this was a difficult pitch to bat on. I mean, early up with a new ball, maybe a couple of batters had a bit of trouble, but I don't think that it was as difficult as the batters made it look early on. So it just depends. We'll be able to see once both teams are batted on it, I guess.
You're absolutely right, yeah. I mean, I went away after 10 overs and thought England would do well to get 240, but maybe it was just that Jason Roy, notwithstanding his 100 from the other day, was just horribly out of touch. Anyway, so that's the England innings completed. We're going to have to find something to play for you in the break, aren't we?
I've got a few tweets to catch up on in the meantime. Okay. I can tell you England just lost another wicket at 22 for 4.
4 for 22 in the under-19
Mind
Women's
you,
T20 World Cup after 6 overs. 4 down.
The semi-final was a low-scoring affair, wasn't it? 99 to 96.
Great game.
I think you could go away and watch the rest of this match almost in the break.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Well, you could.
Mog says, I'm pretty sure Roy is taking the piss. Makes a big score just when he needs to, then falls at a heap with that 100 armour on.
Okay.
He also says, did we mention the Renegades somehow lost their final tonight? I think Renshaw, Khawaja and Labuschagne all got permission to stay for an extra BBL game. Handy that. Katie reminds us of the Women's World Cup, which, as I say, can be seen at icc.tv. Josdiak says, now, can you leave Nortje an over... how can you leave Nortje an over short? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pornbot says, thanks, Hendo, Messi and Kat. Now I need a cigarette. Leah says, England's under-19 women clearly take a hint from England 90s... From 90s England. At she said 17 for 3, 22 for 4 now. Mayank says this series seems so pointless, like the Australian ODIs after the World Cup. I actually don't agree. I think it's time to get back into the rhythm of ODIs, and this is just.
Can I just remind you that all cricket is pointless? It is just a game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's nothing special about any of the matches.
Oh God!
It's just.
Oh, Kat! Why did you have to go and do that? What have I been wasting my life over? Oh.
It's not a waste. She didn't say it was a waste. She just said it was
No, they're all equally as pointless and equally as exciting.
Okay.
Yeah. Now this is slightly weird. So Katie's been listening to us. She went off to watch a bit of the Women's World Cup, but she says, right, I've got to go now because I've got a carriage driving lesson, but I'll be back in a couple of hours.
That's a very Katie tweet, that, isn't it? There aren't too many of the gorillas that go off for carriage driving lessons. But I do remember,
Is Camilla teaching you?
Well, I do remember vaguely that when she was in Australia, she was talking about the carriage driving, that you would always go on outside the Wacker, wouldn't it, in the evening? You'll remember that, Messi, won't you, as well? You know, about 5 o'clock in the evening, you'd look over at the back of the Wacker and there'd be some carriage driving going on.
Never saw it.
You never saw it? I saw it every time I went to the Wacker. What are you talking about?
Oh, well, you went a different route to me.
Okay.
Oh, dear. And Mog says, well, on that note of English triumphalism, I'm going to go to bed and have sweet, sweet dreams of old Blighty once again striding the cricket world like a colossus.
Well, yes, of course, they are the greatest team.
Well, I suppose it's
ever.
11:15 over there. It is past Mog's bedtime.
Poor old Mog. And what day is it? It's Sunday there, so he's probably it's a work day tomorrow, isn't it? So
Yeah, school day tomorrow.
School day, so he's probably got to go and be prepared for that. Now,
I have to go too. What time is it for you, Messi?
It's 8:15.
Oh, yes, it's quite reasonable.
Still
I moved
early
off
days.
there now,
Early
so
days in
I'm
Perth.
going to say goodbye.
Thanks, Kat, and thanks to your cat.
Thanks, Kat.
See you later. See you next time.
See you next time.
See ya.
Looking forward to it already. Now Jason is fiddling with the machine, that goes ping. What are we going to have? Are we going to have a weirdo, or have we had enough weirdo recently? I don't know. He's looking for it a moment. I'll have to sort of talk. If there are any more tweets, you can read them out, Messi, because Jason is looking forensically for something to play.
Aninda has just retweeted a tweet from NewsX saying it's a historic day, the first ever World Cup for under-19 women, and two fantastic teams playing each other. Annie Chave, editor of County Cricket Matters, speaks with Sunil Yashkara on NewsX. So there's a link to a video of Annie speaking with him. So there you go. That's something to keep you busy during the break if you're not watching the Women's World Cup as well.
Or listening to
both at the same time.
one of the things that we're producing. And maybe we should just turn off and just go off air. If you're all going to go and listen and watch other things. Have you found anything yet? I don't. Why can we only see things? We're going to get a Nindo speaking to someone. Is that where are the windows?
I want to confirm with you, Hendo.
Yeah.
I know David was carrying on about the India-Australia series. We are definitely covering the two-match test series between England and New Zealand, are we not?
Oh yes, absolutely. That's our raison d'etre. But you know,
we're kind of double dipping, aren't we, Hendo?
Well, we are, as long as we get enough people. I mean, that's the difficulty.
I've got to respond to Tony to tell them I can do some mornings.
Yes, exactly. We need people who can do early mornings. That's what we want. And
I can do that. I'll say that.
And we are siphoning up all the spare Australians around the world. If you're Australian, watch out, because we're coming for you.
Is there a collective noun for Australia or spare Australia?
Well, I can think of a few, but I'm not.
A complimentary one?
No, it wasn't going to be complimentary. Absolutely not. We don't want any complimentary Australians.
Beauties.
Yeah. Well, we've got Australia. We've got an Australian in the studio today as well. Not just you people spread around the globe.
Yeah, but he doesn't support Australia.
I know.
He supports England.
That's even better. Those are the kind of Australians I like. You people who used to be English and now have gone over to the dark side. He's just come in.
I've spent nearly 80% of my life in this country.
That's no excuse. You were brought up you were brought up at Hove, for God's sake, man.
Hendo, with jingoistic language like this, I confidently expect you to be named chairman of the Conservative Party next week.
Well, no. Funnily enough, that's not my plan. That's not in my career path.
It's not. Is it? Did your careers advisor not say that to you?
He said, what you really ought to be is the chairman of the Conservative Party. No, it's not going to happen. We're going to have a weirdo. We found one. So, I mean, I don't know how much you'll get of this. It depends how long the break's going to be. Which one is it going to be? We don't know. It's going to be the one with Emma John and with forgot who was it? Kato. So this is the most recent one we've done. and we will be back with live cricket in about half an hour, something like that.
Okay, cheers.
Cheers.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Until 2. Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Wayne Leverock. Gina Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket, and after a break of about a month for Christmas, we're back with episode 5 of Who's That Weirdo, a test of skill, knowledge and overactive imaginations that separates the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers at all but sound as though they ought to be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and today's edition matches occasional gorilla Kit Harris, the finest Richie Benaud impersonator it's been my fortune to meet, but more importantly now, assistant editor of Wisden Cricketers Almanac, against the award-winning author, Guardian writer, and possibly Michael Atherton's biggest fan, Emma John, who've been trying to get on for a while, and finally she has relented. Emma, welcome to Gorilla Cricket and Who's That Weirdo? How on earth did Kit manage to persuade you to come onto this orgy of chaos?
Well, he definitely didn't say that I'd be announced as Michael Atherton's biggest fan.
Are you not Michael Atherton's biggest fan? I thought that was...
No, I am. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan. I just, it's definitely one of those things that, you know, now feels like it's become such a parody of itself that
Are you trying to disown Michael Atherton?
I get nervous about hearing it.
Is there a scale to measure it by?
Well, exactly.
That'd be the interesting
To
thing.
be honest, I know that I'm not his biggest fan because I've met Miles Jupp, so
Well, we've met Miles Jupp, not recently.
Miles Jupp is an even bigger Mike Atherton fan.
Really? Okay, well, we'll have to get Miles on this.
He's got kind of, you know, he's one of those people who remembers a lot of facts and stats, and he's got all the Athers knowledge in his head, to be honest, way more than I have, and I blooming wrote a book about, you know, that involved the man, and I'm terrible at that stuff, but Miles really knows his
Right,
stuff.
well, Miles will be our next target. He doesn't know it yet, but he will. If he's listening to this now, he will now know that we're after him. Now, your book, which you just sort of alluded to, was following on a memoir of teenage obsession and terrible cricket, and we can all relate to terrible cricket. When you said terrible cricket, was that terrible cricket from England in the early 90s? Is that what you were really referring
Oh
to?
yes, well I didn't play cricket at all, so it wasn't
Right.
my terrible cricket.
It wasn't your terrible cricket.
No, my terrible cricket has only recently started because I actually never played until last season. I joined Stoke Newington Cricket Club, who are just up the road from me. But no, when I was a teenager, it was just before all the This Girl Can and, you know, all those kind of campaigns to get women into cricket. And even though I was absolutely obsessed with the game, nobody would let me play it.
That's really sad. I mean, you probably know Annie Chave, who comes on our program quite a lot, and she had a similar situation, didn't she, when she was young? That she was trying to play for a boys' team and they wouldn't let her play. As far as I remember, that was the.
Well, mine was mostly my school. I mean, I didn't even know any teams or clubs, but I and certainly the one that was local to me was the Luton one was and possibly still is all male, but yeah, the school that I played, you know, the school that I went to was all girls, but there was a boys' school next door. And once I was really in love with cricket, I asked them, you know, could we, you know, we used to do the classic thing of in the summer it was like tennis or rounders. That's what we got to play. In winter it was lacrosse and netball, that was your options. In the summer it was tennis and rounders. Or kind of athletics, which was always really embarrassing because that had also the worst outfits. And so I really wanted them to kind of, you know, maybe show us how to play cricket in the amazing facilities that the boys' school next door had.
Right.
And we were told no. And then eventually, when I did finally persuade them in sixth form, you know, we got one session, and the boys and the male teachers just laughed at us because obviously we didn't know what we were doing. So it was the most dispiriting cricket experience you can imagine, and certainly not one that any girl who went to, you know, who turned up to play in England today would find, I think.
No, things seem to be improving greatly in that respect, don't they? I don't know really what's happening at clubs. I'm not that sort of involved with clubs anymore, so I don't know whether it's really growing as much as people are saying. Anyway, have you got anything else in the pipeline regarding writing, books or ideas that you're planning?
Oh my goodness, that's always the worst question. I'm sure it's lovely for people who do have things that they can immediately answer, but for those of us who kind of maybe aren't as organised, I mean, I bobble along, having vague ideas, and then trying to work out if they will work. And I'm definitely in the bobbling phase.
It's always a good phase to be in, the bobbling. Do you not think, Tony? Well, let's move on. That's an introduction to Emma. Let's talk about Kit, who he's just become an author.
Bobbling would be a very good name for a
have you
bluegrass
not?
artist, though.
Oh, true, it would, yes. Kit, if you're still there, are you still there?
I am still
He's
here.
still here. He is still there. You have just published your first book, I believe, which is called The Queen at Cricket. Tell us the idea behind this. Is this every game that the Queen has ever witnessed?
Yes, that's right. And along with, as it turned out, all the occasions when she held receptions for cricketers or really got involved with cricketers at all, according to the official records. And now, in fact, the idea came to me only after she had died. I found myself sort of casually wondering, how many cricket matches did she actually go to? And because I know she didn't go to very many football matches.
Right.
If you were the Queen, what would your cricketing experiences have been?
Mm-hmm.
We can all say, if we've been to test matches, we can all remember exactly which tests we've been to or which days or what happened on those days. So I decided it would be really fun to reconstruct the Queen's cricketing memories as a watcher. So that's what it is. It's a chronological journey through all the games that the Queen saw, live and in person, from 1947, when she first went with her father, to 2017, which was her last appearance at a test match at Lord's.
How difficult was it to track down those games? I mean, did you not have to sort of delve deep into old newspapers to find a mention of the Queen having been there on a particular day? Or was it through your access to back issues of the Wisden Almanac?
Well, as blessed and beautiful as the almanac is, it wasn't terrifically helpful in finding the information, because Wisden is, of course, far more focused on the cricket than whether the Queen turns up.
Right.
And the MCC provided a list which it said was partial. In fact, Emma herself managed to get that for me.
Brilliant.
So then when I started investigating in the British Library, going through past newspapers, quickly established that the MCC's list was definitely partial. So, yes, got to work with the newspaper archives, digging up things like Surrey at Guildford, the Queen turning up too late for the game to still be on, so the cricketers all traipsed out again and had a county beer match, bun fight as they called it in the 50s. So, yes, it's a reconstruction of her cricketing journey.
You worked on that pretty quickly then. If you didn't do it until after she'd started on it, until after she died, and it came out in December, that's pretty swift work.
It is pretty swift work, and yes, I don't think many writers are used to working exceptionally hard for prolonged periods of time. But yes, it was quite a sweat to get it out, and lucky really that it having to write it didn't coincide with these last 2 months of working very, very hard to finish the Wisden Almanac, because January and February would have been a nightmare time to try and get anything done.
Oh God! Well, of course that comes out. What about April? End of April or early May?
Mid-April. Yeah, mid-April.
Okay. And what? Can you give us any little quick, things we should be looking at for this year, or is it all hush hush and won't be revealed until the last minute?
Well, aside from the hush hush expectation, which of course we do like to have, I think what are now called Easter eggs, things that you open the covers and look in our Part 1 comment section and say, oh, that's fun. There are things which, of course, you can predict easily will be in there. Our coverage of Shane Warne's death and his life, I should say, more correctly. That's very, very detailed, and we've got some very good writing on that and covering it from a range of angles. This wonderful cricketer and all his great achievements.
Yeah, that must have been the biggest shock of the last year, mustn't it, Shane Warne? I don't think any of us could really believe that had happened. Anyway, so that's The Queen at Cricket. That's Kit Harris's new book. Have a look out for that. And just a reminder that Emma's book is following on a memoir of teenage obsession and terrible cricket. Let's get on with the show. The other man I haven't introduced to you so far is very patient Tony Bishop sitting here alongside me, and he's just going to give you a rundown, a reminder for those of you listening for the first time, of the rules of Who's That Weirdo. Tony.
Well, yes, thank you, Hendo. It's all very simple. There are going to be 12 questions. Each comprises a person's name. Each of those will be either a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. You just need to use your knowledge, skill, or judgment to say which you think they are. If you think the name is not a cricketer, then you need to say, who's that weirdo? And if you don't, depending on his mood, Hendo may apply a penalty of some kind, ranging in severity, dependent upon that mood, really. There are some other things. There's a toss to start. You can choose to open or put your opponent in. Correct answers will accrue 2 points. A wrong answer means it's passed to your opponent, who can win bonus points. If you were correct, you also get to guess the age of the individual, currently or at the sad time of their demise. Within 3 years earns you an extra point. If you're bang on the nose, it's a boundary, 4 points. If it's a weirdo, you have to try and guess the reason why they're famous. They might be a musician, a politician, business person, record breaker, writer, philosopher, or indeed absolutely anything else. And finally, whether you like it or not, I'm going to tell you a bit about each of the people before we move on to the next question. What really could be simpler?
Yeah, it sounds immensely complicated to me, so we'll probably go wrong, even though I've done it 4 times before. Right, I think, Emma, we shall give you the chance to call on the coin toss. I have a newly minted Prince Charles, King Charles coin. No, I wish I did. I don't. I have an old Her Majesty the Queen pound coin here. I'm going to toss. Do you want to call tails or heads?
Heads.
Oh, I've lost it. It's come flying over my shoulder.
A great
so let's just say that'll be found in about 3 months' time when someone goes down the back of this chair. So let's just say that you won the toss. Do you wish to bat, or do you wish to put Kit into bat?
No, I'll open.
You'll open. Wow,
I'll open because I genuinely don't know what the level of knowledge required is going to be, and so I feel like I know that I'm going to embarrass myself, so I might as well just get that over with.
Well, that is the whole point. That is the whole point. To have people involved in cricket embarrassing themselves. That's basically what we decided that this show should be about. So you will have the first name, or Who's That Weirdo, episode 5, and the name is Susan Redhead, West Indies. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or Who's That Weirdo? Susan Redhead, West Indies.
I want that to be a live cricketer, so I'm going to say live cricketer.
Oh, what a start! What a start, Emma, on Who's That Weirdo, episode 5, because Susan Redhead is indeed a live cricketer, so that earns you 2 points, and if you can guess how old she currently is, you may get extra points. How old do you think live cricketer Susan Redhead is?
Well, let's go youngish. Go 24.
Oh no, I'm way. No extra points, I'm afraid, for you on that one. Susan Redhead is 60, would you believe? Susan Redhead is 60, and Tony has more details about Susan Redhead.
Well, the first thing is she's not a redhead. Either that or she has some very powerful hair dye. She was born in June 1962. She's a Grenadian former cricketer who played as a right-handed bat. She appeared in 3 one-day internationals for the West Indies in 2003 and played domestic cricket for Grenada. She only made 8 runs in those 3 games, all of which were against the Sri Lankan women. Retired in 2011, scoring 17 as opener for Grenada versus Dominica at Bridgetown. Then Grenada won by a thumping 216 runs, so she went out on a high. She did once present the Player of the Match awards to Stephanie Taylor after a West Indies win against Pakistan in a T20 in 2015. That, I have to say, was the only photographic record I could unearth of her.
Well, there you go, Susan Redhead, great name, and quite a good by the sounds of it. So 2 points to Emma, she leads by 2 points to 0. We move to Kit with the second name of Who's That Weirdo, Clarence Hill, Bermuda. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or Who's That Weirdo?
Oh, it seems like a very Bermudan name.
Bermudian.
You see, when you see C Hill, and then you think, okay, C Hill, that sounds like a cricketer because you think of Clem Hill.
Yes.
So is that? But Clarence fits, doesn't it, for West Indian names? Clarence Best. I knew he was from Barbados. I think you're trying to trick me. I'm going to go for who's that weird?
Oh, you are on incredible form, you two, today, because Clarence Hill indeed is a weirdo. Well, he's not really a weirdo, but he is. Well, you can guess what he is. See if you can guess what he is for an extra point, Kit.
He is. What is he? It's something to do with. It's something to do with Windows.
Well, he may have practiced on Windows in the same sort of way as Matthew Pryor did at Lord's, but he's not actually a window cleaner or anything like that. What is he, Tony?
He's a boxer. And he was the Olympic heavyweight bronze winner in Montreal in 1976. He's not just any old medalist, though. He was Bermuda's first ever Olympic medalist. The other, as I'm sure you know, Hendo, being Florence Duffy, who won gold in the women's triathlon at Tokyo in 2020. Our friend Clarence beat in 1976, or he lost rather, in the semi-final to Romania's Mircea Simeon. He did then, although, have a rather anonymous professional career. Things rather went off the rails. He ended up in the nick, got divorced, life went downhill, and he got done for cocaine possession and armed robbery. But during his second stint in jail, he lost his drug habit, I beg his pardon, and was re-schooled as a carpenter. There is a statue of him in Bermuda and a painting, and he's become something of a national hero.
There you go. Yes, absolutely. I mean, he's a big name in Bermuda, I can tell you that. So it's 2 apiece. No extra bonus points accrued yet, but we go to name number 3. Back to Emma. Frank Walters, Australia. Frank Walters, Australia. Dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
I'm going to say that's a dead cricketer.
You're absolutely on fire, you people. You've been catching up, haven't you? I think, or either maybe someone leaked the names online. You're absolutely right. He is a dead cricketer. Now he died some time ago. But what age was he when things went south for him? And any particular guess that you'd like to make on that?
I'm going to guess 53.
Oh, not bad, but not good enough for a bonus point, I'm afraid. He died in 1922 at the age of 62, and it was quite a sad ending, wasn't it, for Frank Walters, Tony?
Well, rather sadly, he fell off the back of a boat. He did a bit of a Robert Maxwell, by the sounds of it, at the age of 62, as you rightly said. He was a one-test wonder for Australia, was Frank, right-hand middle-order bat. That test was in 1885 at the MCG against England. Didn't go particularly well. He made 7 before being LBW to George Ulyett, and 5 in the second innings, done by the Nottinghamshire duo of William Atwell taking the catch off the bowling of Will Flowers off spin. He played a lot of first-class cricket for New South Wales and Victoria between 1880 and 1896. Highest score of 150, average of only but an average of only 21, and just took 1 wicket in his time with right arm something or other. He moved to Sydney in the late 19th century after purchasing the Criterion Hotel. All 4 of his first-class centuries were scored at the SCG. Got married and died off the sea of the Bombay, in the Bay of Bombay, alas, as he was returning to Australia from a holiday.
Yeah, it's quite sad, isn't it? There wasn't a whole lot more detail about exactly what happened there, but that was the end of Frank Walters. Died in 1922. It's 4-2 to Emma. Can Kit level here? The 4th name on our list this afternoon is Luha Ismail Bai, India. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo?
I feel like I want you to spell it for me, so
Do
I
you?
can visualise it on a score.
I can do that for you. Luhar, Luhar, Ismail Bai, which is Ishmail Bhai. Does that help?
Bhai.
Bhai.
But that seems strange, because by Bhai at the end of a name in India means sort of sir, doesn't it, or Mr.
Well, that's interesting.
They say Sachin Bai as a term of respect to refer to Sachin Tendulkar. So that seems unusual to see it at the end of a name. Ishmael with an H in it. Okay, well, we've got Dara Ismail Khan. That was a Indian first-class team back in the day. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go, who's that weirdo again?
And you're absolutely right. You two are the best people that we've had so far on this program. Most people get things wrong, but you've been all absolutely on the spot.
I think it's entirely beginner's luck. You will notice in the next question.
We will see. We'll see. Maybe it's very good beginner's luck that lasts for the whole of the program. That'd be fantastic. So Luha Ismail Bai is indeed who's that weirdo. But in what way is she a weirdo, Kato? Would you like to sort of offer a guess on that?
It's a she, is it?
It's a she. Now that's what makes it so interesting, isn't it?
Yes, that does make it interesting. Luha Ismail Bai. Well, there are. I'm just going to put my dart somewhere on the dartboard. There are such a great many local and national politicians in India. I'm going to go with politics.
It's a good guess, but it's not right, as they used to say on what's that program on ITV? I can't remember. Anyway, it's gone.
Catchphrase.
Catchphrase. That's the one. It's good, but it's not right. I can't even remember who the host of that was now.
Roy Walker.
That's.
Am I getting
Roy
points?
somebody? I can't remember.
Roy Walker.
Roy Walker. That's
Not Roy Plumley.
No,
That was
not
Desert Island Discs.
No, indeed not. So tell us, Tony, Luha Ismail Bai, what was she? What
Well,
was she
look, to be
famous
honest,
for?
I'm absolutely amazed you don't know this, Hendo, for goodness sake. I mean, she's the woman who has the most published academic papers in the field of concrete technology. But she's clearly not set in her ways. She's 36 from Jaipur, world record holder, an eco-friendly material scientist come inventor, professional chartered engineer, author many times over, prominent in both conventional and geopolymer concrete technology, of course, and building material. She's authored a book independently titled Fly Ash and Slag-Based Geopolymer Concrete Experimental Facts. If you don't have that on your bookshelf, get onto Amazon immediately.
It must be flying off those shelves, mustn't it?
And when I looked, well, probably not if it's concrete. And when I looked, she had no less than 23 honours and awards. She's probably got a couple more by now.
She should be better known based on the fact that the IPL is effectively financed by concrete. But that's who's that weirdo. And now you've got three other weirdos. That's me, Gorilla Hendo, on Ball by Ball. Got Jason G on socials and jingles, and on summarising, it's Dom. And we're going to get the South Africa reply very shortly. They almost took us by surprise, as they so often do. And Quinton de Kock, the good news from South Africa's point of view, is able to take his place out there as a batsman. Chris Wokes in bowls, aims a drive at this one, but doesn't really time it, up to mid-off. And there is no run.
Should we do some jingles?
Yes.
You're the batsman.
Quinton de Kock has a name you can mock, but he's really quite useful at cricket. I have heard that he can open the bat, even if he's not keeping wickets.
He's opening with.
Nice little mover. Front foot back
And his second delivery is played to mid-wicket by de Kock. Temba Bavuma, the South African captain, who's promoted himself to open for this, well, I say for this series, but it may be a longer-term thing.
And the bowler is, of course, the Birmingham Bronco himself.
Yay!
Wokes was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net.
He's in bowls again to de Kock, who once again push drives that one, but again doesn't time it. The bat turns a little bit in his hand, and he drags it straight back to the bowler.
Is that the Bingo Wings guy who's now put a proper shirt on?
No, I don't think that's him. I think he's somewhere else. I think there may be two battalions of the Barmy Army there today, all showing off their allegiances to football clubs. In comes Wokes, onto the front foot goes de Kock, and having recovered from that painful blow to the thumb, was in danger of getting himself run out, because he ran straight down the pitch and almost right into Temba Bavuma as he tried to take the single there to mid-off, and for a moment they did a little bit of a dance, and in the end had to hurry to the far end. South Africa up and running, 1 for no wicket. Just having a look at his hand there, as if perhaps there is still some pain from that that knock he took earlier. 2 slips for Wokes, a ring of 3 on the offside, mid-wicket and a mid-on. I'm guessing we've got a deep square and a long leg, or have we got a third man? They may be the 2 men outside the circle, third man and a long leg. Can't see for sure, haven't pulled back far enough. Looks like there's a third man down there. Bavuma to face, in comes Wokes, bowls, turns him round a little bit. He's interested in terms of an LBW, but the umpire not so interested, and I don't think there'll be any sort of review. It's going to be interesting, Dom, isn't it? I mean, we were talking about how England struggled in the first 10 overs, and the ball seemed to be doing quite a bit. And we were saying at the break, it's, we can't really tell until we've seen a bit of South Africa batting.
So I'm just quietly observing Wokesy here. The first 3 were pitched up to De Kock. I don't know if that's a plan to him to try to get him on the drive with 2 slips.
That's quite full, but it's nicely played by Bavuma. He's got it away between mid-wicket and mid-on. Square leg and mid-on. It's being chased by Ben Duckett. He'll bring it in about 2 yards short of the boundary rope. They'll get back for 3.
Fit delivery of the over was short of a length, the cross seam, and it hit Bavuma. He's only a short man, and I do say that with the utmost respect, but it hit him high up on the inside thigh guard, and then that last one was full angled into the pads that Bavuma just closed the face on to get underway with a treble. 4 without loss after 1 over here.
Indeed so.
It'd be interesting to see what they do from the other end. I'm guessing probably Topley to try to hit the middle of the deck and see if there's any of that 2 pace that South Africa found early on in England's innings.
Yep. You'll be looking for Topley. Topley is a man who's impressed me over the last couple of years. He's been really, really good. Shame that he's not fit enough to play the longer format of the game. But there you go. We should jingle him up.
I've got the jingle ready to go.
Need to double check.
If it is
we do.
Topley, Lenny Hicks, in the meantime, is just talking to Dr. Mia Katie, saying, that sounds like great fun, talking about carriage driving, I think.
It is Topley, left arm over the wicket, bowls a good length straight delivery, which has Bavuma covering up and defending back to the tattooed bowler. 28 years old now.
KP once tried to kill him, and AB smashed him off the park. Then Boyd Rankin shattered his hand.
Tremendous.
But Reece Topley is finally.
Here he is again, striding in. He's also got 2 slips. He brings this one back slightly as Bavuma goes on to the back foot and defends it back to him. Tremendous average, 23. Economy rate very respectable, just over 5.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you've seen any of the SAT20 League, gents, but
a little bit.
Topley has been bowling really, really well. He's actually getting quite a lot of movement with the new ball, movement in the air, which we don't always associate with him. He's normally a back of the length bowler trying to hit that hard length and then splice to the bat.
Here he is again, and Bavuma is covering up again. Good, accurate, good length bowling from Topley at the moment.
2 grippers in, but he's just trying to shape that one back into Bavuma, maybe looking for an LB biscuit early on, trying to hit that front pad. If he gets any type of the pad coming back into Bavuma, it's going to be good evening for him.
Well, that's right. I mean, even if you hit high on the pad against Bavuma, you've still got a chance. Anyway, he's settling down. He's just looking up towards Topley at the end of his run.
Looks up towards most people.
I suppose he does, yeah, especially to Topley. He's in again, bowls, and this is tucked away behind square leg. Certainly going to get 1. Are they going to think about coming back for the second? They are. Good running from Bavuma, very smart between the wickets. May have only little legs, but he made them move very quickly indeed. South Africa 6 for none.
Bavuma, he's not just quick, he is sudden, quick as a hiccup. He gets in between the stumps very, very quickly. He gets down low, the old Jonty Rhodes turning circle. Doesn't need a second invitation to take the 2.
Yeah.
One of the only players that really did fire on the recent Australian tour was Bavuma. Probably he and Jansen were the only 2 big winners from the South African side of things on that tour. He averaged over 40.
This one again, straight and good length, has him onto the front foot, pushing back to Topley. There is no run. Yeah, Bavuma though, and we talked about his test record as well. He's got 100, hasn't he? He hasn't gone on enough.
50 tests.
Yeah, he hasn't gone on enough times, has he? And he often looks good. And I take the point you make about that. Actually, in terms of what the South Africans did as a batting unit over there, he did quite well. But I don't know, you always feel like there's a little bit more that you could get from Bavuma. He defends this one, he's going to take a very quick single, he's going to have to hurry, puts in the dive, skids along the ground, just about gets there.
Always.
We'll keep the strike.
Always
7 for
home,
none.
mate.
Always home.
He's slippery, really slippery.
I love, what I love, I mean, I could watch over and over again that run out. Was it Warner that he ran out that time?
Short leg or...
Yeah, absolutely
He
stunning
did at least
piece of
2
fielding.
from short leg.
Brilliant fielding.
Leah's with us. She says, to paraphrase Sabaton, girth in the shape of a beer gut battalion. I don't know who you're talking about, Leah. Can you please elaborate?
I do not know what you are speaking of. De Kock has 1. Bavuma has 6. South Africa chasing 343 to win. Are 7 for no wicket from 2 overs. Beautiful day in Bloemfontein. Top scorer for England was Joss Butler, 94 from 83. There was a 50 for Ali from 45, and it was Harry Brook who got England going after a difficult start. 80 from 75. Here comes Wokes. Bowls. Ooh, now I thought for a moment that had struck him on the pad, but it had rather turned him round a little bit, and he was playing a little bit inside out. The ball up to mid off, but there is no run.
Completely squared him up. He was looking to maybe play that down the ground through mid-on, and it ended up squirting out uppishly, but safely enough on the second bounce down the mid-off.
He's 6 not out.
Just again a sign of maybe that little bit of two-pacedness in this, where are we, Bloemfontein wicket.
Wokes in again, bowls onto the back foot. He's just worried for a moment as he drops this one down that it's going to spin back on the bounce onto his stumps, but he guards that from happening.
Fantastic touch from Bavuma there. He just brought it down from knee height. One touch safely onto the floor.
It was decent delivery from Wokes just outside the line of off stump. Van der Dussen, Markram, Miller, Klassen, Matt Janssen, Parnell, Maharaj, Nortje and Gidi to come.
Matt Janssen? You've been...
what am I saying? Oh, it's Marco Janssen, isn't it? I keep doing
Janssen
this.
is a footballer.
Yeah, now this is swung away nicely by Bavuma. A little bit too short from Wokes, and he's picked that up. 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
But I think actually, I mean, talking about Bavuma and the promise that he shows and not always fulfilling that potential, I think that was kind of evident in the first game where he was batting really well, got to 30 odd, 34 I think it was, and then really didn't have a look at Moeen Ali, did he? And he's trying to smash his second ball and got it horribly wrong, but he plays a lovely drive here. Topley dives across to his left trying to get to that, but even with a parry he's not going to be able to stop that from going all the way to the long on boundary for another of these.
Lovely stroke on drive on the up, gave it the full maker's name, waited for it, played it late. Not much of a front foot movement, didn't have to, it was so full. Stroked it down the ground.
You see, this is you start to enjoy Bavuma and then he disappoints you. I've been lured in too many times. Maybe today is the day that he can go on. He lets this one come on to the face of the bat. It was just inching away from him perhaps, and guides it down to third man. Picks up a single. 16 for no wicket, 15 of those runs to Bavuma. You kind of more or less associate De Kock with a man being the one who goes off at the top, but he's just got the single to his name. He hasn't faced many balls, to be fair.
I take all your points, Hendo, about Bavuma. His record over the last couple of years, he's been far and away South Africa's most productive batter. He, there is that statistic. He doesn't convert 50s into hundreds enough, but I think he does the gritty dig-out jobs that we'd call it in Australia. So when the team's in trouble, he won't throw it away where other people would.
Wokes in. Oh, now De Kock has gone right across his stumps and tried to scoop that away. Didn't really get hold of it. It's going to pick up 2 runs as it drops well short of the man at long leg. And he really is feeling that left thumb that he took the blow on. I wonder whether he is going to be able to continue here, actually. He's not happy.
No, he can't drive, so he's trying to play the cross-bat shots now, I think. So he's...
Oh, and that was right up on the top of the bat, wasn't it? Very close to where his left thumb would have been. So he might have actually rattled that a little bit there.
very, very lucky not to cop another blow on the thumb there, actually. It's right up on the splice, hit right on the stickers, and that's why it ballooned up in the air. It was safely enough on this occasion because Topley was down at fine leg in the deep. If there was a man on the 45, would have gone straight down his throat. It's one of those things with De Kock, I'm sure, that they probably have assessed that it's not going to get any worse, but it'll be interesting to see whether he plays the next game.
Flicked by Bavuma, start of the 4th over, Topley his second. But finding, I think it's Ollie Stone there, isn't it? Or Harry Brook, was it, at square leg?
Harry Brook square leg, I think,
18 for no wicket. Bavuma has 15 of those. De Kock has 3.
So a runner ball with the field up. South Africa did most of their damage with the new ball. England will be hoping to get an early breakthrough. I know, thanks Captain Obvious, but let's see what Topley can do here.
In again, now that's beautifully picked up by Bavuma. That's gone soaring into the air and soaring across the boundary edge. That's gone a good 15 metres back. 6 runs to Temba Bavuma. Very rapidly into the 20s, 21 off 15. And that was just beautifully played.
What a stroke. Nothing more than a flick of the wrist. He's just picked it up and drop kicked it over the rope for 86 metres.
Full driven this time, finding the gap between cover point and mid-off. And it's a long chase for Adil Rashid, and he's going to give it up as it crosses the boundary edge. 4 more to Bavuma.
2 + 2 is our member.
How are we doing on tweets? Are we getting a little behind, or are we...
No, it's a bit quiet.
Gone a bit quiet.
I think people aren't
That's
quite
fine.
waking up to the fact that we've come back out now.
Yeah, they're probably still watching the women's under-19 World Cup final.
There's a tweet from Annie about the under-19 which said that this is great for the women's game and it's 2 quality sides, and then she's commented on it. They may have predicted that incorrectly, given that England are struggling at the moment.
Topley, back of a length this time, onto the back foot goes. Bavuma just defends on this occasion into the onside. Bowler does his own fielding. Sorry, go on.
Anyone that is a bit late joining us from the women's under-19, they're missing out on a hell of a start here from Bavuma. He's, drop kicking over the leg side. He's driving on the up through the covers. He's got the crossbat shot out as well. An excellent start from him. The problem is, though, this is his danger area. Once he gets past 20, that's when England feel they're in the game.
He's a James Vince. He's played another lovely drive, although he just doesn't get it through this time. Rashid can get round at mid-off to his left. They'll just get through for the 1. 29 for no wicket. De Kock's only faced 5 balls so far. He's got 3, but he's got the final ball of Topley's second over. Topley's just taken a couple of big blows. Suddenly a 6 and a 4 from Bavuma, and he's now got figures of number 14. He's going to have a go at the left-hander. Still keeping the 2 slips in. Third man, backward point, cover point. Man at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Equidistant, really, between square leg and mid-wicket, I suppose you'd say. Also, a long leg who's quite wide. By no means a fine leg at all. Topley in, bowls, driven. Nice shot, but Topley gets down from his 6'6", 6'7" frame and grasps the ball. There is no run. 4 overs bowled, 29 for no wicket. Let's have some tweets.
Our own Messages on YouTube says there's a really wonderful article here which refers to cricket being a nonsensical pursuit. I highly recommend. And he sent us the link in the YouTube chat channel, and I think we're up to date with Twitter still. We are.
Okay, that's good news. So a pretty good start, pretty decent start. Certainly for Bavuma.
Yeah, well up with the rate so far. South Africa, it's only early days. I don't think Topley or Wokes have bowled poorly. I can only think of one delivery that Wokes really dragged down. It's just been Bavuma taking the fight to England early doors, driving on the up and getting deep in the crease to anything that's just on that hard length.
And he's picking up the slack of De Kock's hand injury, maybe making him slightly less able to
strike. Maybe. No, I don't think so. Ring of 4 now on the offside as Wokes is in, bowls to Bavuma, angles in towards his leg stump, and he, with a little flick of the wrists, he just clips that to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Up with the rate so far, South Africa, but I just see the little graphic on the screen here from our television provider. Should they get home today, target 343 from 50 overs, that'll be the highest successful run chase at this ground in international cricket.
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, if England had won that game as they should have done on Friday, that would have been the highest chase. So this is considerably more than South Africa actually put on the board for a target on Friday, isn't it?
The highest chase, I think, is something like 275.
Yeah, not a lot more than that. Oh, that's a bit floaty from Wokes. Clipped by Bavuma, but straight to mid-wicket again. Looks like David Willey on the pitch. Is he out there for someone?
He might be.
He has all the manoeuvrings and moves and body language of a David Willey.
And the gingeriness.
And he's not actually playing in this game, so I'm guessing he must be on for somebody. Not sure who. Maybe someone can keep us up to date with that.
These days, it's not necessarily an injury. They just
That's
rotate
true.
on and off, don't they?
They seem to. Nicely driven by Bavoom, but straight up to mid-on.
He's seen something he likes there, Wokes. The last two deliveries have been slower deliveries, really full, almost slower Yorkers. He hasn't quite hit the Yorker length yet. They've both just sort of been almost half volleys. And
yeah, they were very, very floaty, I think, yeah.
You described them as floaty, but there's obviously something he's trying to do there. He's got a little bit of a theory. I wonder if they like Bavooma as a chance at a leading edge into the catching man at cover, or maybe he might even close the face and there might be a catch in front of the wicket at mid-wicket on the leg side. It'd be interesting to see what Wokes does here if he goes again. Here he is.
Wokes in again. That's quicker into the pitch and turned well by Bavooma, though. He's brought a man up inside the 45 and it didn't need to go far away from him to go all the way to the boundary. 4 more to Bavooma. He's got 30 from 33.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
When I say 30 from 33, he's got 30 of 33 runs that have been scored so far.
Bannerman.
He's really... yeah, Charles Bannerman, absolutely.
Just to go back to your point there about the highest successful chase. Sorry, this delivery first.
Wokes in again. Oh, now he did turn him round there, and it did shoot away towards backward point. He was definitely aiming that on the leg side, so that might bear out what you were just saying.
I've almost looked like an absolute genius there. Sometimes they come off. I was going to say about the high successful chases. There's so little one-day international cricket played now, isn't there? That a lot of those statistics that are so outdated because it's it's very rare that we get international games at some of these grounds, and this one in South Africa I think is considered an outground really.
Wokes in again, bowls, and that was again, I don't know, slower but shorter, and Bavooma got into position to pull it, realised that it was a lot slower at 71 miles an hour in fact, and then ended up having to play it defensively. Had to change his mind completely. 33 for no wicket, 5 overs bowled. De Kock has 3 of those, Bavooma has 30. Any tweets?
Nope.
Anything on YouTube?
Nope.
3 of those deliveries in that over are under 120 kilometres an hour. I mean, that's Shahid Afridi leg break stuff.
One tweet has literally just come in. Messages giving us an update from the Women's Under-19 World Cup final. England are dismissed for 68.
Ooh, dear, oh dear.
I know it's a low-scoring tournament, but I think
that might be just too low.
low.
I think that may well be too low. Just looking at a medley of Harry Brooks shots today. He looked in absolutely sterling form. Played some glorious
I
stuff.
think he gave away 50 runs there that he could have taken in the remaining time.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he was on for 100 for sure. Driven as Topley starts a new over. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed De Kock. Fielded at mid-off by Wokes. And there is no run. That said, though, we've had some pretty big scores in that India-New Zealand series, didn't we? That brief interlude of one-day cricket in India.
Well, yes, there was an Ishan Kishan double ton.
There was a Shubman Gill one as well. But Ishan Kishan did get a double 100, but that was in a previous series. I can't remember who it was against now.
Sri Lanka?
Was it Sri Lanka? Yeah, I think you're right. Defended back to Topley again. A sign of the slowness of this pitch. It's just not coming on to the bat, and I think that De Kock was looking to turn that on the onside, and then he realised it wasn't quite coming, and he was worried about the leading edge, and he just managed to adjust and defend it back to the bowler.
The second game of that one-day series between India and New Zealand, it felt like there was a chance of 2 double centurions in the game. Rohit and Shubman were both on 100 after about 23 overs.
Didn't they put on 270 for the first wicket?
Is it 270? This is defended into the offside. Good length ball from Topley just outside the line of off stump. So good start to this over from Topley.
It's crazy to say that one-day international cricket still feels like India's best format with the IPL. You know, the lazy analysis would be that they'd be the T20 powerhouses, but it still feels like in home conditions, 50 over cricket, gee, they're hard to beat.
Yeah, and Indo is been quite critical of them, but I'm not sure there's much to be critical about when you're scoring as many runs as they have been scoring. This one comes off a thick outside edge all the way down to third man. De Kock takes a single, he moves to 4. 34 for no wicket.
And yeah, there is still a game going on in South Africa, dear listener. Sorry if I'm talking too much about the Indian series, but I think, you know, to the surprise of absolutely no one, Virat Kohli starts scoring hundreds again in a World Cup year.
Yeah, that's true. He's been in pretty good nick as well.
Yeah, I think he's a decent player.
Yeah, he's not bad. He could have a future in the game. Topley in, bowled short and pulled by Bavuma. Absolutely hammered. He waited for that one and dealt it a severe blow through mid-wicket. 4 more to the captain.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Yeah, England definitely taking pace off all the time here, and a bit like the way that Sam Curran batted earlier when he just couldn't find his range for a few balls. Suddenly realised, hang on, if I just hang in my crease and wait, they are bowling enough slower stuff for me to pick them off, and that's exactly what Bavuma has done there. 73 miles an hour, Fuller outside the off stump, gets an edge. No slip, but David Willey, I think it is down at third man, and they take a single. End of the over. 6 overs gone, 39 for none. Jason, anything?
Nope.
No comments. What are all you people doing? You haven't started to watch the FA Cup, have you?
Don't forget, dear listener, it's Guerrilla Cricket, all one word, on Instagram. You want to get in touch with me, it's Dom Van Dam, all one word, on not Instagram, on Twitter, and I'm on Instagram, Dom Van Dam, all one word. Let's hear from you. Get around us, fellas.
I'm not on Instagram. I can't be arsed with it, to be honest. It's too many pictures.
Oh, it's okay. I've got 3 accounts.
three accounts on Instagram?
Yeah, mate.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, 1 for food, 1 for wrestling, 1 for me.
Ah, okay.
No one watched the Royal Rumble this morning, I suppose. 1 a.m, just me.
I think it was just you.
Yeah.
Well, maybe a few other people around the country, but certainly not me. Wokes starts new over, digs this one into the pitch. Oh, now they were looking for a quick single, and there wasn't really one on. And Bavuma had to be sent back by De Kock. Moeen Ali was the man stalking Bavuma and getting the throw in. They wanted the quick single, and they were pretty much halfway down by the time De Kock said, actually, I'm not going to be able to make that. You've probably got a better chance if you turn around and go the other way.
Actually, really good running, though. Bavuma being proactive. He is quick, but as soon as the no call came in, he turned and went back.
Yeah, I think I'd be a bit scared if I was batting with Bavuma. He'd probably lap me. This is defended down into the ground.
And I'm twice your weight, Hendo, so...
Well, he wouldn't enjoy batting with either of us, would he, really, to be honest?
No.
Anyway, that's defended again. 39 for no wicket. De Kock 4, Bavuma 35. You don't often see De Kock outscored to this at this rate or at this level, but Bavuma looks in tremendous form. He's gone past his score of Friday, and really from a neutral perspective, you hope he goes on. He's going to play a horrible ramp shot as he went across there, and he's just got the toe end of the bat to it, I think. Has squeezed it out into the onside, but I mean, if he hadn't got that bit of bat on it, he would have been absolutely plumb LBW.
It was straight off the Q end. It hit him right on the toe of the bat. If you're a ramp connoisseur, dear listener, it was more of the Dill Scoop style. He was down on one knee, almost playing a lap sweep, trying to go as fine as he could over the keeper's head, and it's hit right on the toe of the bat, flush, and it's come straight back down the wicket. Single after all that anyway, much ado about nothing.
There's no need for that at this stage either. He's going along so well. He has no need to go and play outside the box.
No, you're absolutely right. He's playing orthodox cricket shots really well. Wokes bowls absolutely hammered by De Kock. He's really got hold of that. He's obviously heard me saying that he's being outscored by Bavuma, and he is cleared square leg by some distance. 6 to De Kock.
Smack it, yes. Smack it, yes. Legs move it side to side. Smack it in the air.
I do love the flat six. I love the flat six.
117 kilometres per hour, that one. De Kock had to force all the pace, and that is vintage De Kock. 69 metres, nothing funny about that. He picks it up and dispatches it over deep backward square. What a shot.
Yeah, tremendous stuff from him. Wokes allowed himself a little bit of a rueful smile. They picked up on this approach from England quite quickly. Now this is slammed square by de Kock. He's beaten one of the 4 men in that ring, and it's away for 4. He's underway as de Kock. His thumb is feeling better, and South Africa's 50 is up. Really good start this. Maybe England a little bit overdoing it with the slower stuff.
Well, I think what they're waiting for is the end of the 10th over, and then to introduce
Get the spinners on.
The spinners in terms of Moeen and
Adil
Rashid.
Yep, could be right. But they've certainly got off to a better start than England.
Liable to be better than Markram. And
okay, Shamsi on it was hit all over the shot, wasn't he? On
he had
on
one contribution.
And now he aims the pull shot and he makes no contact. I think that's hit him sort of under the rib cage as he turned his back, and it's run away for 4 leg buys. Or maybe not. Maybe he got. Did he get better on that?
Yeah, umpires.
Sorry,
bottom edge, I think.
Oh, really? Okay, I thought he'd swung round and got.
That's. I would be sending that one upstairs. It's straight off the right-hand shoulder of de Kock. He was through the stroke a little bit too early. It's cannon into the fleshy part of the upper arm, and it's flown away down a deep third.
I can only suggest that he must have got a very, very thin edge to that, if that was 4 runs off the bat, because I didn't see it. Anyway, 7 overs bowled. South Africa have moved on to 54 for no wicket. England at the same stage with 34 for 2, so you can see the difference.
We have some tweets
at last.
After this ball,
Topley starts new over, bowls to Bavuma. Bavuma
Is
goes
it about
back.
the Royal Rumble?
Defence.
No, it's
to square leg, to
GC
backward
Radio.
point.
Naked Fun Porn Butt says, "Sorry, I'm not as young as I used to be, but I am erect now."
That's very good to know.
And Dave Wood says, "We need a Hendo's pastry Instagram account." We talk about this in the green room. It's cats and pastries for Hendo.
Yes, indeed. Although that said, I haven't had a pastry for 3 years. I stopped my pastry habit when COVID got underway, and I haven't gone back to it.
Yeah, and the last one from Messages. Things you expect to hear on Gorilla Cricket number 328. I'm not on Instagram. Sure, it would be things you do expect to hear, given the
social media profile of us. Yes, indeed. Topley bowls. That's laid down to third man by Bavuma. Runs to the other end, and he wanted a second, but he turned the wrong way, didn't he? He was not. He had to turn it's kind of 180 degrees to be able to see how quickly that was being fielded, and then he realised his mistake and decided that 1 would suffice. 55 for no wicket. Bavuma 37, de Kock 18. Target is 343, but they've made a very good start, and England are wondering just how they can rein them in at the moment.
Well, they haven't given themselves a chance to let the ball talk at all. The South African Kookaburra is famous for having a more pronounced seam than the Australian one, and everything seems to have been a cross seam from ball 1. They, outside of the first 3 balls from Wokes, nothing's been pitched up. Everything's that hard length, the cross seam, running the fingers down, not even wobble seam. And that's where South Africa had success early, was off the seam.
He's in, bowls, and that's played off a thick outside edge. In the air for a moment. Drops short of the man on the 45. There is no run. So where are we looking at? 288 more required. Is that right? Have I done my maths correctly?
Yep, that's right. And
42.3 overs to go. Here comes Topley again. Now de Kock made room for himself and aimed a very ambitious shot over the top of extra cover, but made very little contact. Maybe just brought it down into his pad. Again, I think this is something that goes on this pitch. Is if you try to hit it too hard, it's almost as if you need to wait for it on this pitch, and he was just going towards it, wasn't he? He's taking a step down the wicket there, and then almost dragged it down, and
very lucky he
potentially
didn't ricochet onto the stumps.
Could have gone down onto the stumps, absolutely.
And that one was unique. It wasn't the slower ball. That one was the wobble seam.
He's in again, bowls, swung away down to long leg by De Kock. They'll take a single. 56 for no wicket.
It's very odd to Cock innings. He's so composed, and it's all about time. He's trying to power the ball everywhere.
Well, yeah, but
they're trying to overhit it. I think
they are definitely trying to overhit on this pitch, and I think you've just got to wait for it on this pitch. And it's not easy. It's not easy as a batsman. You want to get at the ball, but you've got to wait for it a little bit longer. Bavuma to face. Final ball of Topley's fourth over. Figures of none for 22. He's in again, bowls, and he just turns this easily behind square leg. There's plenty of room for him to take the single and keep the strike. 8 overs bowled. South Africa 57 for no wicket. Jason.
Ravi Nair says to us, ask again humbly, why do we ever play Wokes outside Lords or Trent Bridge? Einstein allegedly said, madness is doing the same thing again and again, and it's hoping for a different result.
Yeah, you know I won't have a word said against Wokesy these days, Ravi. I'm a Wokes convert, you know that.
And Warren says, Catfield pastry? Question mark?
Catfield pastry? No, I would have a cat in it. No,
Catfield pastry Instagram account.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it could be that, yeah.
And Liz Mitchell has joined us. He says, hey, Guerrilla Cricket, listening to the comms, half asleep in a splitter on the M6.
What? Half asleep on the M6? What's a splitter?
I don't know.
I don't know what a splitter is.
Apart from a Monty Python
splitting headache, maybe? Maybe he's had a few beers last night.
In a splitter. You can't be... Oh, in a splitter? Could it be a headache? I don't know.
Right. Appreciate you calling this match much put on. Probably my favourite cricket format. And as I speak, England have indeed resorted to slower bowling. And it's going to be this guy when I get his jingle. There it is.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, Amlo. I like it too much. Move over.
He bowls to Bavuma. Of course, Moeen Ali got rid of Bavuma's second ball, or his second ball, on Friday. We're just going to see a repeat of that now in terms of a replay. South African fans will be hoping we don't actually see a repeat of that. Moeen in again. He goes back, forces straight to extra cover. No run. 57 for no wicket. Yeah, I think the ODI format is much maligned. I like an ODI. And I keep making this point as Ali comes in again. Shorter, goes back, giving himself room. He's got this away through extra cover. Not any great timing or power in the shot, so they're only going to get a couple. I'll move on to 59 for no wicket. Maybe it's not so important these days, but I think it's for people who want to go to a proper day of cricket but don't want to commit to a whole test match and they want to see both teams bat. I think there's still room for that in our cricketing spectating role.
Definitely my preferred white ball format.
Yeah, me too. Oh, lovely, beautifully driven by Bavuma. That said, Ben Duckett is round at deep mid wicket. I thought for a moment that was just going to ease gently to the boundary with beautifully played, but just a single.
I think for me there's a nostalgia that goes with one day international cricket. It's the first format that I fell in love with. The one day international try series of the 90s back in Australia, and even though I really desperately wanted Australia to lose every game, and England had one good series in 1999 with Graham Hick and Neil Fairbrother leading the way. It's just, for me, it's just pure nostalgia. I still certainly love it.
Moeen round the wicket to De Kock. De Kock pushes through mid-off. There's no one there, so he'll take a single up to long off. Yeah, and do you know, I always really like those Australian try series as well. I'd love to have seen a bit more of that in this country, to be honest, or any of that in this country.
Well, they did try it a couple of years ago, didn't they? Where they had two touring teams and they decided to put the ODIs in the middle like they do in Australia.
Yeah, but you didn't have this situation where you all play each other kind of thing, do you? This is Bavuma going back, trying to force a little bit of turn perhaps. It gets the inside part of the bat and straight to mid-wicket. There is no run.
And the other thing about them, they were always really engaging. Like I sort of in jest say about Australia winning every game, but one-day internationals, even though they won all the World Cups, in bilateral and tri-series, they actually struggled for several years. There were a few years when they didn't make the final series. I remember in the 90s, Pakistan and West Indies had Australia's number actually for quite a few years there. Following on from 1992, and probably the most interesting tri-series, the most engaging one ever, was when
England, Australia, and Australia A.
Yes, England, Zimbabwe, Australia A. It was a quad series because the Australian.
Well, you basically didn't think that England or Zimbabwe were strong enough.
Yeah, definitely, and Australia A made the finals.
That's right, and I was out there on that tour, and it was very entertaining. I went to the final, I think at the SCG. Anyway, this is going to be another single to Bavuma. It goes to 41.
Just off the top of my head, what we're talking about at the Australia batting lineup, I haven't got this up, dear listener, on my phone or anything like that. I'm pretty sure it was Hayden, Langham, Martin, RT Ponting, Gilchrist was in that side as well, Stuart Law. So it was a fair old side, that Australia A team. It was just the bowling that was a bit rough, and then Australia famously called Paul Rifle up for the final series because they didn't want to lose.
Topley in again, wide of the off stump, throwing the bat at that. Bavuma gets an outside edge down to third man, take a single, 63 for no. We're going to have a change at the end of this over. What's the next group? What's the next grouping? Anyone know? And we can't ask anyone out in the green room because Dave disappeared off down the back
I think
shop.
Dave's back.
Is he back? Are you back, Dave?
So we should have Al, Messrs and Tim.
Oh, okay. So it's so someone has got to stay on. Al, Messrs and Tim. We just heard that. Thanks, Dave.
Just in time, Dave.
Topley into De Kock, who plays a very studious forward defensive towards extra cover, and there is no run. So, well, one of us will have to stay on and do some jingling because we've got a three-person group who are not on site.
I'll tell you what, we've set up a decent chase for him, though, haven't we, fellas? There's game on here.
Absolutely. Oh, totally. 5 saving the single on the offside now. As Topley is in again, bowls, and rather casually pushed up to mid-off by De Kock. And again, there is no run. De Kock has 21, Bavuma has 42.
I'll get some tweets in to get us up to date. Message Jez says, interestingly, unlike these test figures, Woakes' ODI bowling figures are pretty similar at home and away. This is only his 5th ODI since 2020.
Okay.
Liz Mitchell clarifies that a splitter is a van. Don't worry, I'm not driving.
Good to hear. Topley in, bowls, defended into the offside. And again, it's a dot ball as it goes to extra cover. Good over this so far from Topley. Can he finish it off? Just the 2 singles from the first 2 balls. And if he can just finish it off, we'll have a run rate of around about 6.3 from the power play.
Yeah, Butler's been proactive. He's taken the slips out. He's got a catching cover in instead and asked Topley to bowl wide of off stump and run the fingers down the side, trying to make De Kock force the pace of it and still looking for that leading edge.
He's in again. Oh, that's down the leg side, though, and it's picked up by De Kock. Although I think he was aiming it much more fine than that. Duckett has run round to deep square to field it, so it's just the 1. It's the end of the over. Have we got everyone in? Is everyone in position for a bit of...
They should be coming. They're all in now.
Al is there. Al is there. Good to hear. Tim's there. And Messi is back. So there we go. We'll be back, some of us later. And we'll leave you in the hands of a tweet reader.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, tweet reader.
Pirate Bradshaw says, bring back Red Ball, one who was first introduced to cricket in the context of Irish club cricket. I have more attachment to the red ball than to the format. Yeah, there's no reason you shouldn't use red balls in day games, is there?
Well, use one of each.
Well, you couldn't you? That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I think they've made very good use of the hard new balls here to put themselves in a good position.
Moen Ali is to bowl the 11th over. That's just a push by De Kock into the covers. He will take a single. He's on 23. There's been a couple of times where he's taken his hand off the bat, Tim. So I think the thumb might be giving him some jip, but not stopping him completely.
Yeah, it's not a break, but obviously he's in some discomfort.
Bavuma looks to play the ball through mid-wicket, but can't beat the fielder, and so a dot ball. 65 for no wicket, South Africa, as that is too short. Bavuma rocks back onto his heels, and Milan will run round in front of square. So the deepish cover, which will limit everything to 1. A real fiery throw back into the stump. I think as he hit that ball, Bavuma might have expected an easy 2, but good work in the field. Yeah, Bavuma's done the lion's share of the work, 43 off 40. so had the lion's share of the strike as well as the runs. As Ali comes around the wicket now. Reverse sweep by De Kock, which leads to mistimed shots and a sort of dribbling out. The DRS timer is on, so maybe that hit the pad, but no one seems too interested. As a matter of fact, no one seems interested at all, so the timer goes off at 6. Because it hit the bat, as we suspected. Another reverse sweep / scoop this time by De Kock, and he has timed that like a beauty, and that's gone all the way. Oh, I thought it went all the way. Bounced just inside the ropes, that's gone for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a lovely little scoopy shot. It kind of all wrists at the end there, Tim.
Yeah, he'll take it. It was the lesser of the two boundaries, but he'll take it.
Certainly will do. He's tried the shot again, and this time it's gone all along the ground, and Moeen Ali, I'm not too sure, knows what to do at the moment. That's 2 4s in a row for De Kock, reverse sweeping.
This one was a bit flatter for Moeen, trying to overcompensate, and Quinton De Kock adjusted his feet to get into the right position, and even though it was flatter, still able to get enough trajectory over the infield.
You should start batting right-handed. Jez, what in the wide world of Twitter have we got?
Well, the wild world of Twitter seems to have gone to sleep, which is a good opportunity to just remind people that we do have expenses to bear, and we are sustained by our wonderful patrons who make a small contribution each month towards our costs.
Well,
and
I mean,
in return,
most of it goes towards your appearance fee, Jess. Isn't that true?
I should be so lucky. But in return for that, people do get access to our Discord channel, which is good fun, and to the Bear and the Bishop weekly podcast, and the wonderful Smaximum newsletter each week.
We've got to change of bowling. We've got Ollie Stone, who's going to come on. And his first ball is when played and missed at by Bavuma.
Yes, the man who has had very little activity so far today.
Yeah, didn't bat, did he?
I wish my papa was a honest soul, but any granny comes to makes it his own.
And that one just on the off stump. Bavuma looks to drop and run, but too close to Moeen Ali there, and so there'll be no run. All looks very quick.
Yeah, trying to be neutral here, I've really enjoyed Ollie Stone since he's been in South Africa. He's really he's taken to the country. He's bowled well in the SA20. Now he looks like a man who is back to sort of full fitness.
Yeah. That one, giving Bavuma just a little bit of room outside the off stump, enables him to dab the ball down to third man, and well run by the two South African openers, managing to turn an easy 1 into a fairly easy 2. So Bavuma moves on to 45, score 76. There only seem to be one there, Tim.
If Bavuma's running to the danger end, he's going to make it. He's so quick between the wickets, Bavuma. He might be at the wrong side of 30, but he's still really, really quick between the wickets.
You could see De Kock being quite grateful about the fact that he was running away from danger there. Just like, no. Well, if you wanna, Stone in again, and again just dab down to third man. This one will just be a single. So 77 for no wicket. 2 balls left of the 12th over, and yeah, there's an element here of if you can keep the run rate down. I suppose not taking a wicket and not bringing Rassie van der Dussen to the wicket is probably a good thing. But they've set the platform very well. They've not put themselves under too much pressure and put the onus on England to take some wickets to be able to slow them down. Going at just a shade under 7 and over. Stone in again, and that is, well, I will try to loosely describe where that's hit the cock. He's tried to short length ball. He's tried to pull it away, and it has hit him just below the belly button.
I thought that was middle stump, to be fair.
He's got one leg on the ground, so he's
yeah.
He's got discomfort there and discomfort on his finger.
Yeah, if you all of a sudden his finger doesn't hurt so much. Yeah, if you watch the episode within the BBL, it's hit him right in the living space. Stone has tried to repeat the dose. De Kock has tried to play a similar shot this time, but it hasn't got the distance, and it's been caught at deep square leg. And De Kock will have to limp away, I'm afraid. That's a good catch in the deep, coming forward to be able to take that at deep square leg, and Stone has his man at the end of the 12th over in South Africa, a 77 for 1.
The crowd says, you're out.
Quinton van der Kock does seem to be slow to leave the scene, doesn't he?
Absolutely no timing in that shot from De Kock. Was asking to be hit, but he didn't time it at all. Could catch on the square boundary.
And Ben Duckett has taken the catch.
Diving forward, knees on the ground, good catch.
Absolutely textbook.
I should mention that in pursuit of 69 to win, India are now 26 for 2 in the 5th over against England in the Under-19 Women's World Cup final. Josie Oak is back on form. He says, we're doomed. Jay says, expenses to bear. Seems very appropriate.
Well, I mean, Dave, I did joke, but I mean, it is a non-trivial exercise to keep guerrilla cricket running. And so any contributions, big or small, we know that times are tough and money doesn't quite go as far, but anything that can be spared would be very much appreciated indeed.
Indeed, they would. Dave Wood asks, how many continents are your commentators spread over today? Hashtag worldwide gorillas. Only 4 today, so we've got Asia, Africa, Oceania and Europe. Our American colleagues are otherwise engaged today, but four's a fair spread. I bet that beats any other broadcasters today.
Yeah, and our Antarctican correspondent is also said they went out to post a letter. Ives, I think. I'm not sure where they are.
I think they did say they could be wild.
Yeah, they did say that.
Leah says Bavuma is surprisingly quick for a hobbit.
Well, he does, he's very quick, as Tim has said. There's an awful lot to be said that the danger has just arrived, though. From an England point of view, we'll jingle him up in just a second. Sam Curran is going to bowl the 13th over. Jace, I'll give you time to do a couple of jingles. It's just played out to the offside, no run. Do you want to do bowler or batsman first?
The batsman first. This is this guy who's got a stupid average at the moment.
Brazil and Doosan can play all the shots.
Sam Curran all hustle and bustle, and Bavuma just dabs that down. Point, and there's no run.
And this is the bowler.
Is he a batter or bowler?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
He starts from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
Curran's going to come in to bowl the 3rd ball of this over. That's short and it's been pulled away by Bavuma, and before anybody blinks, the ball's hit the advertising hoardings, and that is 4 runs and 50 for Bavuma.
Well done, sir.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky every. These are a few types of half century.
Curran in again. Just dabbed down to third man by Bavuma. And that'll bring Van der Dusen onto strike. It's just a lovely shot. The type of shot we all dream of playing, Tim.
It was, and it was slightly in front of square as well. When it's in front of square, it just looks that little bit better.
Yeah, and
shows you have a fraction more time.
And just no one running anywhere. It's just like kapow and boom and just absolute picture perfect. So Van der Dusen to base strike. Ooh, bit of a weird, funky looking shot there by Van der Dusen off the first ball of Curran. Just kind of didn't know whether to leave, kind of semi-squared up by it, and always dabs away into the field for no run. Difficult to
But with a total of 342, this is as good a time as any for Bavuma to show that he can go the long distance rather than show a flashy innings, a pretty run.
Last ball of this over. Van der Dusen tries to drive. Stopped at cover. And that'll be the end of the over. And at the end of 13, 8-2 for 1. There's the South African total, chasing 3-4-3. Jez.
I sensed a degree of frustration in Tim's voice there. Leah says, are you trying to tell me that Quinton got hit into cock, Al? She also
it's in the region.
Yes. She also says you can tell that Twitter is only getting worse when it starts randomly dropping people from the conversation. Fuck you, Elon, you grinning little shit. I love the way that Leah sort of censors herself. She doesn't actually say fuck you, she says F you, Elon, and shit has an asterisk instead of an I. But, you know, I read it as it's meant.
Messy Jez, adding interpretation to tweets since. Own in, and Bavuma is surprised by a ball back of a length, which whizzes past his ear. Bavuma takes evasive action. Just as well, he wants to be a hero now. I mean, that's... Yeah, you can... Still on the rise as it thuds into the gloves of Josh Butler. He might not have the... That's a bit of a weird bounce, that as well.
I was going to say, it wasn't that quick, but it was the bounce that was the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly was.
That one on the hip, but Bavuma really can't turn on it. Ball goes to mid-wicket. Maybe a couple of runs lost out on there. There is something to be said for genuine pace in this sort of format. It's interesting because you're a Perth Scorchers guy, aren't you, Jez? When it comes to the Big Bash, because they've got.
I was there yesterday.
Because you tweeted a couple of days ago they've got a whole flotilla of quicks, haven't they? There's
yep.
All that one almost leaves Bavuma. Good pitch, good length ball. Maybe a hint of movement off the pitch and into the gloves of Butler again.
And I tell you who's shown himself to be very good is David Payne from Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
He's 31 years old and he's a decent quick bowler for T20 cricket.
Name to watch for the forthcoming season?
I don't know enough about county cricket, but I would have thought that he'd do well.
No, he got into the alternative England T20 squad when they had to replace them all.
Yeah.
Bavuma steps across his stumps, a long way across his stumps, and tries to tweak the ball behind square on the leg side. However, it only thuds into his inner thigh as he fails to make contact.
Yeah, he's a proven county performer and probably getting past it for international honours, but he's certainly good enough. Whether he has the opportunity is another matter.
Yeah, no, but someone to watch in the Bash. Sorry, in the Blast. Sorry, getting my exciting acronyms.
I think he might have played for the Welsh Fire in the unnameable tournament.
In the 99+1. Just a block into the onside field by Bavuma from the fifth ball of this over from Stone. 5 dots. And Stone's pace is just making the South Africans rethink a couple of bits and pieces. mistakes here. Bit of a temporary blip, just dampens down the run rate, just kills the momentum ever so slightly as he comes in. Last ball of the over. That mechanical action of his. Turn to mid-wicket, hits the fielder, no run, and that is a maiden over. You don't get too many of them for the pound, do you, Tim?
Don't.
Well done, sir.
No, it's a fantastic over. Sorry, Messi, go ahead.
That's all right. Leah clarifies. She says, "I censor myself because I'm annoyed by that stupid. Do we really have to use such foul language, young lady? Dialogue that would pop up if I didn't." So I'm assuming from that, Leah, you're quite comfortable with me reading out the full intent of it, even if you haven't actually written the whole thing there. Let me know if you'd rather I didn't actually extend the
embellish. Embellish. Read between the lines. Read the lines, but read between the lines as well. Sam Curran is in. Van Dusen across the stumps, but only plays to mid-off, and there'll be no run. No, that's the reason that there's gaps between the lines, right? To read in that gap, so that's fine. That's all doable, eminently doable.
One thing that does play into England's favour is Russ in good form, but it does take a while to get going. And with a big total like this, it does create problems, potentially.
A more fully pitched delivery by Sam, maybe over-pitched, and Van der Dusen drives and it pierces through the offside field, and that will race away, and that's 4 beautiful runs to get off the mark. Yeah, juicy half volley in the end there, Tim.
Yeah, slow ball, but too full, too easy. Nicely placed by Rossi, rather than overhitting it, just placed nicely through the gap.
Curran in again, just dabbed to cover, and Rassi will take a single, moves on to 5. Bavuma now on strike, he's 51 or 54. Halfway through the 15th over, 87 for 1. So making a decent fist of this target that I don't think we were all really expecting, especially in the early stages of the innings of 3-4-3 to win. It will take some getting, but they've given themselves the platform to be able to do it. As Curran is in again, that's back of a length, and Bavuma will pull through mid-wicket, and that again will go all the way for 4 runs. Yeah, he's tried to roll the fingers over it again, Tim.
Yeah.
One too full, 1 too short. I think the next one might be just right.
I think they need to be careful of the slower ball. It's a good thing to be bowling on a wicket like this. Come to you after this delivery.
My feed has completely failed as Bavuma very quickly, as my feed catches up with itself, tries to cut the ball away, maybe a shorter pitch delivery outside the off stump, cut away. Point does the fielding, throws the ball in acrobatically.
South African bowlers did a bit of the overkill when it came to the slower ball delivery. Yep. It became a bit too predictable. So you need to be aware of that.
This does still seem to be a game where you can overthink it. Yeah. Last ball of the over, and that is maybe inside edged. It just misses the off stump, and Buttler can't get back to his leg side quickly enough. He pushes it round the post, but unfortunately round the post in cricket, there's 4 runs to fine leg. That brings us to the end of the over, and Jez, what have we got?
Over.
What have we
Warren
got going
says, "I'm not an originalist when it comes to the U.S. Constitution, but for tweets. Really, Al." And then he says, "I'm off to walk the pubs." Fair enough.
I was going to ask him who he's got in the championship games in the NFL. But if you can get back to me on that, Warren, about who I should be supporting, that'll be lovely. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know.
One billionaire's team against another billionaire's team. Is that how the NFL works?
Yeah, mostly. Yeah,
Pretty much.
There's a bit of old money versus new money in bits and pieces in this as well. As Stone is in again, Rassi drives. Now, is there a man out there in the deep to be able to cut it off? There is. Stuck it. But I think there'll be an easy 2 there. Rassi hit that ball well in front of the square. As Stone immediately concedes runs after his last maybe. So yeah, some signs that Rassi might be getting himself out of neutral here, Tim, and at least into first gear, as he is facing again. This time it's gone behind square. Look at again into action, quick release and good arm, and that'll just be a single. And the South Africans at 97 for 1.
I have noticed a slight adjustment in his in the last sort of 12 months of Rassi in this format.
Yeah.
In that he's starting to hear about this the idea that he takes up too much time, so he is actually moving a little bit faster in his innings.
That's always a good thing, as that is a swing and a miss by Bavuma. Ball outside the off stump there for the cut in there for the drive in, but unfortunately Bavuma can't make contact halfway through the 60. So you think he's deliberately making a conscious effort to be a bit more expansive early doors to?
Yes, I just think he's just being a little bit more up-tempo in general. If the ball is there to drive and hit, he'll do so. He won't chew up as many deliveries as he used to.
Stone in again, this time slightly wider of the crease. Tucks Bavuma up a little for room, but just dabs into the offside field, and there'll be no run. I suppose as well, Tim, that if you're in this sort of extended run of form, that the sort of the fear of I might get out, so I'll take my time, kind of might subside a little bit, and you just walk to the crease going, yeah, okay, we can do this. I suppose Butler must feel the same way from an England point of view as well. Just that extra 5% confidence makes the world of difference.
Indeed.
Stone coming in for the 5th ball of the over, and that is a beautiful delivery in any form of cricket. Just leaves Bavuma slightly, and it goes outside the outside edge. 90 miles an hour. Lincoln, you'll miss it.
It's an interesting comment that I noticed that his strike rate in 2019 and 2020 was 81.
Yeah.
2021 it went up to 95. 22 it was 100. And this year so far it's 96. Which in ODIs is pretty good if you're making runs as well.
Yeah, and coming in at number 3.
It's big time.
Yeah. Pushed away by Bavuma, down towards, well, very wide third man. Almost deep backwards square by the time that Curran picks up the ball. Bavuma will take 2. The 100 is up for South Africa at the end of the 16th over, as there's some polite applause. Bavuma, according to my maths, has 61% of the runs. And Jez, let's come to you for some thought.
Brian in Brisbane, Northampton, says lunch break for me. Only 277 for England. Par or what? No, it wasn't 277. It was
342.
Yeah, you must have done that when there was 277 needed to win. So 342. I reckon it's about par myself on this wicket. What do you reckon?
Well, it's an interesting sort of classic kind of hockey stick style accumulation of runs, probably brought about by the loss of the 2 early wickets. According to the graph that we can see on the screen in front of us, South Africa have been just they're not pulling away from England's line, but they are consistently ahead of it. So like we've said, the platform is there, but nothing kills momentum like the loss of a couple of wickets in ODI. And it's going to be more spin for this next over, and it's going to be this man who's going to bowl the 17th over.
And we're shade on the 45, and we're shade on the 45, and we're shade on the 45, and we're shade on
And Rassi facing, he'll push that down. Long off. And that'll just be a gentle single to start the spell.
Rashid against South Africa's best player of spin. Could be a very important spell, this.
Strength on strength, eh? Rashid in. An attempt at a little lap sweep by Bavuma. Some work by Butler to try and get over to try and block it at the stumps, but it goes over his head. And by the time it's fielded, fine leg, that will be 2 runs to Bavuma. Nice little shot there. So, very much premeditated though, Tim.
Yeah, but it wasn't massively early. Timed it just about right, so didn't have any time for Rashid to change his delivery.
That is true. Just a gentle push into the offside field, and Bavuma, as we've said before, really quick between the wickets. There's a shy at the stump, but Bavuma's already there. Actually, Bavuma's not only just there; he's standing in the non-striker's crease. He's like the roadrunner, never been caught. Yeah, by the time Roy throws, yeah, he's standing by the stump. The throw actually hits, half hits Bavuma. 104 for 1, halfway through the 17th over. Butler with those kind soft eyes behind his neck. This one a full length delivery, which is just flipped towards deep square leg. Duckett will collect and languidly throw in. Oh, let's have a bit of a replay going on here between. Is that Erasmus and Josh Butler? Sure.
Yeah, they're obviously having some sort of conversation.
God only knows what about. This one played out to the offside, and that will be a single. And that was Van der Dusen who was doing the hitting there. Trying to consider what it must be about some, I don't know, about coming together or God only know. I'm sure it would have been very interesting for all parties about the actual conversation. Rassi down on one knee, reverse sweeping, and it's gone over the top of the offside field, and that's going to take a couple of sharp bounces and go into the sponge for 4, and that's 10 off Rashid's first over.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Jez.
Certainly didn't look threatening, did he? Leah confirms I don't have a problem with you reading out my tweets as they were meant, Messrs. I have been described as a longshoreman with Tourette's more than once.
Well, we do what we can, don't we, just?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've always believed that expressing yourself includes using appropriate swear words when necessary.
There are no bad words. There can be bad intentions, but there are no bad words.
Exactly. So that's all we got on Twitter at the moment.
Anything you want to comment on? World events?
World events.
Hold that thought. Stones bowling, and Bavuma nearly lifts himself out of his shoes trying to hit this first ball into the blue sky. However, fails to make contact. And it'll go through to the keeper.
Well,
I don't know.
I can tell you that India are 54 for 2 now, so they need 15 runs from 53 balls. I think they're almost home.
Tim, what do you reckon? Did that ball keep a bit low, or was that just scrambled seed?
We've seen a couple. We've definitely seen a couple keep low that are not cutters.
Yeah. That next delivery, that definitely didn't keep low. You could see Bavuma almost like half a step forward to kind of compensate the low bounce from the previous delivery, and this one whistles past his ear as it goes into the gloves of Butler. Yeah.
I think there's a big change of pace involved in those 2 balls. So
you think? It's difficult.
Yes, I think so. Despite what the speed gun suggests, I tend to agree.
That one hits Bavuma on the hand. He turns it to square leg, but he runs and he's shaking his hand to try and take away the stinging sensation there. Wraps one on the knuckles, but he'll take the single. and the score reaches Nelson. Tim, are there superstitious scores from a South African point of view?
Not really, no. And I suppose that, the triple one is just a general one for general people, but not really, no. We don't have our version of an 87, for example. We don't have it. It doesn't exist.
Nor do we. Just everybody talks about it, and nobody gives a shit.
This is a short pitch ball, and Rassi has pulled and turned and pirouetted like an ice skater, and that ball has gone miles over the fence for 6. What a shot that was!
Jeez, he timed that.
That's the problem with pure pace. If you did it, if you time it, it goes a long way.
Full shoulder rotation. Any golf coach would have been perfectly happy with that. Oh, I think.
And as you say, Rassi is in a real purple patch at the moment.
I wonder if it extends to everything, or whether it's just cricket. That whole idea of like the world seems slower, decisions are just easier to make about life in general. It's just, there must be a point where he's like, just don't. Even if you go out, you'll just go out and hit more balls, and it's just like, yeah, if I don't take the pads off, then I'll never be in bad form again. It's just incredible to see this sort of mix of power and potential and positive thinking as he kind of mistimes that through mid wicket. He'll take a single. He's on 21 now.
He has been asked about what I was referring to about chewing up the deliveries recently over the last 12 months or so, and he just says he's far more at ease where he is as a cricketer, and I suspect at life he realizes that he's not got that much longer in this Proteas setup. He's getting on a little bit now, so he's just enjoying himself. And he's enjoying the freedom.
Last ball of this over, Bavuma takes a real drop and run single. There's a shy at the stumps, but I think Rassi would have been in there in time. Bavuma's on 67 off 68. Rassi's 21 off 12. And there's drinks coming onto the field. So with the score 1-1-9 for 1 after 18 overs, Jez, you can take your sweet time reading out some tweets.
Well, I have to read them really slowly as any couple.
Read them slow.
So Warren says that he's going for the Bengals and the 49ers. Right?
Okay.
There you go.
Noted.
And your colleague Chris TB, Tim says, I'd say that our unlucky number is 1999.
Chris, you did it to me.
Can I just do a bit of
wow?
Can I do a bit of marketing?
Trouble at mill.
Bit of marketing.
Bit of marketing from Hendo.
But he's right.
You
Chris
all right. You think this alternative cricket commentary stuff comes cheap? Well, we need some dollar bills to help pay our bills, so please go to patreon.com/GorillaCricket and sign up to make a regular monthly donation. You know there is literally nothing like Gorilla Cricket's coverage, so don't be tight. Dip into your virtual pocket and throw some cash our way. See, Rihanna knows. Patreon.com/GorillaCricket.
Pay me what you want it.
We would love for you to join us. Apart from anything else, it's just really nice to interact with our Patreons, whether it be just on Twitter or on Discord. And we had a lovely time together. Was it just before Christmas when we had a podcast involving a whole lot of our Patreons there?
Yeah, it was open house. It was open house at the Barrow Bishop, wasn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, please come on board and join us. So it's only a couple of bucks a month at the lowest level. If that's all you can afford, that's fine.
Yeah, we're a pretty broad church. We're fairly accommodating. Unless, of course, you don't like pastries, in which case Hendo will cut you off at the knees. But I mean, apart from that, no.
Just to come back on what you said about Purple Patch and whether it transfers into his other life. To put these two into these two are very different. Timber feels the criticism.
Yeah.
Timber gets criticized, he feels it. Rossi gets criticized, he doesn't. Not outwardly anyway. He doesn't feel it. It doesn't seem to affect him.
Yeah.
Whereas it does affect Timber for a range of reasons.
Yeah.
But as I say, they're very different individuals.
It is part of the mystifying thing about it all. You know, it is at its heart, it feels like it's a very simple game, which it is made to be incredibly complicated. And it's fascinating about like the different lengths that people go to. Like you look at like people in the Australian setup, like Smith, who seem to have made cricket a very mechanical exercise. And that you see by extension that Rassi seems to have deliberately tried to simplify the game so that it's as easy for him to play as humanly possible. And it's fascinating watching these different ways of going about things. It's going to be Rashid to continue after drinks. That is a horrible ball down the leg side, and Bavuma just about gets himself into position. But once he does, he absolutely rips the ball through deep square leg, and that's gone like an exocet before.
Wow.
This is not a good start from Rashid.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
That one a better ball out just outside the off stump. Bavuma does cut, but there is a deep cover in place, and so Bavuma will take a single. He's now on 72, and the total's 124 for 1. And as we see a variety of crowd shots, people seeing themselves in the crowd. Rassi surveys the scene. Which tent am I going to put it in? Maybe that's the thought. That one's slightly short of a length, and that seemed to edge up, and Butler couldn't get past Rossi. It seemed to mystify everybody. Butler and Rossi have a few words.
A bit of archy-barchy.
Yeah, I don't think there was any intent behind obstruction. I mean, certainly, I suppose you could ask the question if you're so inclined about obstructing the field, but Rassi just didn't seem to know where the ball had gone. Very much a leading edge. It went about 2 yards in front of him. That next ball is able to be turned to deep square leg by Rassi, and so they'll take a single.
In any case, it's Butler's responsibility to go without the batsman.
Yeah, he didn't move out of his way, did he? He just didn't move at all. Inside onto the pad, and it just ballooned straight up into the air. I kept the ball back of a length, keeps really low. Bavuma keeps low through the shot as he drives the ball through mid-on and long on, and that's gone for 4.
2 + 2 is on man.
I'm not sure if this is improvement. In this first over, it took 6 balls for Adil Rashid to concede 10 runs, and in this over, it's only taken 5.
It's bowling too short on this, particularly on this pitch.
Absolutely. That one seemed a bit more out the front of the hand, as just pushed to cover by Bavuma, but that's the end of the over. 19 overs in the books, and South Africa are 129 for 1.
Dizzy Yates says, if swearing is so damaging, why didn't we hear on BBC News about the Russians conducting underground swearing tests? Maura Stewart saying 10,000 Russians went into a Moscow bunker and shouted bollocks to the Americans. Yeah. Josie Oak says, get Hendo going on politics, that'll fill an hour or two. I love Hendo too much to get his blood pressure up that high. It's too dangerous.
It's too much of an easy target at the moment as well.
Yeah. And Indo says the Indian women are making a statement in the Under-19 T20 World Cup. And yes, they need 1 run to win. They've lost 3 wickets. And they're actually making a meal of getting the last 3 runs. But that's pretty well over.
Stone is in for his 5th over. First ball pushed out by Rassi into the offside field to the deep cover fielder, and there'll just be a single. He's now on 23. Bavouma's on 76. There's going to be a change at the end of this over. We'll talk about who's coming on in just a second. But Stone is in and just blocked by Bavouma. 130 for 1 is our total. As we see some interesting, maybe a bit of a tell about whether the reverse sweep's going to be played by I think, is that by Rassi or that's by De Kock, isn't it?
De Kock, yeah. De Kock. It's really early. It's really early in the reverse.
Really early. It's like
why not? Wow, yes.
During the preparation, they need to have a word with him about that. That one's just blocked into the onside field for no run. Essentially, they're showing 2 shots side by side, and for the reverse sweep, instead of the forward defensive shot, what we would describe maybe as a normal orthodox shot. De Kock's bat comes in at sort of like 1 o'clock on a clock face, whereas with the reverse sweep, the bat is held at nearly, say, 2:30 on the clock face, as that is extravagantly cut away by Bavouma, and that's gone through the field, and that's hit the sponge. A beautifully timed shot by Bavouma, who reaches 80 with that glorious fork.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Just the slightest bit of width there from Stone. Wasn't all that bad. Just a little bit too short, a little bit too wide. And Bavouma very happy to take it to the boundary.
I do love how much of his whole body, it's proper commitment and effort that goes into every expansive shot from Bavouma. It is lovely to watch. That one's an inside edge, and everybody's heart skips a beat there about whether it's in a thud into the stumps. It doesn't. And it goes all the way down to fine leg, and there'll be a single, and Stone and Bavouma look at each other as they both know how respectively unlucky and lucky they were. 1 ball left of this over. Gents, it's been a pleasure. Last 10 overs.
Indeed. I can tell you that India have won the Under-19s World Cup.
2 scores of 100 in the semi-final and final. You'll probably feel that there's something been left. I'm going to stay on. I'm going to go into the summariser's chair, as that is just blocked by Van der Dusen towards mid-wicket. Tim, hope to see you soon. Jez, see you soon. And
thanks, Al. I'll just do a couple of tweets to finish off. Revin Air says basically Wokes' figures are shit, right? They're not great. And Farong sends us a picture of some, are those peas, beans? I don't know. It says refer picture England bowling at present, not quite at the durian level. It's not been great.
They do like.
Okay, I'll catch you in 10 overs.
They do look like pea shoots, and it's like shelling peas at the moment for South Africa. They're making it look very easy at the moment.
Easy. Are you going to reveal yourself so that we can see you on the camera, sir?
What, us?
Yeah.
G'day fellas, how we getting on? G'day listener, you've got Dom Philp on the mic, not too hard, not too soft, but just right. Coming in for my first ever Guerrilla Cricket stint of ball-by-ball commentary. Hey Al, you're good to, you got my back for another 10 overs, mate. It's, might take a little bit.
You've got it covered.
Rashid, short of a length outside leg stump, big turn and leg break. This one's just turned into the leg side by Bavouma, and he walks his 82nd run. 82 off 77 rocks. I tell you what, some innings this from Bavouma. 20.1 overs, South Africa 136 for 1.
He's made it all look very easy, Dom.
Here's Rashid again. Another leg break. Catches the outside half of Van der Dussen's bat. Squirts out to the point region. Picked up by Moeen out there. No run.
And there's just a sense of fairly controlled fury and anger from Rassi at the moment.
Rashid once more. That's the straight one out the front of the hand. Van der Dussen back deep in the crease. Whips it out to cow corner. Just enough for a single. He's on to 24 now off 18 deliveries. 20.3 overs. South Africa 137 for 1. Still what, 206 more required in the 30 overs remaining. Rashid once more, fuller in length, leg break. Out to point, it's rinse repeat, no run. Bavuma searching. Someone might be able to help me out here. Has he made a one-day international century before? I'm not too sure.
I think he has, but
they
like
only talked about 3 scores over 350s when he made his 50. So maybe not.
Big wrongin' from Rashid this time. Fair bit of turn, just held in the deck a little bit short of a length. Cramped Bavuma up a little bit. He tried to force off the back foot through the offside, but caught the inside half of the bat, dribbled out for no run. Here's Rashid trying to get out of this over. Just a 2 off it so far. That's the leg break. It's forced out to the man sweeping at deep point. That's Harry Brook out there. He has it in. Just a single, so a tidy one is the 21st over from Rashid. Just a 3 off it. At the end of that one, South Africa 138 for 1. Jace?
Leah says, not too hard, not too soft. Sounds like an ad for the most boring and vanilla gigolo service. I'm sure that's
what he does in his spare time.
The one you knock back's the one you never make up, fellas, see?
And on YouTube, Brian in Brisbane says, lunch break for me, only 277 for England. Par or what? I think you're looking at the previous match, Brian. That was England got 343 in this one.
Yeah.
Or 342, was it? 343 for
Yes.
victory? Yeah.
That's right.
And in reply, South Africa 138 for 1 off just 21 over, so it is a fantastic start. De Kock and Bavuma putting on 77 for the first wicket. Bavuma's carried on his merry way since then in a 61-run partnership with Van der Dussen. And Bavuma just feels like the key wicket here. Can he get there? That elusive century in South African colours, the captain that everyone wants to talk about. I tell you what, he looks nailed on just at the moment the way he's playing. 83 from 80 rocks as Sam Curran is going to continue. Left arm around. This one's angling down the leg side, and that'll be 4 leg byes, I think. It's just clipped the pad. Bavuma didn't seem that fussed about it. Lets it go all the way down to the deep fine boundary for 4.
No, they're saying 4, aren't they?
See what the jingle says.
Well, Bavuma's gone on to 87, so I think that's 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it was a great shot. I've robbed Bavuma of 4 there, just off the open face. I think it caught a little bit of pad on its way through as well, but 4 more for him, and he goes on to the devil's number in my part of the world, 87, 13 away from that century.
Bavuma has made 2 ODI hundreds.
It's 2 more than I ever got. This one squirted out into the offside, short of a length, off the splice, a little bit shorter in length from Curran, no run.
Highest score of 113, although I couldn't tell you against who.
142 for 1. 201 more required for what still feels like a fair chance of a South African victory, but they are creeping on top. Here's Curran, left arm around. Bavuma covers up this time, pushes it out into the covers and takes a well-taken single. He's quick between the wickets, and I tell you what, I think that's David Milan. Oh no, it's Jason Roy from backward points. Come around. He's picked up the ball underarm, and he's just underarmed it straight into Bavuma's backside as he completes a single. Bavuma's doing a couple of stretches. He's selling it like he's been shot by a rifle, but it was pretty harmless. Roy was quick to apologise. I'll tell you, there has been a little bit of needle, fellas, though. A couple of overs ago, Butler and Van der Dussen had a few words. Not sure how much intent there was. Curran again, driven uppishly and behind point, down to deep third. 1 more for Van der Dussen, 1 more for South Africa, 144 for 1.
It was a ball that he inside edged onto his pad and it looped up in front of him. Butler essentially couldn't get round him, didn't get through him, and it seemed that to start this half jokey, obstruction, and then it seemed to escalate a tiny bit from there, but harmless, I guess.
Curran to Bavuma, once again pushed out into the covers, and a great single take, and they're quick, these two, and they've got to be with that offside ring that England have. They're tight in the single. Jason Roy got around, picked it up one-handed, little shy at the stumps, couldn't hit the woodwork on this occasion. 1 more take and 145 for 1.
Well, Tim said in our previous stint that if Bavuma is going to the danger end, Bavuma will get there. And, so far so good.
Yeah, you're certainly backing him in every time, aren't you? He's absolutely lightning. I said he's not quick, he is sudden. Here's Curran to finish this over. His third. Van der Dussen can just cover up just outside an off-stump line. Defended safely enough. No run. 7 off the over, 145 for 1.
Leo asked the question, have your part of the world not heard of a little band called Iron Maiden yet? Check them out. They're pretty good.
Are they? Yeah, I know they are.
Well, we've got an Iron Maiden jingle, in fact, but we don't get to play it often because you need three consecutive sixes for it.
Iron Maiden, I'm pretty sure I came across that with my Gigolo service once.
We need a name for that Gigolo service, by the way.
Just right. Just right Productions.
I am sure that the porn bot will oblige sooner or later.
Yeah. Well, just right at All Night Long Productions.
Here's Rashid to continue. That's Fuller in length, driven inside out. What a shot that is from Bavuma. One bounce over the boundary hoardings. He's on to 93 off 85.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Knew it was 4 from the moment it left his bat. Watch his reaction. Watch his reaction.
Yeah, I'll tell you something else, Bavuma. I think he's cramping. He's
he's got straight leg syndrome. If he was a boxer, you'd stop it, wouldn't you? With that sort of reaction.
Yeah, I don't know what the opposite of rickets is, but that's what he's got. Here's Rashid, shorter in length, and he's back on the back foot, and he whips it out to cow corner. One bounce out there to duck it off the back foot, and he strolls through. He's quick between the wickets, but at the moment, he looks a little bit hampered. 150 for 1. Off
Feels
20.
weird.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
I was going to say, feels weird that he'll be cramping up considering that they had their drinks break 4 overs again.
Here's Rashid, middle stump line, just turned around the corner from Van der Dussen. He's trying to get 2 by just tapping it out to the circle, but Bavuma is quick, but at the moment, like we said, he's hampered. Just a single. He's back on strike, and I'll tell you what, he should want the strike at the moment. 94 red, 151 for 1.
Well, they're certainly going along at a fair old clip. The last 50's just come off 38 balls. And they just don't. England just don't look threatening at this particular moment in time. It just doesn't look like, unless someone plays a shot like Brook did in the England innings and get themselves out.
Oh, that's the big wrong'un from Rashid. He really tossed it up above the eye line. It dipped, plenty of overspin, and it came in prodigiously. Bavuma up to the task, though. He's seeing him well. Covers up. He can only defend. That's a rare dot to Bavuma. He's 94 off 87.
Yeah, you picked that on line, I think. It's a bit wider, expecting to hit off stump.
That one, he smothers a spin. Fuller in length. He knocks it down to long on for another single. Stone doing the work down there in a lovely wide brim hat, if I do say so myself. Bavuma down the non-striker's end. Rashid, expensive from his standards. None for 30 off 3.5. And at the moment, South Africa looks like they're going to walk this in. We're still 190 away. Here's Rashid to finish this one off. That's another googly inside half of the bat. No man saving 1 on the leg side ring. 1 more to Van der Dussen. And all of a sudden, you look up at the scoreboard, and Van der Dussen, he's on 27 off 22 himself. So
yep.
He's not messing about, but it just feels all too easy for the Proteas at the moment.
Yep, Ravinar agrees with you. He says, without 3 quick wickets, we're fucking doomed, aren't we? And Leah says, this is the first time I hear someone brag about bonking Thatcher. Yes, well, quite.
So no one finds power sexy. Okay, just me. Righto. It's 153 for 1 off 23 overs.
No, I think it's the idea that you would find Thatcher sexy.
Yeah, 153. I'm just letting no one go straight through to the keeper. 153 for 1 off 23 overs as Bavuma gets some few electrolytes in.
You say what you want. That woman stole my milk.
Yes.
That woman stole my milk.
Thatcher milk snatcher. I remember the whether they were a third of a pint milk bottles.
Yeah, the little milk bottles.
Tiny little milk bottles for kids.
Yeah,
that she withdrew with the service in the 1970s.
Yeah, when my wife was at school, she was the milk monitor. So he's in charge of the little bottles. Yeah, all stop. Free milk. Stop. Dark days.
Yes, that's a bit of cultural reference of Dom's not getting off.
Mate,
Yeah, I was going to say.
I've missed all
Probably
that.
go whenever you're read there, Dom. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I just about know that Margaret Thatcher was a prime minister and that we're not meant to like her. That's about it. I don't know too much else.
Yeah, and GC Naked Fun Pornbot says maybe Bavuma has had a prolapse after taking Roy's ball up the Jacksea or the Wolf Jacksea.
Dear me, that even for the porn bot, that's a little strong.
I have a device I can let him have at cost.
I've never heard that terminology before. What did he say? The Jacksea?
Jacksea is a term for your
Jason will explain it to you.
Okay, yeah.
Your back bottom.
Gotcha. Sam Curran to continue, left arm around. Vanderdussen plays and misses this time. It was one of those, almost an off break, halfway down the track. Maybe he might call it a slower ball bouncer. Some people might call it a long hop, but Vanderdussen was through the stroke early on the pull. Misses it completely through to Butler for a very rare dot.
It does look like this is the only game where people are scoring substantial runs, because Messi's just come back with us for an update on the New Zealand game against India. He said New Zealand struggling in the T20, 48 for 4 off 10 overs.
Curran again, just outside off stump, fuller in length this time. Vanderdussen whips it to the man who is saving one at mid-wicket. That's David Milan. No run, 153 for 1 remains the score. Well, there seems to be quite a bit of negativity about this England team today now in the bowling lineup. I wonder if I may pose a question to you, gents, and to Twitter. Let's imagine the World Cup is tomorrow. How does this starting 11 change? Who is going to take a place and who's going to miss out? As Curran's in again, left arm round. Big booming drive, only as far as Adil Rashid, or it is Rashid, at mid-off, and he has a shy at the stumps. No run again. 3 dots in a row. I'll tell you what, that must be called for almost an Iron Maiden.
I don't think it's that far away from full strength side. I think we're missing 3 key players who could possibly play in the World Cup, which is Root, Stokes and Bairstow. But apart from that, I'm not sure the bowling would change very much at all.
I hope Stokes doesn't play.
And would you like to elaborate at all on why that may be before the entire nation turns against you, Al?
No, and the reason is simple: is that what Stokes has done for the Test team has been utterly transformative. Well, contributory to be transformative.
Curran again, 4th delivery of the over, and it's going to be the 4th dot in a row. I'll tell you what, Curran's halfway to a maiden here. Yeah, further than halfway, dear listener. 4 dots in a row. 153 for 1. Sorry, I'll keep it going.
And part of what he did in order to be able to do that is that you recognise that the schedule was too much, and so backed away from, he concentrated on the things that he thought was more important. And there's an element that I kind of want him to keep on doing that. It'll be tough, but you can't just keep on coming back from, it's like, oh, there's a tournament, so we need you.
First run of this over is forced out to deep point off the back foot from Vanderdussen, and Bavuma is horribly hindered by this cramp. He's unable to get out of first gear at all between the wickets at the moment. He's limping down to the striker's end. Just a couple of balls ago, I didn't call it because we're having that engaging chat about Stokesy in the World Cup, but when Rashid did have that shot at the stumps from mid-off, Bavuma would have been short of his ground if Rashid had hit. He's struggling to get back, and he's on strike now, 95 not out. Let's see if it's going to hamper his batting at all. He's been so fluent today. Curran short of a length. This one's turned to the leg side. Bavuma, he's running like maybe he's got a ball up the Jacksea at the moment. Just able to get through for 1 more. He's under 96. And I missed the score before the ad break came, but I think it's 155 for 1. Was that correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Is cramp justifiable reason to go off retired hurt?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it would be. Joss wouldn't stop him from going off. I think Joss would happily let him go off the field at the moment. The way he's played,
been playing so well, it did get him off. But
there's an element here where rather than him do something stupid and throw his wicket, wouldn't the tactic be get Markram in, even if it's it's just like, okay, give the leg a bit of a rub down, take some fluids on, give yourself half an hour, and if Markram is out at that stage or Rassi is out at that stage, just come back in.
Anyway, talking about stuff on YouTube, Dom's getting a big thumbs up from Don Diego to the City fans. He seems like a natural ball-by-ball commentator. Well done.
Thanks very much, mate.
It's about as British as it gets, isn't it? Well done. Jolly good job.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Just as we're seeing Van der Dussen getting some deep tissue work on the what's that? The hamstring.
It's the
Got that. Is that
quad.
Bavuma?
Quad's in the front, isn't it? Hamstrings at the back.
They're falling like flies here, aren't they?
I think it is a warm day there in Bloemfontein.
Well, they've obviously not taken enough electrolytes when they were fielding and therefore they're starting to cramp up now when they're batting.
At every opportunity they've tried, because he did the old trick of he called for a new pair of gloves, but when the new clubs came out, he also took on a bottle of fluid as well. Some of that awkwardly coloured stuff to let you know that it's more than just.
Oh, the glowing blue stuff.
Yeah,
with lots of E numbers in it. That's not good for anybody.
Yeah, so he's drank a bottle of blue. He's now drinking a vessel of green. So some sort of gel thing he's taken on board there at this stage.
But all they have is massive amounts of electrolytes and salt.
Yeah, I do like the use of the terminology there. The vessel of green. It's certainly not a bottle, is it? It's more like a sachet.
You can tell that my career in marketing was tragically cut short by a lack of good ideas.
I think you're doing wonderfully, mate.
Depends whether you're in the creative side of the business or the business side of the business.
Oh, hello.
Bavuma's flipped over onto his front now. He's still finishing off his sachet of green. It looks like he also might be having a bit of a munch on a banana, and he's getting some deep tissue work.
He wants the potassium and calcium for the electrolytes that he hasn't taken.
Yeah, it's something you can gloss over in terms of on the radio, but in terms of what he was wearing and where the work was, interesting to do that in front of a crowd of people. Some people's nightmare dream, I guess.
Some people have no filter, and some people have no embarrassment either.
Voyeuristic in a way, gents. Voyeuristic in a way. We're getting plenty of lovely shots of the crowd. I wouldn't say it's a full house in Bloemfontein here today, but there is a great crowd in. One young man having a few Doritos. Other corn chips are available. So back to that World Cup chat. So we said Bairstow, definitely going to come in. You think Stokes? Probably not. Joe Root, there must be a spot for him still, right?
Yeah, there's got to be a spot for him to just be the person that people bat around. Doing the role that Vasily van der Dussen does for South Africa, perhaps.
Is it Root versus Milan for that spot, or is there?
I think it is Root versus Milan.
Hey, we're back on. Here's Rashid. He's going to toss it up as high as he can to the cramping Bavuma. Bavuma's up to the task, and he strokes it through the covers for 4. Shot Boyle on the carpet, and look at him celebrate. The helmet's off. He smashes the bat towards his adoring fans. 2 hands up in the air. He points to his name on the back of his shirt, and now he's banging his hand on his chest. South Africa's emblem. Look how much it means to him. 100 red in a chase. 159 for 1. Well played, Temba Bavuma.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's what adrenaline does to
20, 30, 40, 60, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
With that very long note finishing off that jingle, and a well-deserved one. Bavuma pushes the next one from Rashid into the offside out to deep point. Takes one more just to make sure of it in case the scorers have messed it up. He's on 101 not out of 91 deliveries. 160 for 1. Ow, that's a good knock, isn't it?
What a shot of pure adrenaline into that leg. As he turned and celebrated, it was like there's no hint of cramp.
Van der Dussen's on the reverse. He gets a nice slice of it. Only as far as deep point. Harry Brook doing the clean-up job out there. One more.
He was on that reverse very early, and Rashid took all the pace off that one, 44 miles an hour.
Yeah, Rashid's throwing him up into the sky. Really wants to try to draw Bavuma out. This one's a little bit quicker. That's the wrong one. Bavuma rocks back onto the back foot. Cross bat, pull out to cow corner in front of square. Curran doing the work this time. One more. 162 for 1.
Yeah, they really need to get a control on the scoring at the moment. They're getting one bad ball and over that's going for 4, And if you get a single off every other ball, that's 9 and over.
That one's a big turner, but it's very, very short and outside off stump. Lather, rinse, repeat here for Van der Dussen. He knocks that one out to the offside. One more for him. So, boundary and 4 singles takes us to 8 off the over with 1 to come. Rashid still expensive, none for 39 or 4.5. Can he get out of this over without another boundary? That's probably the best delivery of the over, short of a length on leg stump, turning away to the offside, but Bavuma, pretty much on one leg, whips it off the back foot out to cow corner. One more to him. And you know what we say with a single off the last ball of the over? Well counted, son. Jace, anything on Twitter? Maybe more compliments from YouTube, or?
No, nothing on either at the moment. I'm sure they'll come in for Bavuma because this is perhaps a captain's match-winning innings at the moment. He's even if he is hampered now, he wasn't hampered at the start, and that's where he set the tone for the innings, the impetus that he gave at the very start with De Kock struggling a little bit. He took up the mantle, and they've raced away.
I don't think as long as he can keep the rate going, then the whole cramp thing doesn't become an issue. It's when he's trying to do something out there, and the leg all of a sudden prevents him from being able to do it. But at the moment, he's playing right through the middle of it. It's fabulous stuff.
Yeah, it certainly didn't stop him from the celebration, did it? Here's Curran again. Shorter and leg. Oh, it's come off a bottom edge, I believe, and it's not a million miles away from leg stump. In fact, I think the common metaphor, it's a bee's dick away. But Bavuma survives. No run off the first delivery of that over.
No, he's a bit of a lucky boy there, but yeah, make your own luck in this sort of environment. So
now that we don't want to get too carried away. The chase is still over a run of ball here, just a little bit over 7 and over required. So it's not done and dusted yet. Curran tighter to middle stump this time and turned around through the mid-wicket region by Bavuma off the back foot. One more to him. He moves on to 103.
Yes, but the thing is that South Africa have significantly strengthened their lower middle order lineup, so they do have an 11 that bats deeper now with the Jansen at 7. Maharaj is no mug with the bat either.
I think that what I see at the moment is that I don't see where the threat is.
Curran once more, thick outside edge off the back foot from Van der Dussen, down to deep third. This will be one more.
You know, there's no sustention of pressure. It seems quite strange that they're going along at this sort of rate, and they've been kind of going along at this sort of rate all the way through. There's been no acceleration or deceleration that's really taken place, and so in as much as it's still a difficult run chase, you just wonder how England are going to stem the bleeding at this stage.
There's an interesting stat here about Temba Bavuma's innings after this ball.
That one gets a bit big on him, a little bit of extra bounce, but it's only slow bounce, a bit tennis bally from Curran there. I get the feeling he might have ran his fingers down the back of that one cross seam, and it kicked a bit on Bavuma. He got up on his toes. He's only a short man, but he rode it well, straight down to the floor, and one more taken down to deep third.
Yeah, 77 miles an hour. Plays into that theory there, Dom.
167 for one. Bavuma, he hasn't felt like he's had to really be overly aggressive. He's scoring it well over a run of ball. As Curran comes in again, plays the ramp as Van der Dussen, and I'm not too sure what it's come off, but it's ended up down at mid-on, where Topley picks up and has a one-arm shot at the stumps.
And an overthrow as well.
Buzzers!
Sundry, surely.
Now,
is there a jingle for that? I'll sort of Jason's
there isn't one for buzzers, I don't think.
Jason's
they've called for a review.
Well,
so
I thought there was a decent shout for perhaps being LBW if he didn't get any bat on it, because he was almost in front of off stump.
Well, we didn't exactly see.
So what's happened is Topley's picked up. He's had a shot at the stumps, and it's a direct hit. Van der Dussen was doing the old Tom Moody. He doesn't quite slide his bat, but he certainly grounded it behind the line.
Well,
before
he's got
the ball
a foot and
hits
his bat behind the line.
Yeah, he's well home. It's much ado about nothing. Not out flashed up on the scoreboard. Score remains 169 for one. Curran again, left arm around. That one stayed low. So one's kicked a little bit, one stayed low. A few signs of life out of this deck for England yet. End of the 26th over. What was it? 5 runs off that one. Curran, none for 32 off his 5. South Africa in pursuit of 343 for victory off 26 overs, 169 for 1. Jace?
Yeah, more people thinking you've been born for this. Harry Avant says, Silky smooth Dom Van Dan. And Popey Bumfinger says, not a common metaphor of Dom. We don't usually measure things by beacocks.
Well, you've obviously never been to Queensland, Australia.
Yeah, maybe.
Uh,
No, but close. Anyway.
Love to hear from all of you, dear listener, on YouTube and at Gorilla Cricket on Twitter. Please keep it coming in as Rashid to continue. Bavuma, that's a cheeky stroke. Down on one leg, lap sweep, straight past Butler's left shoulder. And it's going to be enough for 2 more.
Yeah, I'm not sure he has the capability to run 3 at the moment.
I spent more time looking about how he was going to try and get up from that shot than where it went.
To be fair, he's up and down very quickly because he just did just did a complete somerset roll.
Yeah, back roll.
And then he was onto the hard parts of his pads. He was up straight away.
Yeah, I think he's doing a pretty good sell job on this cramp. It doesn't seem to be bothering him too much. This one, he's on the front foot, props down and defends politely. Out to Roy at cover, no run, 171 for 1 are the Proteas. The Barmy Army trying to lift their England team here. The trumpeter for this tour.
Oh, I would get rid of the trumpeter in a heartbeat.
That's a full toss from Rashid. Bavuma's down on one knee. Oh, and he's almost picked out the man at cow corner. It gets out to Sam Curran. It is out there on the first bounce. Bavuma, he's almost hit that too well.
Would you want your money back if you were sat next to the trumpeter?
I'll let Jace answer first.
Yes. 2013 Ashes, I was at the Oval on the last day, and the thing that annoyed me was the trumpeter more than anything else. And he was probably on the other side of the stadium.
One more off this, the 4th delivery of this over. Van der Dussen just pushes it out to cover point.
That
takes
said,
a quick single.
2016 in South Africa, it was great fun. Particularly the sing-off between the Moeen supporters and the Hashim Amla supporters. The beard off.
Rashid once more, big turning leg break finds the outside half of Bavuma's bat, but he's up to the task and defends solidly for no run. Score remains 173 for 1. Yeah, so obviously this is a new trumpeter for the Barmy Army since old Billy, who you're talking about. Last delivery of this over is pushed down to long on. That'll be one more. Bavuma with 1 off the last delivery of the over. You know what we say here on the Gorilla Cricket coverage? Well counted, son. End of the 27th over, another one down for Rashid. And South Africa are 174 for 1.
So, new trumpeter, yeah, Dom?
Yeah, new trumpeter for the Barmy Army.
Yeah, Bill has retired from, and they've got an assistant Bill.
Yeah, and I may say I've had the pleasure to meet him on a couple of occasions last summer with the Barmy Army. Lovely bloke, enjoys a pint, enjoys a laugh, and he's very good with his fingering work on the old trumpet, if I may say so.
And Dara Azizi on YouTube says, "Morning all."
Morning.
It's a bit late to the game if it's morning, unless you're in America.
Love to have your company wherever you're joining us all over the globe here on Gorilla Cricket. Don't forget, if you haven't signed up already, Patreon, only how much is it a month? Jace, help me out.
The smallest level is, I think, $2 a month.
$2 a month, that's the currency we use here. Curran to continue, and he's played it on! Bavuma goes for the ramp, and Curran gives him a hell of a send-off. He has both arms splayed out, side to each side. He gets the high knees up, and he runs right past Bavuma and gives him a bit of a spray, if I may say so. I think the match referee might have something to say about that one. I don't know if you can give a guy a send-off after making what is a spectacular century in a run chase. But Bavuma trying to play the ramp one time too many, and he only managed to get it onto his own stumps. Think Usman Khawaja in the 2019 World Cup at Old Trafford. Al, a few thoughts about Bavuma's innings, please.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It's it's difficult. It's difficult, like you said, to give him that sort of send off after it is that he scored a classy century. I keep on thinking what I think he's done. 109 off 102 balls is that with that big, the world record run chase. He's Herschel Gibbsed it. He's set the table beautifully. We're still only coming up to. We're just a shade over halfway through. It's a difficult way to go. He's played that from a long way outside off stump in order to be able to hit his own middle stump. He's done a grand job. And Sam Curran looks like a bit of an idiot for the way that he's done that.
Yeah, Sam Curran might regret that. But is that bad batting by or unlucky batting by Pavuma, or is that good bowling by Curran, who recognised his move to the offside, has pushed it even wider, and then made him scoop it further.
You could question the shot making after the fact, but at 109 off 102, what are you really going to question?
Anyway, it's brought this man to the crease.
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this Safa, yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs.
Yes, it is that man, Aidan Markram, facing up to Sam Cullen. First one is full and straight and quick, and Markram digs that one out shovel-like off the crease, out into the leg side for no run. Yeah, Jace, I think you are being a bit tough on Bavuma there. He knows he's a little bit hindered by the cramp. He's made a spectacular 100. I'm not going to hear a bad word about that innings from a captain in a chase. It's one of the hardest things you can do in cricket is chase runs, opening the batting. And, I think... I do think you're right about one thing. I think Curran may come to regret the send-off he's just given. Markram covers up this time, out to backward point, no run. You can just feel the tempo lift a little bit here from England in the field. A few boys up and about. I think they might be trying to get under Markram's skin early, because if he gets set, this game could be over in a hurry.
Yeah.
Well, this is the hope is that one wicket gets you 2, gets you 3, and then all of a sudden. The pressure's on the other side of the equation here, but opportunities abound.
Curran still left arm around to the right-handed Markram. This one's driven on the up, only as far as Moeen Ali at cover, who makes a diving save with his left hand. 10 out of 10 from the Scandinavian judge. Markram still yet to get off the mark.
Hasn't Moeen Ali got to start bowling sometimes?
Yes, he does. I think. Well, England have got 6 bowlers, but I think they need to try and get some easy dots against the new batsman.
2 right-handers in might be the issue. Here's Curran Fuller, outside off stump this time. A similar delivery to what Bavuma tried to ramp. Markram, a more conventional stroke, down the mid-off for no run.
I suspect Curran won't bowl that much more longer in his spell because they want to keep a decent number of overs towards the death.
This is his 6th over. He's got 1 to come. He's got 1 for 32 now, and he's on for a wicket maiden if he can find another dot this delivery. Markram in his batting stance. He's got a high back lift, short of a length outside off stump. This one's knocked to cover, and that, my friends, is a wicket maiden.
It's a maiden.
I can't believe it. 174 for 2 after 28 overs are the Proteas. 343 required for victory today.
Well, our message has definitely called it. He's no longer on the fence. I don't if he ever was. He said, "I told you Curran was a C-nut."
I'll see you next Tuesday.
Yes.
That is strong words.
Yeah.
Would you expect anything less from our brother from down under, Messi Jez?
Well, once you're in the bad book of Jez, it's difficult to get yourself back out.
The Book of Jez is obviously going to be another musical that comes out sometime soon, isn't it?
Oh, totally.
I wonder if Messi Jez has been busy Herschel giving a few beers this afternoon. Here's Rashid. He's going to get another one, and that's hit him in front there. Dustin, a big shout for LBW. Butler's gone up. Mariah Erasmus unmoved. Van der Dussen, he went for the reverse sweep. He's down on one knee. I'm not sure how high it hit him. Butler reviews almost immediately, not waiting for the DRS timer to go down. It looked pretty adjacent, but the question is, how's the height? Rashid grits his teeth.
Well, my 2 cents on that is that ball pitched. If it didn't hit any part of his body, that was going over the top. And if it's hit something, then it's probably... If it's bat, then he's not out and he's dropped a catch.
I don't think he's hit it. I think the question's going to be height. Let's have a look here in slow motion. It's the leg break. It's pitched right on middle stump.
It's going to miss.
And it might have turned too much, actually. Van der Dussen's... Yeah, sorry, mate.
That's going to... Height's not going to be an issue, but that's turned too much and that's going to miss. What, in the end, turns out to be his off stump.
Yeah. Big turning leg break. It looks like it's going to miss. They're still checking to see whether it might have hit the bat.
Oh, take the catch first, then appeal.
I think the chance it is to have maybe hit the bat. I'll do my best at explaining this, dear listener. So the ball pitches, it hits Van der Dussen. It looks like it's going to turn past off stump, but then it balloons up. It's one of those. And
did he catch the glove or the bat on the way past?
Yeah, that's right, Jace. Because it's ballooned up, it may be after the first contact that it may catch a bit of glove or even the bat in his follow-through. So we're just watching here. It doesn't make any difference. Butler hasn't taken the catch.
There's no bat or glove involved before it hits the pad.
Pitching in line, impact in line, and it's spinning well past the off stump. Review loss for England. You can't blame Joss. It's hard from his position to see how much the ball is turning. But, yeah, Rashid gave that one a rip. Anyway, dot ball, 174 for 2. One review remaining for England. He goes to the conventional sweep this time, does Van der Dussen, and he's all at sea. That one turns as well, and he's not really anywhere near it. He admonishes himself. This is a lapse of concentration from Rassi.
Yeah. That's not... Well, is it a sweeping length? I think that's just a little bit too short to be a sweeping length.
Rashid once more. A little bit flatter, a bit quicker through the air. Van der Dussen doesn't play the broom this time, just knocks it out to cover.
He's just stalled a little bit, hasn't he, in the last couple of overs?
Well, I was just...
He's kind of gave Bavuma his head, and now that Bavuma's gone, the onus is on him now to be able to kind of kickstart things again.
There's the broom, and this one he does connect, and that's going to be a boundary. 9 dot deliveries in a row, but this one, Van der Dussen gets good connection behind square, 178 for 2.
Well, there you go.
But he's given it the full extension, and he's got it right on the end of the bat. Most power.
Huge stride down the wicket. He made sure he got his front pad outside the line of off stump, so LBW has never a chance if he misses it. And Rashid is turning the ball quite prodigiously anyway. Well played.
Very root-like. That's who that reminded me of. That was very root-like in the sweep there.
I was going to say right-handed Matthew Hayden. Here's Rashid, goes to reverse, gets good contact, but it's taken! Moeen Ali at point. Van der Dussen hits it uppishly, and it's gone at head height, and you won't get an easier catch for that for the safe hands of Moeen Ali. Rashid and Ali, they link up again. Best of friends off the field, and this time best of friends as the wicket is taken. Van der Dussen gone. 178 for 3 in South Africa. Geez, there's still some ground to be made in this game yet.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
And just like that, all of the wind is taken out of the South African innings. All of the it's like starting the innings again from scratch.
Yep.
It feels now you've got Markram, who's now going to open the innings for a 30 over sprint. You know.
And for those people on their bingo cards, 1 brings 2.
Bang, bang, boys, here we go. 2 newies in here, fellas. Van der Dussen, I haven't got his batting stats up completely, but it was 38 off 38 deliveries. Even I can do that math, striking at 100.00.
Yeah, his overall ODI average will go down, obviously, because it was 73, but even so. Scoring 100, not a bad knock.
Well, and he's coming off 100 in the last game as well, so Not bad series return so far for Rassi.
And if my reading of the card is right, he will bring this man to the crease.
He's going to replace the copied forms of the game. And baby, you're insane. What's this guy's name?
Nice bit of grindcore from Mock there, I think.
Yes, Heinrich Klaassen, right-handed batter, fair-haired. I don't know if he's put a bit of a rinse through it or if that's his natural colour.
Let's hope he's had a nice ice bath after his occasional keeping stint.
Last delivery of this over is going to be a dot. Klaassen tries to force it off the back foot. Big spinning leg break. Unable to beat the field at cover. So a successful over for Rashid. There was the one boundary, but most importantly, the wicket. 2 new Proteas batsmen at the crease. Batters, I should say, trying to be better. Both of them yet to score. South Africa, 178 for 4 now, right? 3. 3.
Messages have come back and said to you, Dom, he says, no beers, but I am suffering a bit from some sunburn from watching my grandson in the under-15s this morning, Dom. However, I've always detested Curran for no apparently rational reason.
Well, you know what they say. You know what they say in Messages. There's only one thing that cures sunburn and Sam Curran hatred, and that's a couple of Milton Mangoes, mate. Get a couple of 4X golds into you. Beautiful.
And
or alternatively, have a beer.
There's a few more on YouTube where Pokey Bumper says we're so off the pace in ODIs, we've got no chance in India. And Don Diego to Citibank says, I think we should have one last ODI, I agree, and a couple of crickets here, and you never know. And follows up with perfect timing, lol.
Yeah, that's good from you, Diego. I like that, Don Diego, if that is your real name.
I think Diego's his real name.
Lovely to hear from all of you, dear listeners. Please stay in touch. I think, gents, we've got about 1 over left to go on this stint. Jeez, time's gone quickly, hasn't it?
Certainly does.
Yeah.
That's how you know you're doing a good job, Dom. Next thing you know, it's 10 over.
It is. I always used to hate the stints behind the bar when there's nothing happening. If you don't feel the time going by, then it's a good night.
Change of bowling here. Chris Wokes, the wizard, he's back. Oh, that is a superb drive down the ground from Markram to get off the mark. Full face, full stride, down the ground, along the carpet. That's going to be...
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
That jingle's as good as it gets. Jeez, that's the best one. Just play that one every time. Beautiful stroke from Markram. Gave it the full face of the bat, the maker's name. Come right out of the screws. Off the practice wickets, down the ground, 182 for 3. Here's Wokes again. Shorter in length. Oh, bottom edge this time. Markram tried to throw the hands through it outside off stump. Got a bottom edge through to Butler. Safe enough. But maybe his heart was in his mouth a little bit. Jason's telling me that was a big off break from Wokes.
Well, pace off and cross seam, I think.
So 4 dots so far this over, 29.2 gone for South Africa in pursuit of 343. They're 182 for 3. Wokes looking to get into the action with his first wicket of the day. On a middle stump line, this one's turned down to mid-on. A diving stop there from Topley. Keeps the action to 1 more. Markram on to 5 off 8. Brings Klaassen on strike, yet to score. 183 for 3 of South Africa.
Farong says... Oh, go on.
Oh, sorry, no, I was going to say, I just thought it was an interesting choice to bring Wokes back in at this stage. Obviously, some part of some big grand master plan, but I would have brought Ali on, I must admit.
If they can get a couple of cheap ones out of Wokes here now, then save Ali for a left-hander later. I'm not sure how many left-handers there are. This one's driven. Klaassen's going to be off the mark through the covers, and it's only a question of how many. A little misfield from Sam Curran out there, trying to do the job sweeping up. However, it must have got 2 there. Off the mark is Klaassen with 2.
I'm not sure they've got many all-rounders. The Maharaj, I think. Is Maharaj? I mean, Rabada's got out the side. Shamsi's got out the side. I think they were both left-handed, so...
Yeah. Wokes again to Klaassen. Knocks this one past the cover fielder again. Should only be one this time as long as Curran cleans up neatly, and he does. Probably gets a little bit of a Bronx cheer from the crowd out there on the cover boundary. Klaassen under 3 off 3 brings Markram back on strike for the ultimate ball of the 30th over. Yeah, Wokes again after those couple of wickets, still leaking runs. 8 off this one so far, and still a delivery to go at 186 for 3.
Yeah.
Let's see if Wokes can get out of this over. He's bowling to Markram. Clipped in the air and safely enough to the vacant mid-wicket region. Topley comes around from mid-on, picks that one up, has it into Butler. One more, Markram keeps the strike. You know what we say here on the Guerrilla Cricket coverage. Well counted, son. 187 for 3 after 30 overs, and I think that's it from me.
It is.
That's it.
Jez
That's
is
it
back.
from me as well.
Thanks, Dom.
See you guys another time.
Yep, we should be
See
getting
Al.
some more people from the green room but I'll hang on until they turn up.
Warren's made a comment. Oh, that's all right now. I'm whole. So Hendo's supposed to be in there an hour, isn't he?
That's what I thought. Yes.
And David.
Yeah. Well,
Have they fallen asleep in the green room?
well, David was marking papers from his academic work, so I don't know whether he's going to turn up again because he missed his first stint.
Absolute bonus for you, dear listener. You get a bit more of just right. Here's Rashid to continue. Leg break, pushed by Markram out to deep cover. Just a single for him. He's on to 7. Just getting his innings going. South Africa 188 for 3 off 30.1.
Have you got enough?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jace?
I had to score you a win over
Yep,
Dom in
we have,
relation
thanks.
to the 4X versus beer. Al? Good call.
All right.
As
I'll
this-
see you guys another time.
Good on you, Al. Thanks, mate. As this one's forced out to the cover boundary again, this time for 2 by Klaassen. 3 off the over so far from Rashid. How you getting on, Mess? You right?
Yeah, good. You know what it's like when you get sunburn and you don't realise it at the time, and as the day goes on, you get warmer and warmer.
Yeah.
It's that. And now I've been cut in half by something.
Yeah, I don't know
on
what's going on
screen.
with the OBS and the Zoom display, but every time you're on Messi, it seems to get you got 2 screens rather than 1 screen. So I don't know whether you're sharing 2 screens by mistake.
We've missed a single there,
No.
gents. 191 for 3. That was one more to Klaassen, forced out to cover to the ring. Able to scamper through for one more. Hey, just on that left-hander thing, Miller's in next, right?
Yeah, Miller's left-handed.
Yeah. I wonder if they like the matchup of Moeen to Miller. That's all I can really think of as to why Moeen might not have had a go yet. Slip in now, speaking of Moeen. Is it slip for Markram? Lovely looking drive, forced hard out to the cover. Jason Roy with a little knock on there on the cover ring, unable to save one. One more to the score, one more to Markram. 192 now.
Jason, you might want to try turning your own screen on Zoom. That may make a difference.
I've done that. I'll try that. Doing that again.
Forcing pull stroke from one that's short of a length. This time from Klaassen. He takes one more down to Stone at long on.
Ah, there it is. Yep, that seems to have done it.
Brilliant. And I can see you now. Brilliant.
What a treat for you, Mess. 193 for 3. One delivery to come in this Adil Rashid over. 1 for 55. His bowling figures so far. Pushes that one out the front of the hand, I think. On a leg stump line. Markram forces off the back foot. Down a long off. Wokes has the ball in. One more to the score. One more to Markram. He keeps the strike.
Messi.
Farong says, I must agree with AB. Dangerous times. 2 new batters on a now slow deck with a soft ball. Tough. Exactly what we didn't need. Can the Saffers salute, or will England claim victory? It is going to be tough work at the moment, isn't it? Because it's certainly not coming onto the bat the way it was.
It's all about how they play the slower bowlers, I think. I think if they can get the slower bowlers away, and this has not been the best Rashid spell ever, they're going to be more favourites, I think. It's a tough ask, and the stats would say they won't do it.
Well, we'll give you it exactly, dear listener. South Africa need 149 from 114 deliveries, 7 wickets in hand.
That's, 8, 9 and over.
Right on a knife's edge this one is. 2 set players out within the last 5 overs in Bavuma, who made a spectacular century. Van der Dussen, who did his normal run-a-ball thing. But Klaassen and Markram, the weight's on their shoulders now. Here's Wokes to continue. This one's clipped in the air, out towards the field. No, it's 6 runs. Shot boy! Markram over cow corner. 200 up for South Africa as Markram just picks that one up over the cow corner boundary. Bottom hands it. 200 for 3 off 31.1. I didn't think he got it that cleanly, but it just kept going and going. He took half a step down the track. He fully tracked Wokesy there, and he just whips it dismissively. He says, nah, you're nothing. You might be a wizard at Birmingham, but in Bloemfontein, you're a muggle. And that one was 65 metres.
It's not even a full strike of the bat. It's just a little flick, without no arm extension, no nothing. Just perfectly timed.
As far as the Wizarding World go, that was probably a Hufflepuff, I'd say, from Wokesy halfway down, and Markram just said thanks very much. Here he is again. Starts the over with half a dozen. What can he do now? Wokes, slower ball this time. Clipped down to long on. Half a dozen followed by a single. Somewhere around the country, someone is clapping and saying, good cricket, Marco. 201 for 3.
You're getting deep into Harry Potter world there, Tom.
Yeah. Mate, if you don't like Harry Potter, there's something wrong with you. Don't come at me with that.
Yeah. Harry Potter is not a kid's book.
Mate, it's about... The whole series about, 2 million words or something, isn't it? Anyway, back to the cricket. 201 for 3. Here is the Wizard Wokes. Or shorter in length. He just about squares Klaassen up. Finds a little leading edge, but straight to the carpet. No run. 7 runs off the over so far. Looks like I may be being relieved here, dear listener. End of the over. Lovely little bonus. So we're getting a little bit of a score comparison. South Africa well ahead of where England were at 175 for 4 at the same stage of their innings.
Yeah.
Here's Wokes again. Pull stroke played. Full-blooded pull. Doesn't get any part of it, really. Dribbles out. And so much so, he didn't time that at all, that it's slow enough out to the deep backward square boundary and Klaassen can scamper back for 2. One of those that as a bowler, you just get frustrated at. Horribly timed, and it results in a deuce.
You know, I've had one WhatsApp message, Tom, when you've been on.
Here's Dave.
It does help you pick up a microphone when you're trying to talk to someone.
Yeah.
That's me.
Wokes again, slower delivery again, running the fingers down. This one's pulled. Got a much better piece of it. And absolute poetic justice. He hits that one right out of the screws and it goes straight to the fielder for 1 run this time.
So I've had a WhatsApp message, because I've got this sort of WhatsApp cricket group, invitation only. Keeps out troublemakers. And one of them said, Dave, this guy, Dom, is so good. Can you persuade him to stay on as ball by ball? Another 10 overs rather than you. Give us all the break. And I think that's a great idea. I'll just do the comments.
I can stick around for a bit longer if you would like, if Endo needs a break. This one is another pull stroke right off the grill from Markram. That one got a bit higher, but played it safely enough. Rolled the wrists out to deep backward square. One more. Another expensive over for Wokesy. He's going at 9 so far. And after the 32nd over, South Africa 205 for 3.
This is not going to please... I know one Guerrilla Cricket regular correspondent who'll be very pleased with this. Jason, who is the young guy who doesn't during the Ashes series who absolutely revels in the poor performances of Chris Wokes? Is that Jason? I think it's Jason, yeah. He actually formed a Chris Wokes non-appreciation society. His shtick is that Wokes is only good in England. He doesn't perform in overseas conditions. And how many times do we need to see him bowl an expensive spell, possibly losing England the match here, and not realise that he's a player best seen in a swinging ball in Edgbaston, not in South Africa, and not in Australia, not in the West Indies either.
Accurate assessment too, I'd say.
Interestingly, though, I think I haven't got the numbers to hand. I'm just going from the eye test, which is sort of how I operate. But on the subcontinent with the white ball, he seems to do a bit of damage in the early overs of an innings. So it's just interesting that English conditions and then in Indian conditions, he has had such success in the IPL and otherwise. But with that Kookaburra ball, even with the pronounced seam in South Africa, he just can't quite seem to get the job done, which is a shame because, I mean, I love the Wizard. I'm not here trying to put the boots into him. But, yeah, expensive today, 9 and over so far. And England, they don't really have another option to replace those overs. He's going to have to keep bowling. It's at a time like this when you really think England are missing a Liam Livingstone.
Absolutely. I think that's right. There's a frailty to this England bowling attack and a frailty to Jos Buttler's captaincy in actually containing. You know, they don't seem to have a plan for containment. And, you know, we're comparing this regime to the Bazball Stokes McCullum partnership, which has obviously rendered such spectacularly positive results. Let's look at the results of this combination of the Aussie coach, whose name I can't even remember, Matthew Mott, and Jos Buttler. It's played 10, won 1, lost 8, won no result. That's poor.
Yeah, of course it's a different format. They have delivered one World Cup at one try. I don't know. I'm hesitant just because of Matthew Mott's record with the Australian women's team. I think he's a heck of a coach, and I think when the big...
When he has a record with the Australian men's team, the best will in the world, then let us know. Because he's playing... No, because it's men's cricket. I'm not making a value judgment about women's cricket or men's cricket.
No, that's fair enough.
It's just like two different codes, like rugby league and rugby union. And because he's successful... I mean, Ian Salisbury was a successful coach of the England disability side.
Another change of bowling, Reece Topley, left arm around.
It did not mean, and Messrs, you'll stand me up on this as a long-standing Sussex supporter who knows what a powerful, fantastic team Sussex can be. The shambles that was down there this year is a direct result of the same failings that we're seeing from this captaincy here. The coach being Ian Salisbury, who was coach of the England disability team, but was a hopeless coach of people with ability, of which he didn't have very much.
Shout out to Sauls if you're listening. There was 2 off the first ball of Topley's over. That one's fuller in length and a beautiful looking drive to Moeen Ali at cover, who can't gather the ball cleanly. One more take.
Unless you think that's a bit harsh, Rob, because you're a bit kind to the English as a convert. Salisbury has a record, has an interesting statistical record. I'm going to give you some. I'm going to give you some stats. Then you can comment. You said you don't know enough at the moment. The stats are Salisbury was part of more losing teams as a percentage of his 14 Test appearances than any other England bowler.
Topley down leg side. This one's whipped behind square on the leg side. That's going to be a boundary. It's racing away and it hits the Toblerone. Big effort out there in the deep by Sam Kerr, and he can't get the legs on it. 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
212 for 3 here are the Proteas, and Klaasen and Markram just trying to shore the ship after a little bit of a wobble. 2 quick wickets with the bowling of Rashid and Curran, but Topley and Wokes leaking runs. Here's Topley again, short of a length. Oh, a chance of a caught and bowl, but it's just got it's actually smoked straight down the ground, through long off, back-to-back boundaries. And Klaasen all of a sudden says, "Thank you very much, Topley. I'll take this half-track stuff." And he's on his merry way, 18 off 11 deliveries.
I tell you, Rob, what's your story? Because you were introduced to me earlier as an unusual Australian in that you're an Australian who doesn't support Australia. Is that correct?
Yeah, for a start, my name's Dom. But
what did I just say?
Rob.
I'm so sorry. So many people pass through Gouda like ships in the night. Are you going to be one that we get familiar with? Are you going to stay in the course? Like, will we hear you as part of the India-Australia series coming up on Feb 9?
I'd love to be. There was a full of blank delivery from Topley, and it was driven to mid-on for no run from Klaasen. Mate, yeah, Dom, what can I tell you, Dave? It's been lovely to meet you, all you guys today, actually, but thanks very much for having me. Yeah, I do follow England. I have done since childhood, really. Just had a lot of trouble watching Australia dominate. I always sort of had a soft spot for the underdog, and every summer, whichever team would tour, I would cheer against Australia. And then I just fell in love with Michael Atherton. This one's full and length from Topley to finish this over. Turned into the leg side. Klaassen knocks it down to a wide long on region and 2 more. Topley is absolutely filthy with himself. He's leaked 13 runs off that over. Klaassen and Markram, they're both on 20. All of a sudden, you just look at the scoreboard and then partnership up to 40 without even blinking. South Africa now 218 for 3 off 33 overs. They require 125 more runs to win from 102 deliveries.
Well,
you touched a nerve, Dom. The porn box says wants to see messages as a whole. Click here. Diana Patton says, I object, I'm a Hufflepuff. Jersey Jingler says, no more Harry Potter, please. She literally stole every single idea and her writing is terrible. Leah says, my Eric of Melnimbone sees your Harry Potter and feeds his soul to Stormbringer. I do not get any of that. The pornbot says Dom's ball by balls skills on full display. Farong says my gripe and will always be a ranting topic for me are these bats and underage cricket boundaries. Fuck, 6 from a shite shot went 65 metres. Enough beer and I could stand mid-pitch and take a leak and that would go over the boundary. Tailwind, obviously, not a headwind. And Andy says that's not on, David. I presume in relation to what you're saying about in Salisbury.
First delivery of the new over from Ollie Stone this time. Joss Butler bringing the changes every over at the moment. Stone probably with the most economical figures. 1 for 23. That one's another dot for him. Score remains 218 for 3.
Andy, via message, he tweets us and say what is it that I said that isn't on. The Salisbury statistic is an accurate one. He wasn't successful as an England bowler. He played in more losing England teams. He was good coach further down the
Stone
England
again
setup.
struck on the pad. This one's going down leg side. No big appeal. But most importantly for England, it's a dot to Markram. He's on 20 off 19 deliveries.
And just to fill you in case, Dom, I don't know how... Do you follow county cricket?
As much as I can.
Do you have adopted a county?
Yeah, I follow Middlesex.
Okay.
I'm a member down at Lord's. Not MCC. I'm a member at Middlesex. I'm
Great.
an associate member due to my playing in the league for a little while.
Okay, that's good because I'm an associate. I'm full member now, so I'll see you down there.
Shorter in length. That one gets up to about shoulder height. Markram with no timing on the pull.
So just if we can just talk county cricket for a second. I know we've got a lot of county cricket fans out there. Ian Salisbury's record as coach of a 4-day team. He didn't have white ball responsibilities. That was James Kirtley. 1 win in 2 seasons, bottom of Division 2. This is from a team that has won the county championship 3 times in the first 10 years of the decade under Chris Adams, Mushtaq and Mark Robinson.
Meanwhile, at South Africa, 290 for 3, and he's gone downtown as Klaassen, and he's found the turf. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, 4 over long on. Nice looking stroke. Didn't quite get all of it, but it's enough for A.
He certainly did put bat to ball there. I mean, there's a lot to like about this innings. And, England's frailties being on display, but some really good batting from South Africa. And the crowd are really absolutely loving this. I know Bloemfontein wouldn't be everyone's first choice on their South Africa itinerary, but looks a really nice ground. I mean, people on the grassy banks have been peppered with 6s. We had those 4 from Sam Curran earlier on, and now Klaassen really putting bat to ball.
Absolutely love a cricket ground with a bit of grass. I'll tell you what I haven't noticed yet on the coverage today is anyone cooking up a braai out there on the hill. I did see it on Friday, though. There are a couple of lads who obviously carried their own barbecue into the ground. Love to see the grounds where you can do that. And obviously Bloemfontein has won.
I've had a WhatsApp message, Dom. They want to know what was it that you found particularly dislikable about that Australian winning team, because they had some great players in it.
Yeah, it was the fact that they were winning. I was only very young. I was probably 5 years of age, and long story short, I am what is called back at home a wanker. That's pretty much it. I'll go into a bit more depth after this delivery. In swinger from Stone. That one did tail in at the last minute. Inside edge onto the pad. Klaassen looking to go downtown once more. Cannons into the pad off the inside edge and no run. Just to finish that thought, I just... there were a few players that I really couldn't take to when they were playing. I struggled with Stephen Waugh, Glenn McGrath. I actually, and I hate to say this now, but I found Shane Warne quite abrasive as a youngster, even though I grew to love his work off the field when I got old enough to understand him a bit better. And then it was just the fact that they won all the time, and they often got my heroes as a child, Brian Lara and Michael Atherton, out cheaply. Here's Stone again to finish this over, turned it in the leg side. It's going to be one more to him. He goes on to 25 off 16. Been a handy innings from him. South Africa in pursuit of 343 on to 224 for 3 off 34.
You're getting a bit of love, actually, from the Jersey Jingler, who says, whatever the new Aussie lad's name is, he's doing a really nice job on the comms. There you go. Leah says, here's some flack for you, David. Your wording implies people with disabilities have no ability, and that shit doesn't fly with me or certain Stephen Hawking. And she also says, don't worry about getting my tweet. Messrs. Mog will, although Mog's well and truly in the land of Nod by now. She also said, what's Dom's Twitter handle? Again, I want to torture him a bit when there's no cricket on. Are you on Twitter, Dom?
I have an account. I follow about 3 people, and 1 person follows me. Leah, if you wanted to get in touch, Instagram's the best place. It's Dom Van Dam, all one word, DOMVANDAM, and that's for anyone else, dear listener. You're very welcome to chuck us a follow there, or while we're plugging stuff, if you like your professional wrestling, it's Wrestling Should Be Fun, all one word, on Instagram. Millions of followers over there for our wrestling stuff. Top lead to continue here, the 35th over. Short of a length. Tucks classing up, but not enough to stop a single, down to mid-on. Forcing off the back foot, South Africa merrily onto 225 for 3.
I understand you play for the same cricket club as Andy Ward.
Yes, mate.
Where's that then?
Winchmore Hill Cricket Club up there.
Where's that?
So North London. It's well, I'll give you the whole spiel. The Winchmore Cricket Club. It's the home of club cricket. N21 3ER is the mighty Pooling Ground. That's the postcode. Come and see us. We have 6 league teams on a Saturday if you're interested in a game, if you're in the area, and also oftentimes 3 teams on a Sunday. The next delivery from Topley is on a leg stump line. Markram gives himself some room outside leg stump, but unable to pierce the offside field. That one's a dot. 225 for 3.
That is very rare to get a club that can sustain 6 teams, but also 3 Sunday teams, because Sunday cricket has dropped off a lot recreationally in the last 10 years.
Topley once more. That's short of a length, hard length. Whipped into the leg side from Markram off the back foot, just around his hip. Sam Curran at cow corner has that one into Butler. Just a single. Still ticking the score over. A little bit more economical this over from Topley compared to the 12 that came off his last over. But at the moment, this one looks to be swinging the way of the Proteas. The Proteas, of course, they desperately need to win this series at least 2-1 to qualify automatically for the 50 over World Cup. Leg stump line again. This one's pulled a little bit squarer from Klaassen. Duckett doing the job out there at deep backward square, able to keep it to 1. Through they come for 1 more. Just feels a little bit easy.
An update on that other T20. New Zealand getting pretty well towed up by India. They made 99 for 8 off their 20 overs.
England, was that? Can you just repeat that? Is that the under-19 World Cup?
No, that's an it's a T20 international between New Zealand and India.
Oh yes,
New
of
Zealand
course. Yeah, women.
Made 99 for 8.
Yeah, got it.
Fifth delivery of this over is pushed out into the covers for no run by Markram. 227 for 3.
Was that men's or women's? Men's. Okay. There's also a big women's under-19 tournament going on at the moment, which is
that's finished. India won comfortably.
Oh, it'd be interesting to get your assessment of that tournament, messages, because it's there's been some criticism on the grounds that there weren't enough competitive matches. But maybe at the end of this over, you could expand on that.
Topley to finish this over. I've got a couple of thoughts. Short of a length, and he is gone. Good evening. He picks that one up off the back foot. That's a maximum.
Oh. Ready with the body arm.
To say he treated that ball with contempt would be an understatement. He just sneered at the bowler there and swatted it away like swatting a fly. I mean, it was he just see you later. I mean, it was a fantastic connection that was made there, and well, the South African fans are jumping up. They've got someone here that they can really get behind. There's something about the Lance Klusener, the way he's striking the ball, and those of us who are, seeing the way this guy's batting, will be wondering why, he didn't feature more prominently in recent ODI and T20 sides.
Lance Klusener, a hell of a player, unable to win the big one for South Africa, but he took them close on a couple of occasions. Markram never able to fully find his feet in this side, but he does feel like their best player when he's on. Here's Stone, edged and taken spectacularly by Joss Butler. Wow. Full dive to his right-hand side. He stuck his big mitt out, that right glove, and it's just stuck. Butler, tumble turn upon coming to the turf, but Klaasen is gone, and that's a much-needed wicket for England. Great. The first ball of the 36th over. South Africa, 233 for 4.
Great catch from Joss Butler. He had to really stretch for that one. I mean, that was a catch and a half. He had to really pouch that one. And good credit to Ollie Stone, who deserves a wicket. All the injury problems this guy's had. To be out there now taking wickets for England in a situation where England really needed one. So South Africa now 233 for 4. And they've got 14 overs left after this one. How many do they need? What's the target now?
110.
Another 110, 23.
So it's about 7 and a bit and over.
So those two with a handy partnership able to keep that run rate down around about 7s. They'd feel comfortable, but one more wicket could definitely throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
One more wicket and you're out of the major batsmen and into the all-rounders.
But David Miller, 600 miller Lady Thriller, striding to the crease, left-handed. I wonder if we might see the reintroduction of Moeen Ali.
Well, before he does, here's going to be his jingle.
Next is a real life wire. David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est? Ça fait fire. He will bat left, ball right, and score runs all day. Oh. David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est?
It's a Psycho Miller.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. Big fan of that.
Some gratuitous advice for you from Warren, Dom. He says the golden rule: don't channel your inner Danny Morrison.
Yeah, I might have gone a bit loud on the good evening, but it's okay to like things, Warren. I just get excited sometimes, eh? Here's Stone, 2 Miller first up. Miller knocks this one down to mid-on, no run.
I've got some real problems here. The reason why I'm so grateful for you to continue with the ball by ball, Dom, is that not just because you're so good at it. It's because I'm trying to get on my nap of the day on the GGs. Mullins Bay riding up. He's off at Fontwell Park at 3:25, but I can't get a bet on because my wife maxed out my credit card on a carpet in Morocco, and I can't find anyone to take the bet. So if anyone's out there wants to stand me a bet, have someone yourself. Mullins Bay, inform Paul Nicholls stable. Harry Cobden takes the ride. 72 shot. Get stuck in each way all the way home and pay for your Christmas 3 times over. That's Mullins Bay, 3:25 Fontwell Park. Take it each way. Paul Nicholls, Harry Cobden will do the business for you.
So anyway, we've only missed 6 deliveries in that time, Dave. Dave Miller off the mark by turning one into the leg side off his hip, short of a length it was from Stones. The Proteas 234 for 4.
I should explain, Bet365 are interested in sponsoring us. I was just trying to give them a bit of content.
That's the most Dave Brooks statement I've ever heard.
Here's Aidan Markram. Tall, strong, facing Stone. Short of a length, that one gets a bit big on him, but it's safe enough. He rides it down just in front of point this time, and he takes his 29th run off his 25th delivery. Stone looks the chance for England here. Can he break through? Can he get one more? Or in the words of Jace, can he go bang, bang?
If he'd had someone in catching there, that could have been, maybe that was the time, like Butler could have... You think that Stokes might have gone on the attack, just had a wicket... Stone's getting a lot of bounce. Get on the attack, take another wicket. Butler stood back, maybe still celebrating the catch. But no change was made. I'm not saying that he would have been out, but England need to think like that.
New player, David Miller on strike. Left-handed, open stance. He turns this one out into the mid-wicket region. We do have a man sweeping out there. David Milan, only able to keep it to 2. Miller on to 3 off 3. 1 to come in this over. 237 for 4 of the Proteas. What's that? 106 more for victory.
Yep. That's
I was promised no maths, dear listener.
Can
96 balls.
I also just want to clarify to Andy, who tweeted that my remarks about Ian Salisbury before related to his statistical performance for the England men's team. I didn't mean to make I was just making a joke. He happened to be, in terms of the point about disability, I don't agree with that at all. Of course, one should give the best possible coaching and encourage all cricketers of all abilities. But Salisbury was found wanted as a coach of Sussex. Just because he succeeded in that role previously, he didn't have any first-class cricket experience. Michael Mott has not coached a men's one-day international team, and although Robert Key got it right with McCullum, the statistics would say he hasn't got it right with Michael Mott, and he might not have got it right with Joss Butler.
Nor with Matthew Mott. Dot delivery to finish that over. Dave, I'm just joking, mate. I'm only being funny. We love your work, Dave. Dot delivery to finish that one.
That's stored in the memory bank, that is. First mistake you make, I'll be all over it.
Harong says, Dom, very nice. When I return to Bangladesh, you should visit. I'll arrange for VIP rickshaw from the airport. I supported New Zealand in the late 80s, was actually thinking of renouncing my Australian citizenship to play for New Zealand, but split 2 discs. I did play 1 match against Warren. Speaking of channeling your inner animals, I was channeling my inner bear yesterday at Perth Stadium watching the BBL match there, because there was no mid-wicket so often. I was furious.
I'll tell you what, Farong, you'd need a big, strong man pulling the rickshaw if I was in the carriage, I tell you. Moeen Ali into the attack as predicted when David Miller's at the crease. His first delivery is reverse swept by Aiden Markram to get off strike. He's down the non-strikers end now and on to 30 runs. South Africa, 238 for 4. It's going to be Moeen, right arm around the wicket to the Psycho Miller. I'm not too sure I don't know about that terminology. Actually, I'd like to take that one back. Let's say what
you're learning fast. Get the retractions in quick before the lawyers come round.
Yeah. Here is Moeen, right arm round. Oh, it's full in length. Miller gets the broom out, gets it down to the man at 45 on the circle, and gets himself down the non-strikers end. 2 singles to begin Moeen Ali's 3rd over. None for 16 are his figures so far. South Africa 239 for 4.
Use of the epithet psycho is only appropriate once the jinglers have been immediately played.
Moeen back over the wicket to the right-handed Markram. This one's driven firmly down the ground to long off. That'll be 1 more to the total. 1 more to him. 31 now. It just feels like we're in a little bit of a holding pattern here, gents. Who's going to flinch first? Will South Africa lose the all-important wicket? You feel that this is the big partnership with over 100 runs still required, but if these two can stay together for another 5 overs, then England are right under the pump. Moeen round the wicket, driven uppishly, but there's no one at mid-off catching, down to long off. Markram, he was hustling, looking for 2, but no, says Miller.
It's not over yet, because they've got the man Janssen to come in at 7, who's been pulling up trees in the SAT20.
Moeen again, spooned, and again into a vacant mid-off region. Get the long off up, Joss. Another easy single taken, this time for Markram. 32 to his name. Just feels like he's setting himself for an 80 not out to see the Proteas home and into a World Cup. Here's Moeen to Miller, swept and swept firmly. That's a boundary. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, 4.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Absolute banger. What a tune that is. With that boundary, to end the over. I think they ended up with 9 runs off that over, which is well above the rate. These two going swimmingly for the Proteas. South Africa 241 for 4. Jez, anything else we should know about?
Yeah, Warren says, did that carpet the day's Mrs. Sport have some contraband in it? And Warren says, keep it up, Dom, you're doing a sterling job. Sterling. Leah says, but think about it, Dom, once you're moving, you become the king of the road with the big honking momentum. That's true. And Mog has just sent a question mark to Leah. You should be fucking asleep, Mog. It's 2:30, Melbourne.
Get to bed, Mog. You got work tomorrow. Markram drives this one for no run. New over for Ollie Stone. This is his 8th. Joss really rolling the dice. He's looking for another wicket from Stone. He knows that Stone's his best chance to Markram. Hasn't quite been able to pierce the field yet. Here comes Stone, fair head, up to the crease now, right arm over. Fuller in length, driven uppishly. Is there a long off in play? No, it's over the head of the man who's just come up to mid-off. Terrible captaincy from me. That's going to be another one of these.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't.
It wasn't as bad as Fox yesterday in the BBL, where they called a 6 when it was actually a wicket on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
250 up for South Africa in Bloemfontein. 93 from 76 required. Here's Stone again. Full toss. And Markram unable to find any timing. Dribbles this one down to Moeen Ali at mid-off for 1 more. 37 for him now.
So the equation now, South Africa needing 92 more runs from 75 balls. But the question is, where are these 75 balls going to come from? Who's the go-to guy to keep it tight at the end? There's I'm not seeing the obvious candidates. Moeen Ali's leaking runs. Stone is in his 8th over, so he's got 2 more from Stone. It's looking very good for South Africa at this moment. And the ease with which these guys are knocking these runs off has got to be a concern to England fans.
Stone again tries to tuck Miller up with a shorter length delivery, turns it off his hip. Just going to be the one out to square leg.
I mean, without Ben Stokes, you'd have to say that England would be long odds about retaining their 50-over trophy, having seen the performance in the series so far.
There's a couple
if Joffre hits his straps, though, it'll make a difference.
Yeah, there's also another guy called M. Wood, who I think is going to be a handful with that extra pace on the subcontinent. And the way that England play their white ball cricket normally, as Stone is up to the crease now, right arm over. Pull stroke from Markram. Only as far as Cow Corner. Reece Topley doing the job out there. 1 more. Yeah, the way that England have had white ball success is, well, the bowlers do as well as they can, but we're backing ourselves to make more runs than anybody else. I'm not saying that England are going to win the World Cup. I don't think they'll be in the top 3 favourites for the 50-over World Cup, but I'd be hesitant to write them off as of yet.
Oh no, a lot could change. For example, the coach and the captain.
Here's Stone, final ball of his 8th over. Oh, big inside edge. And it's just gone past leg stump. Down to fine leg. Miller with a stroke of luck there. Stone, he's bowling the house down. Full-hearted here, but just without much luck. 8 off that over. Once more, over the rate. That's 1 more for South Africa. The Proteas, 254 for 4 off 38.
89 off 12.
We're up to date on Twitter. And,
great. South Africa needing 89 more runs off 72 balls. So Miller and Markram both going well. Markram eye-catching progress on 38. Where was Aidan Markram when South Africa needed him in the T20 World Cup? Where was he in the recent one-day international series? Where has he been?
Yeah, he did get dropped for the T20 World Cup, didn't he?
He had a slump in form in most of the franchise cricket he played. I think they'd found him out, so he had to go away and try and work out a new way of playing.
Like such a talented player. I think he's one of those players that set an under-19 World Cup on fire, didn't he?
He did. He was the captain. He was the major batsman. He also bowled a bit of handy off spin. which is handy at under 19 level. It's probably not quite so good at the moment because he needs experience of bowling those containing overs, and he doesn't have that at the moment.
And as a lot of players will tell you from the past, batters often find their peak when they get to 29 or 30 years of age. So who knows, Markram could still end up having a very, very successful career at Test level. Maybe average mid-40s and win plenty of games for South Africa if they ever play Test cricket again. At the moment, it's Miller on strike to Sam Curran. Curran rolling the fingers down this one, left arm over, driven out to cover, no run. So just the one over for Moeen Ali in this spell. Curran back into the attack for his 7th over. It's 254 for 4. South Africa requiring 89 from 71.
Not sure that's the right plan with Miller still out there. I think Moeen's over. Okay, 5 singles and a 4. If he doesn't get a 4, it's a good over.
Yeah, but
Curran again, this time shorter in length. Miller whips it out, and he just that fine feather touch just past the 30-yard circle, and it manages to get back for 2. The man on the boundary couldn't cut that one off, and Miller, he's rapid between the wickets. 2 more for him. He's on to 13 in no time.
I know you were half joshing before, Dom, when you talked about Psycho Miller, but there is like a crazy look in the guy's eyes now with this run chase. He seems to be really focused on it.
He is built for a run chase as Miller. He won a couple of games single-handedly in the IPL, and he was one of the major. Oh, it's a lovely shot, stroked out, and Jason Roy with the big dive at mid-off cuts that one off and keeps it to 2 for Miller. That looked like 4 off the bat. Lovely stroke. Yeah, David Miller, he played a massive, massive part in the successful IPL campaign last year for the team whose name I will think of, the new franchise who won the comp.
Gujarat Titans.
Gujarat Titans, captained by Hardik Pandya. And David Miller was just about the player of the tournament in that comp if it wasn't for Pandya himself. This one's a little inside edge. It's just around the stumps, but it falls safely for Miller. So, slightly streaky this time. Second time he's got an inside edge, but the ball stayed away from the woodwork. 258 for 4. I've got that right. Miller played for Gujarat, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
As so many times in recent times, one finds oneself looking at Sam Curran and England's big hope here. Can Sam Curran pull off some of the heroics that we've seen from him, that won him that Man of the Series award, Man of the World T20 World Cup? He's had some sterling exploits with the ball. We need 4 wickets. England fans will want 4 wickets from him quickly.
Here he is. Can he do it? Shorter in length. Lovely looking pull stroke out to the fence, but only 1. Great piece of fielding out there. A little bit of tag teamwork. Big slide from Harry Brook, cuts the ball off. He underarms up to Reece Topley, who has it in left arm and keeps it to 1. Great piece of fielding by the England boys out there.
Stakes are high here for Sam Curran. He's got to turn this one round, because England are going to find themselves at the top of a table which they wouldn't want to be top of, which is highest conceding run chase on this ground, or in South Africa, one of the two. In South Africa, I think it is. No, in all ODIs at this ground in Bloemfontein. So England will be going to the top of that table, most runs conceded in a run chase at Bloemfontein.
5 runs so far off this over. Here's Markram. He whips this one out into the leg side. They'll run hard. They'll be looking for 2 again, and they should get back safely. No, just the 1, excuse me. 6 off the over. So you'd say about par from Curran at this stage. That's the end of the 39th over, and South Africa still require 83 more runs for victory. But the frightening part for England are 6 wickets in hand and 2 set players at the crease. 260 for 4. Where are we at, Mess?
Farong says, as a union delegate of the Bangladesh Rickshaw Union, there are electric rickshaws in Bangladesh. This is inappropriate and unethical. If ever need ganja, ask a rickshaw driver. These people should never be referred to as pullers unless they can play a good leg side shot. And that's it on Twitter. And
just
me at the end of this over, so I will
just
say thank you.
Just to definitely be clear, my joke about the rickshaw drivers was a fat joke at my own expense.
Hey,
it
man,
wasn't
relax,
at the
man,
expense of the drivers.
This isn't a politically correct network. You can say what you think.
No.
1 or 2 people will complain, and that's fine. Everyone's entitled to different views, aren't they? It's the least censored of any of the networks. In fact, if you listen to Bear commentating for half an hour, that will bear it out. I can tell you, there's language that you would not hear on Women's Hour.
With that being said, I'm a big fan of Women's Hour, as I am of all political correctness. So where are we at here, gents? 260 for 4 off 39 overs. South Africa well ahead of the rate. England at the same stage were 234 for 4. So, you know, all signs pointing to a Protea victory and a Protea automatic qualification for the World Cup in India later this year. What can England come up with? It looks like it's going to be Topley to continue from the Willows end in Bloemfontein.
He's bowled 7 overs, no 48, so he's got to cut that run rate down. 83 needed from 66 balls.
Feels a little bit like money for jam for the South Africans at the moment. Topley trying
By the way, I can tell you that India are 17 for 1 in the, I think, 4th over, chasing 100 to win, and the ball is turning a mile.
Who did the damage for India, Messers?
I don't know, actually. I'll check that out.
Thanks, man.
Here's Topley beginning the 40th over. Play and miss outside off stump from Markram, and that is rare. That one went underground. It almost bounced 3 times on the way through to Butler with the gloves.
Yeah, Dom, I threw Messers a hospital pass earlier just to catch him out on the women's under-19 tournaments. I knew you wouldn't have watched it as thoroughly as some. But I'm giving you a hall pass there, Messers, with a really open invitation to tell us what happened. Tell us what's happened in the India-New Zealand match today, because I need to be updated on that.
Firstly, here's Topley, left arm.
6 took wickets. There you go.
Lovely stroking cover drive. That's gone all the way out to the rope, and that's going to be another one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Markram is playing out of his skin, but it's no surprise. We've seen him play these innings before, and having his presence there really changes the whole feel and composition of the South African side. And what a great period for cricket in South Africa this has been, with a successful launch of the South Africa T20, which has been really well marketed, really well competed against. It's really caught the public's imagination. Those games have stopped to enable this series to continue, and well, it's good time for South Africa cricket.
Markram on the drive again, this one behind square on the offside, out to the sweeper for one more. Yeah, and I tell you what, Markram, you say play out of his skin, I think maybe just playing to his potential.
That's what I meant to say.
But I think he probably has to at the moment, because there's a couple of middle order players just behind him waiting to be selected in Tristan Stubbs and Dewald Brevis, who probably are looking for their chance at any stage. So Markram might feel a little bit of pressure. As Topley comes in again, 4th delivery of this over. Miller on the drive this time. Toes it a little bit. Still enough for a single. Down to mid-off. 266 for 4. South Africa in pursuit of 343 for victory. 77 more required off 62.
And you're almost out of the jail here, because you're due to be relieved in 2 balls.
Oh, yeah, well.
Well, we're going to be here. I tell you something, Gorilla listeners are going to be hearing a lot more from Dom Van Dam, especially with a name like that.
Topley, this time outside off stump. It's a wide delivery, but Markram throws the hands at it. He's on to 45 with another single out to deep point. Topley trying to get out of this over cheaply with Miller on strike, the left-hander.
Farong wants to know what happened with your nag, Dave, and says to Dom, don't apologise, love your honesty.
Thanks for that, Farong.
Well, if I can deal with the second question first, Dom will be leading the coverage on the India-Australia
shot. That's going to be half a dozen. Good evening. David Miller finishes my stint behind the microphone for today with another maximum. He's on to 23. South Africa 273 for 4 after 40.
Well, thanks very much to Dom. It's very rare we've had people singing someone's praises. It's like being on with Hendo.
I'll see you on Wednesday.
But Dom, looking forward. Dom will be on the coverage of the forthcoming India-Australia 4-match series. Kicks off on February the 9th, and Dom's doing the early slot, 4 till 6. I'll be on with him. I like to go for the early slots in the morning. Less distractions, particularly horses that get pulled up Little Niggle, I'm told from the stable, they were, and you know what the Paul Nicholls yard is like. If a horse has a niggle, it gets pulled up immediately. So the horse's welfare comes first, and the fact that it's ended up costing Hendo 100 quid is probably the only only silver lining in this particular cloud, because Hendo said he'll have some of that. I said I'd lay it at 1,000 to 1. It didn't win. Hendo, I'll settle for 20 quid just so I can get home and have some chips on the way back, because my wife's maxed out my credit card.
Yeah, but I did actually say I'll have 100 quid on him if he wins, and he didn't win. So cheers to Dom.
Dom, great stuff from Dom there, and listeners really enjoying Dom's coverage, which was really great ball by ball commentary. Looking forward to hearing him on Guerrilla Cricket during the forthcoming India Australia series.
Sam Curran starts a new over, flicked away in the air through mid wicket. Out to David Brooke. David Brooke! He's next to me. I'd love to see David Brooke fielding at deep backward square at the age of 93. But no, it was Harry Brooke.
Hendo, I don't want to get on my high horse again. But I did talk to you about ageist comments.
Oh, God. Yeah, you did.
Still playing at 93. Come on, give me a break.
That's pretty good. Pretty good, that is. Anyway, here comes Curran again. Back over the wicket to the left-handed Miller. Miller goes back and works that into the onside. Going to get 2 more runs as Chris Wokes has to pedal away to his left from long on. 276 for 4. You've got to say South Africa very strong favourites. And what a turnaround from South Africa. I think from England being none for 150 on Friday, it's been pretty much all South Africa since then.
Well, everyone's come to the party. They've all contributed. The lowest score is about 25.
Yeah, and I think it makes a big difference as Miller drives this beautifully through extra cover. It's going to be Roy running around at long off to do the fielding.
I think
I was going to say, I think it's really Bavuma getting that 100.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has set the tone for this innings, and I think you've got to reserve the highest praise for him, because we've so often talked about, and we did talk about it, the fact that he'll get you a nice 30 or 40 and then get out. But he went all the way today, got 100. I think it was his 4th ODI 100, wasn't it? He's got more ODI 100s than he has Test 100s. This one a slower ball, a little bit of a cutter. Miller just waits for it, steers it into the offside. Brooke again. Harry Brooke doing the fielding.
I think he is someone who, he clearly favours this format, but it's also a huge day for Temba Bavuma as captain of this team, because he's shown leadership that's probably been a bit lacking from Jos Buttler. He's really mobilised the team. South Africa are really up for it, haven't they? Like a football team, when your team is up for it on certain days. That's how South Africa have looked all day long.
Curran in again. Bowls him a short, slower one. He flaps at that one. A little, almost like a forehand smash that you'll have seen quite a bit of, presumably, if you were watching Novak and...
which we weren't, because we were watching the cricket.
And the other bloke who lost. You don't need to mention the other bloke, because let's face it, it's basically everyone goes out to Australia and Novak wins. 279 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit more on Bavuma after this.
He's in again, bowls another short one, another slower short one, that is, and fetched from outside off stump, just behind square by Markram, who will keep the strike. He'll get up the other end. He's 47 not out of 40. South Africa 280 for 4 from 41.
If I can just say something about Temba Bavuma, it's a big day for him. The first black African batsman picked in South Africa's Test match squad, and it was on his Test match performances that he was primarily judged. But what we're seeing today, with the ODI, this is his format, as you said, Hendo. His record in this format, and to captain the team so well, because there's been question marks over his captaincy. He's really proving those doubters. He's showing the highest quality leadership, and he's always been a big part of this South Africa team since 2013-14. We haven't seen the best of him, and this could be a really golden era for him. Maybe he'll be holding the World Cup trophy by the end of the year, Hendo.
Well, that would be fantastic for South Africa. So
amazing
often
for the world of cricket, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, it really would. We talk about South Africa as chokers, and they have been on occasion, but
I particularly think, I'm not playing the race card here, but a black South African holding up a cricket trophy, that would be a big moment in world cricket, and would be welcome step forward for cricket that's been mired in this racism scandal at Yorkshire. That'd be a really positive contribution.
It's very
wouldn't
much a Pienaar versus Mandela moment for cricket.
Yeah, it would.
Indeed. And I think also, but the fact that he's prepared to go and open the innings, I don't think he's a natural opener necessarily.
Yes.
But he's, he's stamping his mark upon this team. Rashid is back into the attack. Loops one up, driven by Markram to long on. They're getting 2 runs each time now to these deeper set fielders, and they're going to make mincemeat of England here, I think. What has gone wrong for England? Well, today you have to say that maybe South Africa knew a little bit in terms of local knowledge, and they put England into bat, and we thought they would, having won the toss, might bat themselves, having forced that victory on Friday. Back he goes, making room for himself, but just plays it to Moeen Ali at extra cover. There is no run. But they put England in. England really struggled. That's where England have fallen short today, isn't it? It's in those first 10 overs where they just struggled to get the ball away. Jason Roy looked hopelessly out of form 2 days after scoring 100. Rashid in again, looking for the... Oh,
got it.
Brilliant googly. As it went up, I thought to myself, that's the googly. You just sensed the wrist going that little bit further, and he's gone between bat and pad. Aidan Markram has gone, hit over the top of it, and South Africa are 282 for 5. It may not all be done quite yet.
God, we needed that.
What a ball. What a ball that was.
Could there be another twist in this fascinating match? The series has been ebbing and flowing. If Curran then, we've still got some overs from Curran and overs from Topley, the two most reliable, and the back of Aidan Markram, 49 of 43 balls, strike rate 114. I mean, just so perhaps I was sort of guilty there of sort of going too far ahead. You know, this game's still going on now. Now am I thinking of, South Africa haven't even qualified for the World Cup yet until they win this match.
No, I mean, I think it'll just gladden the hearts of South Africans to see how competitive they've been in these 2 games, really, even if they were to go on and lose this. And as you say, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility, because of course England really fell away in that first match. So it just requires them to keep their nerve here and perhaps keep going as they have been going, which has been very positive.
Yeah, I'll go back to being positive again, Henry. Just say one thing. Sorry,
No, go ahead.
It's just about Bavuma. His ODI record is good, as you said. It's only 2 centuries, actually. I just checked.
Oh,
that's only because he's only played 21 ODIs since 2013. So he's been in and out the team, labelled as a quota player, whatever. And to finally get the chance to really establish that, average is 42. He's only played 21 matches over that period of over that 10-year period. So he's getting 1.5 games a year.
They've seen him as a long format player, and now he's saying, well, look, actually, I can play this form of the game.
Well, we haven't, instead of a long format player, we've just got a very long player indeed.
Long player, very long player.
It's this guy.
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
It is Marco Jansen has come to the crease. A slip has gone in for Rashid, and this is up there and pushed firmly to wide long off. They'll take a single, 283 for 5. But I do want to say what a great ball that was from Rashid. He threw it up a little bit more, and you could see just as it came out of his hand. I don't often pick the Rashid googly, but I said to myself internally, you'll have to take me on my word. I said googly, and then it was a beautiful piece of bowling.
I've seen the stats, Hendo. You don't put together that number of career runs for Epsom without knowing how to pick a googly.
Driven off the back foot by Miller into the deep cover region where Duckett is doing sterling work. They take another single. Miller moves on to 29. South Africa 284 for 5. They need 59 from 49 balls. They should do it, but will they keep their nerve?
Well, just looking, obviously, we're talking about...
another good ball from Rashid. That was quicker and flatter, but it definitely turned, and there was excitement, certainly from me, because it went to slip, but I think it went off Marco Jansen's hip
we haven't got many stats to go on with Janssen. His List A record, which is the best we've got to go on, 17 matches, 133 runs, average of 22, highest score 43. Nothing to write home about.
Yeah. In something else to write home about, you'll be very glad to hear this. On YouTube, Don Diego, the City fan, says, Bear won't be happy with footy score. Let's cheer on with a win in the cricket.
Oh, what's happened? I didn't see it.
Which I presume means that
Brighton have done it again.
Brighton are winning.
Well, they've won, haven't they? Because that was the early game, wasn't it?
It was a 1:30 kick-off. I advised everyone on my WhatsApp group to take them at 2-1. It was a steal, 2-1. I couldn't get my money on because the wife maxed out my credit card at Moroccan carpet.
So you keep saying. I don't believe you. Ali Moeen round the wicket to Miller. Miller drives, and Miller is a danger man. He can hit a very hard ball indeed. That one's gone to Roy at long off, and it's brought him a single. He's gone on to 30 from 21, 285 for 5. Tell us what happened, Jason.
Brighton 2, Liverpool 1, injury time winner.
Oh, is that the name of the goal scorers? Would either Ferguson or Ntomo?
Ferguson's the young guy, isn't he? The young 18-year-old.
Dunk and Mitoma.
Well, Mitoma. That's what Mitoma. Yeah, that's my. Thank God I could get a bet on today.
Yes, indeed. Flat delivery from Moeen, just turns onto the pads, and they
it's a disaster, Hendo.
It's been a betting disaster day.
Well, I haven't been able to get a bet on. And Brighton to win. I was talking to you about that this morning at 2-1. I told Jason back Brighton 2-1, and Toma to be goal scorer.
Oh, Moeen in, ball swept, good sweep from Miller. He came inside the line of that so that he could get extra, I suppose, direction down towards a more orthodox long leg region, and that has gone all the way for 4.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
I think he's a good batsman. These are good players, Markram, Millers, people like that. When they've been given a bit of momentum by the top order, the openers, I suppose, really. Moeen Ali in flat, horrible stuff, really. Round arm filth is driven out to Wokes, who has to run round from long on, and they get back for 2 more.
Yep.
Miller is doing this at a gallop right now. Sorry to remind you of the horsies, but he's gone on to 36 from 23, 292 for 5, 51 of 44 balls. Still, as it has been all day, Bloemfontein under bright sunshine, forced out into the offside. Curran is there at deep cover. They take another single, 293 for 5. We've got some tweets.
We have, as South Africa are galloping away to a win. Dave Wood says, Nesta says, wank hard is currently trending on the UK on Twitter, and Dave Wood responds with, that would be the change one word to a film title to wank and ruin it challenge. Wank Wars was trending when I woke up.
Wank Wars. This is just
Star Wars.
Placed through mid-off. They've got their long off and long on quite wide. They've needed to have, because they've been playing shots into that sort of extra cover mid-off region. That's the final ball of the over. Let's have some more tweets. Have we got any more tweets? Not much.
Just one from Mitoma, who converts it. Mark Cork is saying, preach it, David. And Don Diego also confirms that Brighton beat Liverpool 2-1.
What was the message before that? I should be tweeting these tips. Yes. Is that what you're saying?
It was Farong, and he sent back results in case I hadn't looked it up in time.
Oh, I see. Tweet the results. Here's a question. It's not, you can't win money, but it's just more like a bit of entertainment.
Yeah.
Okay. It relates to David Andrew Miller, who we're watching playing. 33 years old from Natal, left-handed batsman. Played for 26 different teams.
Oh yeah.
So I'll give you one. South Africa. Can you name the other 25?
No.
How many can you name?
None.
Listeners, how many teams that David Miller's played for can you name? South Africa is one. There are 25 others. Can you name any of them?
Into Marco Jansen. He plays that well up to mid-off. Oh, and they were going to come back for a second, and it wasn't really there, but the pressure meant that the fielder fumbled, and so in the end they were allowed to come back very comfortably. Joss Butler throws his eyes to the heavens. It's really not going for him at the moment, is it? Is that Wokes?
Ollie Stone.
It's Ollie Stone. He was trying to pick it up with one hand. Rashid in again, bowls. Jansen waits for this on the back foot and then forces once more wide to deep mid-wicket. And they take another single, doing it with something to spare at the moment. Australia, or even South Africa. I've only had 2 hours sleep. Cat kept me up. What can I say? We're looking at Rashid's brilliant bowling to get rid of Markram.
Well, they're doing that pouring thing when they get onto your chest when you.
Oh no, well, not really, but just sort of climbing over the pillow and on your head. Rashid in again, bowls onto the back foot goes. Miller punches that through the covers out to Ben Duckett, and they'll take another single. 298 for 5.
They must think you're a warm, cuddly human.
They must think that, but I'm not. I'm a horrible person. No, I would be warm. I'd be in bed, and I'm fairly cuddly, I suppose. Miller's moved on to 38 from 25. The pressure is going to mount on Joss Buttler. Johnny Bairstow, of course, to come back, though. England should bear that in mind. Big swipe by Janssen, and it's cleared the man, if there was one, at mid-wicket by some distance. Adil Rashid disappears for one of these.
And that's what he's been doing recently in the SAT20. He's just been plonking his foot down and just going, bosh.
Well, it's past 300, 304. That's South Africa. I mean, Rashid's been expensive. He's gone for 70 now. And, Moeen Ali's also been given the treatment here today.
Forced through the offside. Easy single for Janssen, who moves rapidly on to 13. 305 for 5. Well, he's got the long limbs. He got them out. He put the foot a long way down the pitch. And that bat came through with a lovely swing. And into the gazebos it went on the small grass bank.
Has anyone tweeted in about the teams David Miller's played for?
No.
No, I'm going to go through them then in that case.
In comes Rashid again, bowls to Miller, and Miller, of the 26 teams, flicks that away to deep mid-wicket. Another easy single. End of the over. 44 gone, 306 for 5.
3 English counties amongst them, Hendo. I'm sure you can name them.
I can't.
Durham, Glamorgan and Yorkshire. He's played for the Kings 11 Punjab, the Pal Royals, St Lucia Zooks, the Winifred Hawks, Barbados Royals, Durban Heat, the Bengal Tylers, the Gujarat Titans, Jamaican Talawas, Peshwari Zalmi, the Rajasthan Royals, Uttura Rudras, the Durban Heat, and not forgetting your stint with the Welsh Fire.
So the Welsh who didn't fire last year, I think is
yes,
the team you want to call
Welsh
them.
no fire.
The Welsh with no fire whatsoever.
And no Welshmen.
And very few Welshmen, yeah. 306 for 5.
Yeah.
Miller's 39.
Well,
Janssen has 12.
Apart from that, I thought it was a pretty authentic brand experience.
Yes.
Farong's got a comment on that. He says, Twitter won't allow enough characters to name all of Miller's teams.
Good point.
Good point.
Yeah.
Very good point.
Yeah. What can Elon Musk do about that then?
I wonder how his
Get onto him.
stint at Welsh Fire would stand in comparison to this knock that he's playing today. He's played absolute blinder. 39 not out. Decent crowd in at Bloemfontein, and the nation watching him securing his place in the World Cup and that for his country.
He's flicked that out to deep mid-wicket. Brooke comes in. They take a single. 307 for 5.
How many ODIs do you think he's played, Hendo? David Miller. I said that Bavuma had played 21.
40.
And Hendo? That's 40 from Jason.
73.
So there's 2 guesses there. I'm going to throw it over to you, humble listeners. 40 from Jason, 73 from Hendo. How many ODIs has David Miller played? They're going to cheat. They're going to cheat. But first one anyway. First one off the ball. Come on.
307 for 5. Topley into his 9th over. Left arm over the wicket, bowling to another left armer over the wicket. But he's batting beautifully right now. And he crafts another expert shot through the covers out to Brooke once more. The trumpeter may still be playing, but it's presiding over the last rites for England. But they're very cheerful, the England supporters, by the looks of things. They're enjoying themselves despite the fact that in a World Cup year, losing 8 out of 10 is not really how you want to be.
Yeah.
They're going to have to find some form in the summer. Back in Blighty, 308 for 5. Miller 40 not out from 27. Miller's a fine player. I mean, he's one of the hardest hitters of a cricket ball, isn't he? He really is.
I would have said he's not playing for his place in the World Cup because he's going there as a finisher in the side anyway.
Oh yeah, drives this next one from Topley. He's going to get an easy run down to Roy at long off.
No, that's my point, Hendo. He is a fixture in this team,
Yes.
and to underline that, the stat I was looking for is not 40 ODIs, Jace, or 73. It's 150. He's played 150 ODIs for South Africa, averaging over 40, 41.6, with a total of 5 centuries, 19 half centuries.
My first guess was going to be about 101, but I'm well off the mark, whatever it was. This is flicked away behind square leg. Good piece of fielding, but they're back for a second.
He also has 600s at first class level, where he's played a lot fewer matches. He's only played 63 matches, but he scored a century in 6 of those. And he's obviously a lot more to him than perhaps has been mined.
Well, I don't. He probably hasn't had to play too much first-class cricket in South Africa, because if he's not been playing international cricket, he's been playing for any number of franchises. As we just said, yes.
Well, you say that. Frong's got it after this ball.
Topley bowls a full toss, which is driven by Janssen straight to long off. Wokes feels they take another run. The shadows are lengthening, as are the odds of England picking up a victory here. They are now 312 for 5. They need a runner ball, 31 from 31.
Are we looking at some wags there, do you think?
No, I think they were just ordinary South African cricket fans.
Yeah.
I don't think they were wags.
Frong says, so Miller, 26 teams, but never played BPL, Bangladesh Premier League.
I heard
Would be a first.
I heard a Bangladesh team mentioned, didn't I? That's a horrible full toss outside off stump from Topley. And it's been given as a no ball in terms of arriving too high to Miller as he tried to drive it. He missed it completely, but it will be a free hit. The last thing England needed at this stage. Topley's been made to look a bit ragged today, hasn't he? Hasn't really got going.
This pitch has not been to his taste.
We're just saying goodbye to One Brook, as this is smashed by Miller. It's a full toss again, and he's absolutely creamed that dead straight. It's gone miles over the boundary. It's 6 more to South Africa. That 6 really was on fire. That was a massive, massive hit.
Well, Dave's called it. He's vacated the green.
99 metres that was.
Yeah, I think he's not wrong either. I think England, this match is going to finish quick and ugly at this rate. They don't seem to have any idea of how to stem the flow of runs.
No, it's a brilliant one-handed catch beyond the bat. That's astonishing.
Oh, he's in the pot for the
stunning catch
for the money, then, isn't he?
Well, it was amazing that he managed to stay on his feet, because his legs were bent. He was sort of taking his weight all on his thighs, and his missus, or his partner, or his wife, or maybe just a good friend, thinks it was so marvellous that she's run up to him and embraced him with an enormous beam on her face. 319 for 5. Miller moves to 47 within 3 runs of what would be a 20th one-day international 50. Did we say 19 he's got so far? And they're going to do this with plenty to spare, it looks like. Stone is back in. 8 overs, 2 for 41. This is pushed out into the offside. They don't take a single. They can even absorb the odd dot ball now. South Africa 24 required off 29.
It's 5 and over, just under 5 and over.
Yep.
This is going to be a massive run chase. I mean, the highest on this ground up till now is 274, so they're going to break the glass barrier.
Certainly are. Stone in again. Janssen aims a pull at that one. He gloves it rather into the onside. Just dribbles towards mid-wicket. They won't take a run, so they can absorb another dot ball. 319 for 5. Miller 47, Janssen 16. And you know, in a way, I'm quite pleased to see this from South Africa. We're talking about trying to rejuvenate the game in South Africa, and this was the part of the reason for the SA20 franchise competition, and that's going well. And a couple of wins here won't harm them. In comes Stone again. He aims a big, meaty drive at that one, but horribly mistimes it. Maybe an inside edge onto pad, the way that it ran so slowly up the onside of the pitch.
It's been a good over so far from
Stone.
He seems to be doing the right thing. He's trying to get it as full as he possibly can, as fast as he possibly can. And
certainly the pick of the seamers today.
Yes, absolutely.
And I've been quite impressed with I was quite impressed with him on Friday. He's been playing in the SA20.
Bowled more overs, didn't he? Bowled about 7 overs.
Here he is again. Bowl short one, pulled this time by Janssen. Brilliantly fielded by Rashid at mid wicket. Thought for a moment maybe there was a catch involved, but no, he's just got to his feet and gets the applause of Dawid Malan.
I think no. For England to have any chance of getting out of here, Jansen's got to face most of the balls to come, because I think if Miller gets on strike, he's going to get enough runs.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Miller.
And Jansen, he's scoring to run a ball, but Miller's scoring at nearly 1.5 to 2 runs a ball.
Yeah. Miller's no
but
slouch.
We want them to score no runs a ball at the moment.
Well, he aims another drive at that one, and it's gone right through him. It's missed the stumps, and it's gone through to Jos Buttler. So what's that? 4 dot balls in a row at least. 24 required.
This could be another maiden.
Well,
we've had 2 maidens, one a maiden in fact.
Yeah, well, it's not for the want of trying. Jansen's been aiming shots at almost every delivery, but just hasn't been able to connect either as he would like, or even connect at all, as in that last situation.
It reminds me of the West Indies when they had Clayton Lambert and Philo Wallace. And they say, why do they bat like that when they're going 70 off 10 overs?
Yes.
Test matches. Well, if he hits it, it's 6.
Early days of Bazball, 1998. I seem to remember them together. Yeah. Stone in again, bowls driven, and he can't quite force a maiden because he should have stopped that really on his follow through, but didn't, and it ran to mid off, or very straight indeed. They come through for a single. Janssen has kept the strike. I'm not sure Miller's happy with that. Seems to be shaking his head about various things. It was a very odd over, just the one from it. And South Africa, needing 343 to win, are 320 for 5 with 4 to go.
Farong gives us some comfort. He says, never fear England supporters. Bangladesh tour in March. Smiley face. We always play team and players back into form.
Yes, that's not wrong.
And he also says, can we have a Hendo rant, please, in relation to the form of the English ODI team? Well, I think Dave was having the rant, but he's exited stage left.
Yeah, he's been more ranty today than I have. It's disappointing, and after Friday it's a little bit annoying. I do think, that there are ways of strengthening this team. Mark Wood, Jofra Archer when he's on song, in
Johnny
the bowling,
Bairstow.
Johnny Bairstow more significantly. So I don't think there's really any need to worry greatly, but it'll be a bit of a concern.
It's not going to affect England's qualification.
It's not going to affect the qualification, but it is going to affect confidence, I suspect.
Yeah.
Curran back into the attack, and he bowls it very wide of the off stump, and if Janssen had left that alone, he'd have probably got an extra run, but he doesn't. He aims a drive at that, and again he's mistiming the ball, so he's used up 7 balls now for just 1 run.
Yes, I know. That's the point I was going to make. He's eating up a lot of balls here.
Yeah.
From that point of view, England's plan is working.
Yes. How long it will work for, I'm not sure. There are England fans praying for a victory here, I can tell you. Janssen surely will get hold of one in a minute. In comes Sammy Curran again. Bowls, he drives, that's much better. Feels the ball on the middle of the bat, but he'll only get 1 for it. So Topley is at long off. And South Africa moved to 321 for 5. Jos Buttler has fielded that throw, and then it's coming down towards Sammy Curran to impart a tactical piece of wisdom.
I'm going to go all Gary here. Is he gesticulating?
Oh dear. Did he say that the other day? Or did you just make that one up?
I just made that one up.
Oh, right.
But it's in the style of Gary.
In the style of Gary. who will be here for the third ODI on Wednesday. I say here, he'll probably be at home doing it remotely, but he will be here, and that'll please the man on Guerrilla Cricket email queue, who constantly says, "We need more of that man, Gary." Gary. I mean, he's maybe the first person to have said that, but who knows. In comes Curran to the left-handed Miller. Miller swipes across the line. Ball goes through quite low, and he fails to make contact. So maybe just Miller getting a little bit antsy. And,
well, yes, I mean, if you bowl like this, why did you bowl like this 10-15 overs
Yeah,
ago?
but I think in the fact that Janssen played out that more or less that over and the first couple of balls of this over, it's just taking a bit of the momentum away from South Africa. I still think they're going to win it, but it's just making them stumble over the line rather than racing over it. Slightly pensive Temba Bavuma. This is wide of the off stump, too much width, crashed by Miller, but Wokes is at deep cover, so again it's just one. And Temba Bavuma seems to be sort of chewing on some sort of plastic bottle top in his anxiety.
I thought it was a gum shield for a minute, but...
Oh yeah, could be. He batted beautifully earlier today, didn't he?
He did. That's the most fluent I've seen Temba Bavuma bat for.
It's the most fluent for the period, the longest period that I've seen Bavuma bat. Curran in, over across his stumps goes Janssen, and then cross bats this down to long on. Again, it's only going to be a single, but a single is just about enough. 323 for 5, one ball remaining. Miller on 48, 20 off 19. It just needs one mighty blow of the Miller blade, and I think all will be well in terms of the level of anxiety in the South Africa dressing room.
Basically, they need what, 2 boundaries in the remaining 4 overs? 3 overs.
We see so many final balls of overs go for boundaries, don't we? Here comes Curran. Can he stop that? Yes, he can. It's punched with really lovely timing. It's certainly going to be a couple, as Wokes has to run round tumbles, just about keeps it out. That will be 50 for Miller, will it not? Unless he's decided to stop at 1 run to keep the strike. I'm not sure. No, it is a 50. It's the 20th 50 in his 151st ODI.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Yeah, 50 from 33 balls with 2 4s and 2 6s, a strike rate of 151. He's only been out there 55 minutes. It's been 55 minutes of well-controlled carnage.
Yeah. Message S gives us an update from the India-New Zealand games. Although New Zealand only made 99, the India-New Zealand T20I is not a walkover, with the wicket turning square. India are 51 for 3 after 11 overs.
Still think they'll make it. They'll make it.
And Dave Sarah says, I smell a choke. You know, that's the C word for South Africans.
Yes, I can't see it.
I don't. I think they're going to, as Hendo says, flop over the line.
Well, David Miller and
gasping.
Marco Jansen are having quite a long discussion in the middle of the pitch between overs, and I think it was not so much a discussion as Miller basically saying to his more inexperienced colleague, "Listen, mate,
get me on strike.
I played 151 one-day internationals. You've played a handful. You know, let me do it.
Let's do the singles and run the score down, get close, and we'll get lucky with a boundary or 2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you do expect to get the odd edge, don't you, that will fly off down to third man for 4. Ollie Stone in bowls and swung out to deep square. They might come back for a second here, will they? No, they won't. Marco Jansen is quite happy to have given the single and said to David Miller, all right, you're full of it. You finish it off. 17 required off 17.
Yeah.
326 for 5.
It's the right ball from Stone. It was full. It was tailing in somewhat.
He's got a slightly odd action, hasn't he?
He's got this very strange hand.
Yes.
And he's got a very stiff sort of shoulder where it comes up. I mean, it's ramrod straight above his head almost.
But he has got extraordinarily long arms, and so there seems to be a lot of activity as he gets towards his delivery stride. And here he comes again. Miller.
Oh dear.
Looked as if he was going to go out towards square leg, then came back, drove it, and I think he drove a full toss into the hands of extra cover, and Moeen Ali has put it down. I think. I'm not completely convinced. I need to see another angle of that, but certainly that's what
I think you're right. But I
suggested
also
to
think
me.
that should it be? Oh no, it's probably just under the waistband, so it's probably just not a no ball.
It'd have been a hell of a catch. It was
would.
travelling and he was diving, not exactly full length, but a fair way. It was. I suppose it was a decent height for Moeen.
He's probably saved 3 runs there.
Probably saved 3 runs, but a catch would have been better to get rid of someone like Miller at this stage. Might have sort of caused a little bit of angst. Janssen again is trying to drive at Stone, and it's a good length ball, and he's beaten by that. Beaten by the bounce as much as anything.
It does show a little bit of inexperience that they're just not taking the easy singles and then, banking on England making a mistake.
Yeah, I think that's Marco Janssen. I mean, he is quite, relatively inexperienced, isn't he? He's only 22.
Yeah.
And yeah, he ought to be just pushing the single and letting Miller do the rest of the work, really. He wants to finish it himself. In comes Stone again, bowls, and he can only play this back to Stone, who dives across the pitch, grabs this one, not even allowing them the single. 3:27 for 5. The England supporters are just beginning to believe a little bit again. I don't think they need to, or should do, because it's only 16 required of 14. But every ball that Marco Janssen uses up without scoring, or with only scoring a single,
and every ball that Miller only gets a single off.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have to. He's going to have to play a big shot, isn't he? Very soon.
It would be the escape of all escapes.
It would. Stone in again, bowls. Oh, he's got an inside edge to that one, and Butler is racing after that. There's no one down there. He's going to get there. I think he's just about going to haul it in, and then he throws it while still off balance. They're going to get through for 3. That's unlucky for Ollie Stone, I have to say. And it brings the required number of runs down to 13, required off 13. It was a bit of a release, or relief even, for South Africa, although slightly fortunate. It could have easily chopped that on.
Can't have missed by much.
No, it really was quite close. But no one down at long leg. It meant that Butler had to hare after it. And he did a pretty good job, but he couldn't prevent them getting back for 3. 3:30 for 5. 1 ball remaining of this over. Miller to face. He's on 51 from 34. And Ollie Stone is going to bowl his final ball. And I think he's bowled pretty well today. I don't think he needs to look at himself and say I didn't perform. Oh, now what's happened there? Miller has missed that one down the leg side, but presumably it's a wide.
Yeah,
yes, it is a wide. So 12 required now off 13. Having just said that Stone had bowled well, he just got that one slightly wrong. Miller was annoyed with himself that he didn't manage to pick that one up. But, I mean, he doesn't need to worry. It's an extra ball and it's an extra run.
George McPherson on YouTube says, have to say England have not been at their best.
No.
And the bowlers don't seem to be able to get a wicket when needed. Well,
yes.
That's partly them bowling badly and partly South Africa batting well.
Short ball, Miller pulls. Oh, what's happened? It's gone to mid-wicket. Malan dives to his left and prevents the single. There was only one man there and he did his job. 3:31 for 5. 2 overs remaining. 12 required. Any more tweets, or are we down? We're completely.
We are at the. I think people have decided this game is done and dusted when it's, getting back to the really interesting stage. But the one thing I will say is, 50 over game. It's going to take 8.5 hours.
Dave's still here. I thought he'd gone. He's still here.
That's an appallingly slow run rate.
He's back. He's falling out of his chair. It's all happening. What's going on? I thought you were gone.
I had to make a phone call.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
No, that 8.5 hours for 100 overs is very, very slow.
I did expect to be home at 5 o'clock. I'm not going to be home at 5 o'clock, am I? What time is it now? 20 past 4. Anyway.
Life is a journey, not a race.
Okay.
I think Miller's having a few choice words there.
What, to Marco Janssen? Again? Well, he has done already. Janssen is the man who's facing, so I suppose that's what he's saying. Whatever you do, just get a single. Don't try and hit the cover of this.
Get bat on it, yeah.
If you're not going to hammer it and hit it for 6, then get a single.
Get bat on it. Yeah. Secondly, get flesh on it.
Get anything on it, and we'll come through for the single. Yeah, absolutely. Who is going to bowl?
Be slamming Sammy Curran, I think.
Is it Sammy Curran to continue?
I don't like the looks on the sort of English coaching team's sort of body language. You know, they're sort of smiling and sort of putting a brave face on things, but they've got a lot to answer for here.
Curran bowls a full toss, worked into the onside. That's fine as far as South Africa are concerned, because it will bring Miller down to face. Partnership's now worth 50 off 41 deliveries, 332 for 5, 343 is the target.
Leah says, this game is not yet done and dusted. I believe in the South African ability to choke on porridge.
Leah, that's why we were looking forward, Hendo. Leah's going to join us for the India versus Australia series as part of the commentary team, and given the quality, a consistent quality and humour and wit in her tweets over the years, I'm really looking forward to her contributions.
In comes Sammy Curran, wide of the off stump, crunched down the ground to long off by Miller, and he only manages to get a single, so it's 10 required off 10. 333 for 5.
I'm not sure about this. I think Curran's bowling defensively. I think he's bowling to get a single every ball and no worse.
Yeah, that said though, I mean, a single off the last ball just actually gives you a chance, doesn't it, as a bowling team? You know, you just got to swing and a miss.
6 off the last over to be bowled by presumably Stone.
I thought Stone had finished. Maybe he's got one over to go.
I think he's got one left.
Curran again to Janssen, who goes right across. Oh, and absolutely smashes this past the umpire, who somehow manages to get out of the way. And they've done well to get back for 2, fielded by the man running around from long on. And South Africa are surely home and dry. 8 required off 9. Jason Roy was the man doing the fielding down there.
Yeah, he's got a bullet arm when he chooses to unload it, but he needs to get there first.
Fantastic body work by Erasmus to get out of the way of that one.
I mean, to misquote Oscar Wilde, Hendo, to lose one match is unfortunate.
Yes.
To lose 9 out of 10 smacks of incompetence.
Well, it's 8 out of 10, isn't it, or 9 out of 11?
Oh, well, there's one no result in there. They've only won one.
Oh, okay.
They've only won one.
Oh, well, that isn't good, is it? That isn't good. But then maybe England haven't always been playing their strongest team. Curran in bowls. Yorker flicked away by Janssen. They should get 2 more. Janssen slides in his bat. England, I think, have given it up. The South African fans are up on their feet.
I mean, Rob Key has been given a lot of credit for picking the dream team for Bazball. He's escaped any criticism so far, so I'm going to be the first one to get the ball rolling here. I put it to you, Hendo, and to the listeners of Grid of Cricket, that he's made the wrong choice of coach and the wrong choice of captain. But certainly the wrong choice of coach in Michael Mott. He hasn't really added anything. He's got Carl Hopkinson as his number 2, who was the fielding coach at Sussex. There's a second team player at Sussex.
6 required off 8. Yeah, but you don't necessarily have to be the best player to be a good coach. That one springs off Marco Janssen's front pad towards the gully region. There is no run.
Where's the men's cricket experience coming from? There's no experience at first class or test or international level in that coaching setup.
Has Matthew Mott not coached in county cricket over here?
Nope.
I thought he had. I may be getting confused. Yeah. That said, England have won a T20 World Cup. So I think you've got to be giving Mott a little bit more time, and they will give him more time. Whatever you say, Dave, they will give him more time. But it is. I think it's a bit of a concern. I don't think it's a massive worry at this stage, but it is sort of bringing down their level of confidence.
Yeah, I don't think the captaincy's been natural kind of succession from Butler. I think he's a great vice, but I'm not sure about him as captain.
Yeah, but then you start looking around and say, who is going to be your ODI?
We didn't. That could be anyone on there.
Well, it could, but I mean, if you go back, and I will after this ball, short, crunched, absolutely lathered by Marco Janssen. That is the 4 that will probably put an end to all England hopes. 341 for 5.
There's a lot
Janssen to 32.
There's a lot of jiggling going on in the crowd.
That went like a
There's a lot of celebrations. It's a fantastic atmosphere. Great to see, real multiracial crowd at South Africa. That what we're seeing out, the great scenes that we're seeing there, kids enjoying themselves, and I think the success of that South Africa T20 has also helped them, Hendo. It's really been a big hit, and I think the way that's been marketed and brought in a new audience has been just what South Africa cricket needs, just as the 100 was just what English cricket didn't need.
Yes, but I will go back on the subject of Jos Buttler and say, all the time that there was talk about when is Morgan going to retire, we were being told what a great cricket brain Jos Buttler has, or had and has. Maybe he's just having a bad run. I didn't think he captained particularly well in the summer, but it was a hard act to follow, isn't it? You're following a man who's taken England to their first World Championship. So
yeah,
but it is a little bit of a
long shadow for such a small bloke.
Indeed. So I'm not overly concerned, but I am concerned. England have still got another 9 or 10 games before the World Cup, and they've got players to come back. I still think they're a batsman light in this team, and the tail is a little bit longer than it should be, or has been in recent years.
The worry is 2 failures for Duckett so far in two games.
Yeah, well, so Duckett and
Brooks had 1 success and 1 failure.
Yeah, I mean, even on a 3-match series though, it's so difficult to judge on 3 matches. Wokes is going to bowl the last ball of the game because that is smashed over long off by Miller.
Another one for the Chris Wokes Appreciation Society.
Another 6, and South Africa win by 5 wickets. They take an unassailable 2-0 lead in this 3-match series. There are indeed, as Dave Brooke was saying, great scenes, flags being waved by children and adults alike. And well done, South Africa.
And that's qualification for the World Cup for South Africa. This game really did mean something. So not just a 5-wicket victory, not just winning the series, but that means that South Africa qualified for the World Cup. And great day for Temba Bavuma as the first Black African captain, I think, to captain South Africa. And it's really the way that he led from the front. You were saying earlier, Hendo, with that century.
Yep.
This is a brilliant day for him. He's had, as we said earlier, he's a better ODI player than Test player. He's got pretty miscast. Had to take a lot of pressure. He's been in and out of the one-day side, and he played, like we saw, 14 matches in 10 years. And here he is today, leading this South Africa team to victory and to the World Cup. And I was saying, I just can't. Can you imagine what it would be like in October for Bavuma to be holding up that World Cup trophy with the South African team? And on the evidence of, what we've seen today, they're more likely to be doing that than Jos Buttler, Michael Mott, and the Sussex second team fielding coach, who's now the assistant.
Ever provocative. That's our Dave Brooke. And if you've got any replies to that viewpoint, we feel very... Well, be quick. Get them in, but be quick, because we haven't got all night. We've got some tweets to get through. Got 1 or 2 things to get through, and then we'll have to tell you about Wednesday.
Well, Warren says, you're doing the India vs Australia series? Yes. Dave is on the card and he's trying to twist people's arms.
Just a bit update on that. Yeah, we'll be doing every ball when England aren't playing. Obviously, we'll always bow to the England-New Zealand series, takes precedence. But we are going to be covering India-Australia, and even during the England matches, there'll be frequent updates, and we're going to be doing a breakfast show our time, which will be tea time, India time. So that series, India home to Australia, is always a fascinating series. Australia got rolled over. If you remember, the last time they met in Australia, the heroics of Rihab Pant led India to unlikely series victory in Australia. So here's this Australian team now with Labuschagne and Smith. How will they cope with R. Ashwin? Labuschagne says he's got to. There'll be a lot for T20 fans like Andy Ward. There'll be plenty of matchups to enjoy in that series. You get my drift, T20 fans?
I do.
For example, R. Ashwin versus Marcus Labuschagne, Virat Kohli versus any of the Australian pacers, let's face it.
Basically. Nathan Lyon will have a word or two to say about what goes on in that series.
Yes, he will.
As well.
Yeah. And they take as a second spinner.
Well, they're taking 4 spinners in all, aren't they?
It kicks off on February the 9th. The timings starts at 4 a.m. in the morning UK time. So early risers, or you can just stay in bed and have, and switch it on. We'll all be there.
Well, not all of
and we don't know where we are. But we've got a lot of people commenting from Australia. So Messi Jez and Forthy in Australia. We've got Kat and the Kittens. That's 3 apprentice females that she's been grooming for this occasion. Because
Don't
all
say grooming.
Be careful with that word. The word
coaching.
Coaching, that's the one.
Grooming their broadcasting skills, not
mentoring.
Mentoring. Thank you. Just go back to this game. One last thought for me, Hendo, and that is that 3-4-7 for 5. That's the highest run chase that's been conceded at Bloemfontein in the history of one-day internationals there. So England will be top of that table that they wouldn't want it to be top of. So I put it to you, the weaknesses in the bowling attack. You know, I know there are batsmen but they're leaking runs, and they don't seem to have a strategy for keeping runs down.
Well, I think, Mark Wood and Jofra Archer, if fit, are going to come back into the equation.
Does that offer containment? Does that solve the containment issue that
not
I'm
actually
referring
containment,
to?
but it does get you wickets. It does tend to get you wickets. I think if Jofra Archer gets back to his best, then he's be a massive handful.
England used 6 bowlers, and 2 of them had good days, and 4 of them had bad days today.
I mean, actually, what you can say about today is that South Africa actually left out probably their best bowler from Friday, Magala, also left out Rabada, and they've still come through and won. They bowled very well to start with, didn't they? Wayne Parnell and Lungi Ngidi bowled particularly well. Stone, though, I think was probably the standout bowling performer for England. He's ended up with figures of 2 for 48 from 10. You can't quibble with those figures. So you wonder, who will England jettison if they do bring back the likes of Wood and Jofra Archer? Anyway, let's have a look at the tweets. Have we got anyone coming back on Dave with Dave's outrageous comments about the coaching setup for the white ball
Not
team?
yet.
Not at the moment. No one's
Lear's
interested.
saying, wait, I'm in. That's a given. Yay me!
Who says that?
Lear.
Oh, great. Yes, you're in.
Delighted to confuse listeners all over the world with my obscure reference and my irrational love of Ishant Sharma's batting. Message says, is pleading with us to say, I strongly recommend turning over to the India vs New Zealand T20 as soon as this finishes. India 70 for 3 after 14 overs, chasing 100 to win.
Go on, put it on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have we got
Thank you very much, Messers. That's the advantage.
Oh, it's in the other room.
Cricket's an international game, and I love it.
Turn it on
Personally, I love it, Hendo, when there's more than one really big match going on at the same time. I don't care if they're what formats they are, but it's great to go from one exciting finish, which we had just there, to go and watch a bit of that T20. And that's going to delay my marking activities even further.
You're just trying to delay your marking activities.
I am.
Someone's got to go and turn it over then in the kitchen. Then Dave is going to go off and do that, and we'll do the end of the India-New Zealand game.
Ferong says Stokes will return for ODI World Cup.
Well, I think he will.
Turn our players going off to play IPL, especially bowlers.
What's that saying? More of us concerned players going off to IPL. Well, yes. I mean, the situation with Archer's a strange one. If he is going to play IPL, really, you think that England would be saying no. Take that one off, and we'll meet your
red
costs. It's on the red button apparently.
I think.
No, that's not it. You may about to get some bonus content, or you may not get some bonus content because I don't think we've got it. I don't think it's live on Sky. I think that's the problem. I think it's on. I don't know, one of the
ICC.TV.
Well, ICC.TV, and it's on one of those obscure Indian channels. We can bring you. Leverkusen v Dortmund. We got the BPL Chattergram.
No, I'm not staying here for Chattergram.
No, I'm not staying here for Chattergram. No, that's definitely not India v New Zealand, I'm afraid. It's Chattergram v Sylhet. And they're 147 for 2, Sylhet. Mushfiqur and Burl are batting. There doesn't seem to be anywhere that we can access, I'm afraid, the India-New Zealand
not on the
game.
music channels.
So unless it's on the cooking channel, we were talking about that earlier. That there was we did find some cricket last year that was on the cooking channel, which was very strange.
I shall finish off there on
These
YouTube.
tweets. Okay.
Oh well. Anyway, thank you, GC team. Says Don Diego the City Pants. George McPherson calls our England shambolic. Pokey run figures off. He says laters. And George McPherson thinks that England were 15 to 20 runs short.
Well, where England fell short, I think, was in the first 10 overs today. They just couldn't get going. The bowling was good. The pitch was doing the most that it did all day, really, at that point.
Ngidi in his first spell got a lot of shape on the ball.
Got a lot of shape, and there was movement off the pitch as well. And it was coming off the pitch very slowly. England couldn't get their timing. It was a real struggle for the likes of Roy and Dawid Malan. Anyway, it looks to me as if there is no coverage that we can find of the New Zealand v India T20. So on that basis, we're going to call it a day and say please join us again on Wednesday when we're back to an 11 o'clock start. So that'll be a 10:50 a.m. start on Guerrilla Cricket. Where have you found it? Where have you found it? We're not going to watch it on computer. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. You've come back to say something. You can't find it.
That's what still can't get on the camera. They haven't got the camera.
Why are you trying to get? What are you doing?
I want to record a promo for the forthcoming Guerrilla Cricket coverage of India versus Australia, because the point we just made, Hendo, no coverage of India, New Zealand. That's why Guerrilla Cricket is stepping into the breach to bring you coverage of India-Australia Test Series, because Guerrilla Cricket is bringing cricket to the world, and all people have to do to support us is do what? Is it Patreon.com?
Well, Patreon.com, I mean, that helps. I mean, if you can, if people are prepared to put their hands in their pockets in these difficult circumstances that we find ourselves around the world, I suppose, but particularly in Britain, in these straitened times, then obviously that helps. But I'm not imagining that someone's going to find £5,000 or £10,000 for us to do it. So we just have to do the best that we can with the resources that we have from around the world. And but if you would like to support Guerrilla Cricket and its ongoing attempts to provide you with more cricket than you can actually handle, go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, and we will be forever in your debt. Not literally, because we won't be paying it back, but we will be in your debt. And on that note, it's time for us to go say goodbye. So if you can find the theme tunes, just go down, theme tune, no, left, down. That's not theme tunes.
Okay, I'll just fill in while I find this Guerrilla Cricket remix. Is that the one?
That's the one. So it's goodbye from all of us.
Yeah, and don't forget to join us on the last one, the International Wednesday, but on February the 9th, the start of the 4th Test Series in Australia. We'll be on 4 a.m. covering that series. At breakfast time, we'll do some sort of roundup around about your breakfast time, and then some of us will go to work.
Bye all.
Emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stones for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif no surrender. Percy Fender, Gary, shake 'em out.